From Academy to ANBU by Theraku 260, link in the description. Chapter 1, Academy to ANBU. Sarutobi's office, moments after Mizuki's defeat. Commander Dragon whistled. Damn, that's talent. He was impressed. After watching the whole scene between Naruto and the traitor dragon, couldn't help but imagine having that in his forces. The kid could outrun and outprank his men since he was 10, and the young Jinchuriki was known to be stealthy even in orange, perfect for ANBU. And after creating hundreds of clones like nothing, Dragon knew his services would be invaluable. Pity he was so young, the Hokage would be near impossible to convince. Yes, his chakra capacity is huge, and with his solid henge a shape-shift, really he has more potential than any of the graduates. Sarutobi chuckled and lit his pipe. Dragon whipped his head up. Impossible. Shape-shifting, as in not an illusion? He drooled slightly when the Hokage nodded, and knew right then. Screw the age, shape-shifting took huge reserves, and even then only a few bloodline holders seemed to be able to use it. It was probably the fox, and as such had unlimited uses if Naruto could figure out how to transfer his abilities to become animals or even objects. I want him, Dragon clipped. The Hokage and the ANBU guards gaped at him, wondering if their commander was finally losing it. Sarutobi quickly squashed the idea. Absolutely not. He's a genin now, according to Iruka's headband on him, and thus can become ANBU. Hokage-sama, surely you see how much latent talent he has? And those academy reports show he should have graduated 3 years ago? Dragon smirked at the slight wince on his boss's face. Sarutobi had called upon Naruto's file after he failed that afternoon. Needless to say, he was pissed at the revelation that the boy should have graduated at 9, not fail 3 times. Contrary to popular belief, failing the ninjutsu portion didn't stop one from becoming a genin. You had to fail 3 sections. Apparently Mizuki and other teachers would intentionally alter the tests before Iruka saw, yet were stupid enough to keep the originals in the file cabinets. Nobody had ever asked for the orphan's real file, and thus his scores reported a moron. If Naruto hadn't stolen the scroll, he would have been given an honorary graduation in the morning. Sarutobi knew he failed the boy greatly, but letting him in the darkness of their world so early was not something he should allow, no matter the talent. He just made the rank, though. Naruto will be placed under Kakashi. I'm sure he will learn plenty there, and you can recruit him in a few years, he said with a voice of steel. Normal men would let it drop. Dragon was not normal. He faked his death for his village, changed his fighting style in many ways for the ruse. He once faced 10 Iwa Chunin and Jonin with 3 kunai and barely any chakra. He still hasn't spent their bounties completely. Dragon knew not what backing down meant, not when it came to the village's safety. Kakashi is inept in teaching and life at the moment. His teammate will no doubt be the Uchiha, who we both know is a flight risk. Having our Jinchuriki make bonds with a potential traitor is foolish. Sarutobi faltered. Good. Just a little more. Also, being in ANBU who only answer to the Hokage would protect him should anything ever happen to you. And let's be honest, keeping Naruto away from public eye for several years could finally let their hatred die down. When he leaves, he will be given whatever rank he deserves. What Dragon didn't say was that a few years would hopefully be at least 10, he viewed this as a sort of long-term investment. Why train 3 ANBU that would leave within a couple of years due to stress or wanting something else in their career when you can mold one amazing ANBU and have them for over a decade? It worked with Tenzo, who was still in the forces without showing a sign of burnout. Of course, Dragon wouldn't tell his leader that, nor would he mention that he planned for the kid to become captain level within 2 years. Sarutobi didn't take too kindly to rushing a ninja's training, but Naruto's ability with shadow clones just begged to be abused. Very well. I will consent to this for a time. What squad do you suggest? Sarutobi sighed. He sensed it was for the best, for all parties involved, especially the boy he failed and maybe the squad he was assigned would turn Naruto into a fantastic shinobi. I think Ro would be best. Tenzo can train him into the ground, help him with the fox, and give him some manners. That, or kill him for his boisterous personality. Maybe this isn't a good idea? Nah, your genius knows no bounds, Dragon. Almost another hour passed of the 2 men smoothing out details such as living arrangements and strategies to improve Naruto's diet. Dragon was in the middle of suggesting in a joking way, of course, for the most part shock therapy to loosen the addiction when the door opens and his new subordinate walks in with the scroll, the bright orange lighting up the night. Not even Dragon was sure how he was so slippery in that outfit, but imagining his skill in proper clothes sent shivers down his spine. He put his game face on, not that anyone could see. Time to tell the kid the good news. Who didn't want to be ANBU? 30 minutes later? And after Iruka-sensei gave me his headband, I dropped Mizuki off at the ANBU guard station and took Iruka-sensei to the hospital and came here. Naruto said, ignoring the commander with practiced ease, used to Gigi having a sentry even during private talks. He felt sickened with himself. His own stupidity led to his teacher staying in the hospital overnight. The looks of disgust from the nurses when he handed over his favorite man seemed justified. For once, he had to get stronger, to make sure it didn't happen again. The Hokage seat seemed hollow at this point. If he couldn't protect one person, how could he be the shield of the whole village? Well, I'm glad you took the news of your tenant quite well. Seeing Naruto's major look of betrayal, the Hokage winced but continued, and I want to talk about your graduation. I didn't pass. Naruto was panicking inside. The only reason he didn't pass years ago was the stupid clone jutsu. He knew the jutsu now, or at least a variation, so what was the problem? How was he supposed to protect his precious people, however few they were, if he had to repeat another year at the academy? Oh, you pass, Naruto. Don't worry about that. It's just... Sarutobi faltered in his resolve, considering changing his mind. He really didn't feel right about this. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the Hokage wasn't sure yet. His most trusted ninja had no fears and instead seemed giddy. Like a child with a new toy. I hope Naruto survives his fascination. I wonder how Naruto will deal with Dragon's seemingly personal aversion to him eating ramen constantly. Originally you would have been assigned to a team with Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Kakashi Hatake. However, putting you under a regular genin squad would be a mistake, both because of your abilities and the security risk of having two high-target genin on the same team. As a result, you won't be in the normal forces, at least for a while. You're under my command, kid. Welcome to ANBU. The truth was stretched a bit, but Naruto bought it, if a bit flabbergasted. He recognized the ANBU as Dragon, the top ANBU. Gulping a bit, he nodded weakly. Why am I a high target? He asked. Sasuke was an Uchiha, and the last one at that. Of course he'd be important. But Naruto? No one wanted him here. Why would it be different anywhere else? You're a Jinchuriki, a person who holds a tailed beast. That makes you an asset to Konoha here. Dragon brushed off his leader's ki. The kid need the truth, not lies like the Hokage thought was best for them. It's a sad fact, but the truth. In times of war, enemy villages will try to take you out first, and missions you are sent on could be sabotaged to either kidnap or kill you. To fix this, having you in ANBU lets you be invisible while you train to become strong enough for these threats. His voice was blunt, but Naruto found he rather liked that. His Gigi lied to him his entire life. Every time he asked about why he was hated or spit on, the Hokage would let slip sweet lies to placate him. This guy, though speaking things he'd rather not hear, being viewed as a trump card and primary target wasn't pleasant, was honest. Naruto found it amusing that other villagers desired him more than anyone here save a few, but chopped it up to wanting the fox, not him. What Commander Dragon should have said, Naruto, is that the shadows are safer for a few years. It is my fault for not ensuring you received proper training from your first day at the academy like the other Jinchuriki do. In ANBU I am able to fix my mistake. If you wish to leave the forces after you become Jonin level, then at that time you can. Sarutobi smiled at his surrogate grandson. That smile fell when Naruto bowed a bit stiffly. Understood, Hokage-sama. I am ready for my first post. Naruto wasn't sure how he felt at the Hokage, but he knew the leader screwed him over. From the sounds of things, he should have been trained or at least told of his burden, not kept in the dark. Normally he would just brush the incident under the rug, but this time his mouth wouldn't let the easy forgiveness come out. Sarutobi knew he screwed up. Losing Naruto's affectionate nickname coupled with the barely held contempt means he lost his respect and trust. Besides being a personal issue, the Jinchuriki had to stay loyal to the reigning Hokage to keep political power in check. He had to gain his trust back. I'll make it up to you, Naruto. I promise. Dragon seemed pleased by Naruto's acceptance. If the kid refused or threw a fit, he would have been hard-pressed to have the Hokage's backing. From his files, Naruto wouldn't have done so, but the possibility was always there. Come with me, Naruto. The men are ready for the bonfire. He rubbed his hands together. Something they've wanted to do for years was finally coming to pass. Every ANBU assigned to Orange duty had fantasies about what was about to happen. Naruto blinked at the comment and dark chuckles from around him. Be bonfire. He squeaked. They couldn't mean that, could they? Of your jumpsuits. Don't worry, you'll be issued enough uniforms and off-duty clothes at HQ. Nuu was heard all through the village as Naruto's cries of anguish echoed. Anbu HQ. Naruto gulped as he followed Dragon through the dark hallways that smelled faintly of blood. At the quartermaster, Naruto had signed his life away in blood, promising at least 7 years unless debilitating injuries or specific recommendations from the Hokage. He looked at the uniform given to him, a size extra small ANBU gear set in his arms, the mask looking up at him. It was supposed to be a mouse, its red whisker marks and black nose markings staring up at him, but the features were too vague in his opinion. Naruto's nerves were on high alert still. He was even too nervous to care much about the obvious jab to his height and immaturity. Soon they reached the locker rooms. Locker 123 is yours, mouse. You can change and bring your kindling or old clothes out to the communal area, 2 doors on the right. Tonight you can sleep in the dorm, and tomorrow before team practice your captain will find you an apartment in the ANBU complex. ANBU complex? Naruto quirked an eyebrow. He never could find where the ANBU lived, or else he would have pranked them. Then again, maybe that's why I didn't know. Yes, the complex. It's a series of apartment buildings that only ANBU and approved jonin can live in. Nobody will question you staying there or vandalize your lodgings. Oh, and I have no say in what you do in your free time, but I feel the need to remind you that pranking high-level ninjas when you live next door could be considered a hazard to your health. Dragon replied smoothly. Somehow Naruto could tell the man enjoyed messing with his head. Alright. I'll keep that in mind, Dragon-sama. He said with the right suffix. On the way to HQ, Naruto attempted a nickname and found out what flying 30 feet felt like. Then Naruto processed what he heard. There goes his epic plans for off-duty mischief. Glad to hear you agree. Now, put on your uniform. Masks are to be worn on duty at all times outside the base, but you can leave it on your belt in HQ. What about you? Naruto asked. They were in HQ, but Dragon still wore his thick cloak and mask. I'm the commander, Mouse. I'm never off duty, and my identity is an S-class secret even from my subordinates. With that, his new leader walked stiffly out, signaling the end of discussion. 10 minutes later, Naruto walked into the common room, mask clipped to his belt, idly rubbing his ANBU tattoo. Inside, 40 on and off-duty ANBU were gathered around his piles of clothes. Snacks were passed around and cameras were out at the ready. Everything looked oddly normal, considering these were the elite. And I'm one of them, even if I don't deserve to be. Yet. But soon, I'll prove I can be useful. A man with a faceplate headband and fish eyes spotted him from a circle of chattering agents. He beckons Naruto over. Welcome, Naruto, mask name Mouse. I am your captain, Tenzo. On missions you will call me Tiger. These are your teammates, Yugao mask name Cat and Hikaru mask name Wolf. The now identified Tenzo was formal and seemed to demand respect. Naruto, still not feeling back to normal after his revelation that he wasn't a kick-ass ninja yet, responded in a very un-Naruto-like way. Thank you, Captain. I am sorry if my lack of skills causes you trouble. Naruto attempted his best respectful voice, knowing the childishness wouldn't be appreciated. The others with Tenzo were slightly shocked by the quiet and polite reply. The Naruto they all knew from childhood pranks would have shouted something along the lines of how awesome he was and dreamed to be Hokage, not apologize for his obvious weakness. Hikaru, known as one of the avid supporters of Naruto's epic escapades and personality, decides his new teammate needed to lighten up or become a mini Kakashi. He flips his long brown hair, giving his new Kohai a light Hyuga smirk. Oi. Chibi, what's a squirt like you doing on Team Row? Honestly, Hikaru was looking forward to having the blonde as his squad mate. He himself was an avid joke enthusiast, not on the clock, of course. He felt that Naruto just needed a nudge. After all that happened, Mizuki had already had many visitors after news spread of his attempts to kill Naruto. Naruto grew a tick mark. Who you calling a chibi? And I'll have you know I'll be kicking your ass one of these days. And just like that the dam broke and the old Naruto shined through, if only a bit more subdued and weary from the betrayal. It was as if a slight weight lifted off his shoulders as he defended his height and abilities. Humph, I'll believe it when I see it. Now throw your jumpsuit in the fire and let's start the party. Hikaru drags Naruto over to a contained fire pit. Naruto pales at the prospect of getting rid of his sweets. It's not that he loved the color orange above all others, he preferred red in all honesty, or that he liked jumpsuits. They were hard to maneuver in, but they served a purpose. If he could out-stealth the elite and paint the Hokage mountain in that, he could do it in anything, and it became a part of him, a way to not be ignored by villagers. But, Naruto had a feeling the ANBU in the room would force him to burn them if he refused, and he had no delusions of beating dozens of elites. After a quick moment of contemplation, Naruto steeled himself and tossed the suit into the flames, determination in his eyes. That was my childhood. Now, I'm a new me, an ANBU recruit. I'll become strong enough to keep tonight from repeating or ending in a body bag for someone. Cheers echoed through the room and a hand pounded on his back. A lizard ANBU gave him a noogie, and Hikaru tried to stuff a rice ball down his throat. Before the night waned and he passed out into a creaky dorm bed, ANBU had already become a better home than Naruto's old one. Next day, Naruto stared at his new quarters, his 3 boxes of stuff already stacked neatly in the corner. With break-ins common due to the location of Naruto's apartment in the red light district, it never seemed wise to keep too much stuff around. He dropped the duffel bag carrying the 3 extra uniform sets and 6 off-duty outfits ANBU pants, long black or green-sleeved shirts on the new brown couch. Looking around, he couldn't see why this apartment was half the cost of the others. It was small. It was plain. It was perfect. Naruto had a wide grin, giddy despite himself. Yada. This is amazing. Look at this couch, so firm. And this window, no drafts. The kitchen, working appliances. And the bedroom, so comfy. He ran from spot to spot like a chicken who lost its head. Captain Tenzo shook his head at his newest recruit's enthusiasm, but brushed it off as Naruto never having stuff half this nice. Yugao chuckled. And Hikaru? Well, he joined in. This carpet is so soft. And the chairs are comfy. He bounded around just as much as Naruto did. Yugao face-palmed at the 2 youngest members' antics. Hikaru. Naruto's apartment is exactly like yours. There is no reason for you to act like a caffeine-high toddler. She honestly didn't understand how Hikaru made ANBU despite his abilities at both taijutsu and ninjutsu. He was too carefree. Naruto was an exception. He was young, and both Yugao and Tenzo had plans to beat him into a respectable member of Team Ro. They had a reputation to take back. They used to be the top squad until Itachi defected and Kakashi left, damaging their image. Of course, as she observed Hikaru taunting Naruto from the ceiling and basking in the blonde's odd expression, Yugao had to wonder if it was already too late for a complete makeover. Hey, Yugao-senpai. Naruto's voice cut through her musings. Who are my neighbors? He knew Yugao lived across from him, Hikaru lived to her left, and Captain Tenzo had a larger apartment to her right. The new ninja never had neighbors before, and the thought excited him to no end. Until he saw his entire squad wince. Hee. See, there's a reason this apartment is so cheap. Tenzo started. Kakashi's fine, he's on your right and stays quiet as a mouse. But to your right? Yugao trailed off as she hugged herself. Is a monster so horrible it made a single word become outlawed? Hikaru's voice called from the ceiling. They shuddered together, and Naruto scoffed. He couldn't be that bad. I'll bet you guys are just trying to scare me. YOSH. I hear I have a youthful new neighbor to bask in the springtime of youth with. A boisterous voice appears in Naruto's doorway, accompanied by the most horrible sight imaginable, a green spandex alien. The alien gave a thumbs up and made his teeth sparkle. I am the extremely youthful Mato guy, Konoha's youthful green beast. Welcome, youthful friend. It is most youthful to be an ANBU so young. Naruto paled as the creature grabbed his hand in a handshake that swung him around the room. It was then Naruto noticed none of his new comrades were in sight. Traitors, do the bonds we built mean nothing? In their respective apartments, his teammates each sent a silent prayer of apologies to their youngest new friend. You Uzumaki Naruto, nice to meet you. He managed out between poundings into the floor. Guy would have continued, but an aloof drawl stopped him. Guy. Don't kill our neighbor before I meet him. The voice was accompanied by a cyclops reading the same orange book Naruto saw Hokage Gigi read. The man's eye widened and narrowed when he spotted Naruto in his ANBU gear. Great, another hater. He thought glumly. Naruto wasn't aware, but Kakashi was narrowing his eye at the fact his secret little brother figure and supposed future student was in a high-security ranking apartment wearing the Black Ops gear, his tattoo still fresh. Whoever put him into ANBU at his age is going to count how many jutsu I know as I test them on their dying bodies. Kakashi Hatake was many things, a failure as a teammate and big brother being the 2 most important ones, in his opinion, but he wouldn't stand for a newly promoted genin that barely passed to die in the Corps. Before he went to his obviously senile Hokage, he needed some information. My name is Kakashi Hatake. Who are you? You're awfully young to be an ANBU. You're what, 11? He bantered, fishing for any scrap of insight. Uzumaki Naruto, and yes, I know I'm too young and inexperienced for this, but the Hokage and Commander put me in it for a reason, okay? And I'm 12. I'm not that small. Naruto snapped a bit at the man, not liking him one bit. Kakashi ignored the tone, sights already set on a certain Kage. His old team arrives then, no doubt hiding from the horrors that were his best friend. And looking at how Naruto was in a bone-crushing hug listening about youth, he couldn't blame them. Kakashi drags his old kohai into the hall. Tenzo, he says coolly. Why is my future student in ANBU? The anger was evident and promising pain for lies. Tenzo met his gaze evenly. Senpai. You will have to take that up with the Hokage. As far as I know, Naruto was put onto my squad for his potential as both a ninjutsu specialist and tracking/traps master with his shadow clones. And no offense, but you've never shown interest in him before. Just because you feel you owe a debt to his father doesn't mean you can cast him aside until it suits you. If you'll excuse me, I have a limited time to turn a genin into an ANBU. He left a stunned Kakashi and ducked his head into the doorway in time to see Guy offer to take Naruto on early morning training. Training? Yes. Naruto said excitably. Training was always welcome. Course, he'd never seen Guy's methods before. YOSH. Then I will wake you at 4 tomorrow, my most youthful neighbor. Akam, time to go. Naruto, make 2 clones and have them study the rule and code of conduct books I left in your bag. We have training until 9 tonight. Naruto nodded as he slid his mask on, becoming mouse to the outside world. The people in his complex may come to know his identity over time, but the more obscure he was to the common ninja and villager the better. Yes, Captain. He didn't even try to say Captain Fish Eyes, Dragon was bad enough. What could his captain do? Yugao held onto Naruto's shoulder and shunshined them to Team Ro's training grounds. Training grounds, 2 hours later. Naruto was working on katas in slow motion with Tenzo while 10 clones worked on tree climbing under Yugao's gaze, and Hikaru taught another 10 clones the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. As he focused on the forms Tenzo brought to light his situation. We have 4 weeks of uninterrupted training. Every day from 6 am after Guy till 9 at night I will work you to the bone. In this first week we will work on solidifying your basics and hopefully have you master both the Shuriken Shadow Clone and the tree climbing. Like all ANBU in this time, the Kawarimi will become seal-less and instantaneous, as it is the jutsu that has saved more ninjas than any other jutsu or tool. After that, water walking, shunshin, kenjutsu, and an elemental attack will be introduced. You will also have memorized the ANBU signs and rule book in this time, as well as the map of the Land of Fire. I can already do Kawarimi without seals. Naruto looked away in embarrassment as Tenzo gaped at him. Show me, he ordered. Naruto wouldn't lie, but Tenzo had trouble believing that the boy could learn to use the jutsu to that level without help, no matter how wrong his records were. Naruto instantly replaced himself with his backpack about 100 feet away. I had nothing better to do last summer and read in a book about how getting Kawarimi to be seal-less was a chakra control exercise. I thought it would help my clones. Naruto didn't mention he took 7 months of practicing every day to do so. Well, good work. Then we will replace that time with hand speed practice in general and battle experience with the Kawarimi. What happens after that? A month of training won't make me ready for missions. Naruto scowled as Tenzo wrapped his arm with a twig to correct his elbow height for a grapple move. After that our team will take guard and patrol missions of non-essential areas for another 2 months to solidify teamwork. During this grace period your speed, dodging, taijutsu and kenjutsu skills will continue to be worked into something passable, and the core's trap specialist will begin improving your repertoire in the art. I left space throughout these 3 months for 2 hours in the evening for you to learn another skill of either Fuinjutsu, more ninjutsu, or additional weaponry. Which do you prefer? Naruto thought for a moment. More ninjutsu sounded fun, but to be honest, Tenzo explained his control needed a lot of improvement before more jutsu than the ones planned could be learned, so that was out. Weaponry was necessary, but he already had 3 hours dedicated to it 6 days a week. Any more throwing or sword practice shouldn't be needed. That left Fuinjutsu, sealing. I choose Fuinjutsu, Captain, Naruto said finally in a small voice, remembering the rule of while on duty or training, quiet and serious. Tenzo nodded in approval at both his answer and the volume. Good choice, Mouse. I don't know more than the basics, but I have a feeling even without help you'll find the art to be easy, he said knowingly. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly and prepped to grill his captain on the subject when Tenzo cut off his intake of air. 10-minute break. I believe it's time we actually introduce ourselves besides names. The 4 ninja sat in a circle while clones continue their work, masks off in the grass. I know we haven't really had the chance yet, but let's do proper introductions. Say your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams. I will start. My name is Tenzo. I like Konoha, tea ceremonies, nature, and reading architecture books. I don't like traitors, those who harm nature, and loud people here. Naruto winced. He was much quieter already, but he didn't want to make his captain mad. I am busy as captain of Team Ro, but a hobby would be gardening. My dream is make Konoha strong and help you all become stronger. Yugao went next. Yugao Yuzuki, I like my boyfriend Heiate, Konoha, Dango, and swords. I dislike those who look down on kenjutsu and those who abandon comrades. My hobbies are sparring and visiting the hot springs. My dream is to become the world's greatest kenjutsu user. Yo! I am Hikaru Hyuga, the best Hyuga in town. I like my clan, Konoha, and messing around. I dislike seriousness, my clan's caged bird seal, and those who hate pranks. My hobbies are messing with people and origami. My dream is to become ANBU commander and raise a family. Hikaru's speech was joking and fun, bringing a smile to Naruto's face. Your go, Chibi. And the smile was gone. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen, Hokage-sama even if I don't trust him at the moment was Naruto's unspoken addition, and my new teammates. I dislike traitors, people who mock me, and the 3 minutes it takes for the ramen to cook. My dream, well it was to be Hokage but now I don't know. Probably to become strong enough to protect my precious people. Naruto finished, not noticing the small smiles his teammates shared. That alone made him more qualified for the position than half of the ninja. Good job. We have 3 months to make Naruto ready for B and A class missions, let's get to work. Yugao looked determined at Tenzo's words while Hikaru and Naruto jumped for joy. Oi! Act your age, Hikaru. And Naruto you're on duty. Yugao scolded. Naruto quieted and stood ramrod straight but Hikaru looked hurt. Ah, but Yugao-senpai, I'm only 15. Let me have fun with the chibi. He pouted. Naruto felt the need to hit his senpai but held back if only because he stood no chance of landing said hit last night proved that unfortunate truth. Hokage's office? You let Naruto into ANBU? Are you insane, Hokage-sama? Kakashi kept his voice mostly calm but the absence of his book suggested otherwise. Sarutobi sighed in annoyance at the man's repeating questions. We've been over this before, Kakashi. Naruto is now one of my personal ANBU, not your future student. But, I was supposed. If you want to play the teach him card you should have approached him in the academy like I suggested after he failed the first time. Trying to convince me now won't work. Kakashi's head drooped in shame. It's true he should have done more for the blonde besides the occasional guard rotation or donated groceries. However, his head whipped up in hope. If you were to offer a young ANBU some tracking or ninjutsu lessons on his days off Sunday, I believe then I wouldn't have any problems with it. Kakashi beamed at the chance. He'd make this right. Understood, Hokage-sama. In a puff of smoke he left. I sounded so confident while defending my decision to him, but I have my doubts. I don't. He's already become more emotionally stable under Tenzo and Guy will be working on his endurance every morning as a favor to me. Naruto is fitting in quite nicely. A voice spoke from nowhere but Sarutobi knew who it was no matter how well they distorted their voice or masked their chakra. Dragon, he breathed. Report on the initiation last night. Dragon chuckled. The bonfire went well too well really. Hikaru started a ritualistic dancing. Honestly, if not for his eyes I wouldn't know he was from a major clan that prided themselves on their image. Sarutobi snorted. The same could be said for you, especially before, perhaps, after a pregnant cause. Sarutobi speaks again. Is it wise to separate Naruto from the village for 3 months? I believe so. It gives Naruto time to heal after finding out about his burden and the chance for him to fade from their minds. True, but not telling Irika and his classmates? Dragon shrugged at the concern. Most ANBU don't spread their identities around anyways even if it's not forbidden among allies. Keeping Naruto busy will also keep him from pranking HQ or the village, especially as he can spam hundreds of himself. Both shuddered at the thought. Point taken, my friend. 4 a.m. next day. Naruto was awoken by being thrown into the ceiling. YOSH. Good morning my youthful neighbor. Let us work our flames of youth and become more youthful. Naruto groaned, and reached for his uniform. Give me 5 minutes to get dressed? He mumbled. Guy gave a thumbs up in the darkened room and the flash from his teeth blinded a bleary-eyed Naruto. He worked on pulling the pants on and was moving to the shirt. Guy's patience ran short at this point and helped Naruto change into a green jumpsuit. At 9 am an irate, bloody, and ridiculous-looking Naruto trudged to Ro's training ground. His 3 teammates bit their lips to stop their laughter and dropped it, but not before Hikaru snapped a picture. You look rather youthful this morning, Tenzo said with a straight face. From that day on Naruto set his alarm 10 minutes before 4 and was fully dressed before Guy arrived. 6 days later, Sunday at noon, Naruto was dragging himself up the steps after a grueling 8-hour workout with Guy and his mini-me. Normal shinobi would be sore for weeks but with Naruto a hot shower and relaxing afternoon eating ramen would cure every ache. However, waiting outside his door was his least favorite neighbor, Kakashi. The man had explained his odd behavior during their first meeting. Apparently he was supposed to be his Jonin sensei but Naruto still didn't particularly like the man who just seemed to ignore you with his book yet still follow your every move. However, his captain and Yugao-senpai always stressed manners, so Naruto put on the most polite and fake smile he knew. Hello, Kakashi. If you're looking for Captain Tenzo he is on a mission today. Sundays were his free days, the rest of the squad had patrol. Kakashi, I smiled behind his book. I was actually looking for you, Naruto. I don't get my team for another week and even then it will be months before we do many missions. The Hokage told me Sundays were your days off, no? Naruto nodded and somehow the eye smile grew larger. Excellent. How would you like tracking lessons every Sunday from noon until 7? Naruto grinned slightly at that. He wasn't one to pass up more training. Maybe Kakashi wasn't that bad. Iruka, day of team placements. A fuming Iruka told the brats their team placements, and, same as canon, Sai replaces Naruto, and walked out. His favorite student was nowhere to be found. The ANBU commander just informed him that Naruto had an unusual placement and a homeschooled boy would fill the void on Team 7. Even the Hokage refused to tell him anything, claiming Naruto would contact him if he wished and that his new assignment and living quarters were classified for Jonin and above. And that translated to Iruka, a mere chunin, standing no chance to find out about his knuckle-headed student. Oh Naruto. What have you gotten into now? Collapsing at his desk at home, Iruka ran his fingers over his scar, grunting at the mysterious file box spotted on the bare wood. Being a chunin teacher, it wasn't uncommon for him to find such a scene if the Hokage wanted a certain lesson taught in the academy without the council interfering, or if Naruto hadn't been eating enough, a box or envelope would just magically appear. Sighing, he pushed the medium file folder box's lid away, immediately perking up at the sticky note saying Real Naruto Uzumaki files classified. As Iruka read each report, test, and past graduation attempt, his blood got hotter and hotter. By the end, Iruka had tears from the realization he had screwed up. Thinking back, Iruka realized he was to blame. He never called on Naruto in his class, believing the other teachers who said he would just cause trouble, and treated him like he was just a troublemaker, when in actuality Naruto's pranks were ingenious, horrible for the victim, but ingenious. Instead of realizing Naruto wasn't stupid and his pranks were more than just childish escapades but elaborately planned missions, Iruka had brushed off Naruto and believed treating him to ramen once a week made up for it. He didn't deserve a second chance, but a note on the last page gave him hope. One day he will visit you. Then, Iruka would apologize, and make it up to him. Until then, Iruka had several teachers to visit. Time skip 1 month, first patrol? This is it? Naruto asked, a bit miffed. He heard how his appointment to ANBU would let him bypass the dreaded D ranks that Kakashi complained having to lead his students on. But this C-rank patrol and guard mission of the hospital seemed to be the ANBU version of D's, no action really, moving through the rafters while suppressing his chakra. He barely had that down now, and remaining unseen for 12-hour shifts in uncomfortable positions. The 3 explosive notes he finished this morning for his first mission were itching to be used, but using explosives in the hospital were frowned upon. His patrol partner, Ryuga, bopped him on the head. Yes, this is it. What, did you think ANBU was all assassinations and sabotage? Naruto nodded seriously, thinking that yes, that is what he signed up for. Well, it's not. Every squad has both village duties and border patrol to go along with the higher level missions. Now be quiet and go guard the front lobby. And remember the radio and shadow clones for emergencies? Naruto sighed and left for his mission. The posts for the ANBU split each floor into 2 sections. Team Row was assigned the bottom 2 floors while another managed the top 3. From his perch, Naruto had a front row seat to all the hospital drama. It was horribly boring, but a difficult man at the desk looked promising. Sir, please calm down. I will not calm down. Not until you take me to my son. A simple C-rank to River, they say? Simple my ass, he's been in heart surgery for 6 hours. A burly civilian waved his fist in a threatening manner, and the nurse gave the signal for his intervention. Code Anger, Naruto whispered into the headset. Code Anger translated into a civilian on the verge of physical violence. Appearing between the mezzanine and the red-faced father, Naruto said the rehearsed lines Captain Tenzo drilled into his head the past 2 days. Sir, my apologies for any trouble, but the healers are doing their best. Please be patient and sit down. Naruto pointed a finger to the nearest seat, feeling very much like a crossing guard rather than a shinobi. A fist comes at him and only the reflexes his training ground into him allowed Naruto's hand to grab the meaty glob, pumping chakra to match the strength of the man 3 times his size. Calm down? Hell no, you ninja always order us civilians around and I'm sick of it. He shouldn't even be a ninja. Take me to my son, now. Ryuga shunshin behind him, knocking him out with a tranquilizer. Naruto inclined his head gratefully and 2 orderlies dragged the unconscious father away. Relieved, Naruto turned, nodded to the grateful but perplexed nurse, probably not used to a 5'2" ANBU, and disappeared to his post again. Good work, Mouse, Yugao's voice praised from the headset. Naruto smiled slightly. Maybe guard posts weren't so bad. Chapter 2. Naruto, in his off-duty gear, dived under a branch in pursuit of the package. Kakashi was having him practice the capture and retrieval aspect of ANBU, and his tiny summons packen was deceivingly elusive for his size. Naruto refused to give up, however. Ramen was on the line. Ever since Naruto joined ANBU, he had a sneaking suspicion everyone hated ramen, or at least him going to get ramen. Monday through Saturday lunch and dinner were packed affairs to save time, while Sundays were too exhausting for him to want to trudge across town in the opposite direction of the apartment for ramen. The couple of times Hikaru treated him, they always stopped at the Bent Kanai, a bar and grill for active/former ANBU. Deliveries were impractical as well for his favorite food. Naruto was stuck to instant ramen, and a thief was going around the complex that only stole the instant cups. It was an outrage, as the bastard was able to bypass every trap he set up, even the barrier seals. But Kakashi had given Pakken a scroll to carry today. If Naruto caught him, he would be treated to unlimited ramen at Ichiraku's. Nothing would hinder his quest. Almost there. The pug diverted himself from a mud pit trap and blindly charged past another set of explosive tags. Closer. Pakken rounded a corner, where 5 clones waited. He dodged 3, but 2 more were waiting with a net and glue. "I hate you," he growled in a rough voice as he tried to clean his paws off. Naruto smirked and grabbed the scroll. "I win." A slow clap sounds from behind. Kakashi and Dragon materialized from the trees. "Impressive, only 1 hour to capture, and even I couldn't track Naruto most of the time," Kakashi complimented with an eye smile. Dragon whistled. "To keep up with a Ninkin after only a month. Not too shabby. Not good enough, but almost passable." Naruto beamed at Dragon's roundabout praise. Dragon was harsh at times. By monthly inter-squad training he led still left bruises on Naruto's spleen, but he was fair. If Dragon said it was almost passable, then it was almost good by normal standards. Then again, Naruto was in ANBU, everyone else's standards didn't apply to them. "Thank you, senpai, commander." Naruto bowed. Before he would have loudly proclaimed how of course he was awesome, but that died the day Irika almost did. Well, that Intenzo tazzed him or burned a ramen cup every time he boasted or acted rude. So much precious wasted. "I think you earned the ramen, Naruto, my treat." Kakashi noticed Dragon back away slightly to the side but didn't think much of it. Until he was flapping in the wind as Naruto forcibly dragged him towards the stand. "What are we waiting for? Ramen calls me. Blessed ramen, here I come." Poor Kakashi could only hope to survive the hyperactive blonde's charge as the boy slipped from serious on-duty mode to kid mode. Ramen stand? Kakashi was regaining consciousness in time to see Naruto devour his 17th bowl. "Keep him coming, Tuchi. Kakashi-senpai is paying." Naruto cheered. Tuchi chuckled, glad his favorite blonde was back. His stand needed the money. "Naruto, where have you been for a month? Even your apartment was cleaned out?" I am swatted Naruto with her towel to gain his attention. Seeing the red aura surround his big sister, he gulped. "Well, I passed and am now a part a special assignment for the Hokage." Kakashi interjected. ANBU weren't really supposed to advertise their status. Those that figured it out, fine. Otherwise? Need to know only. He shoots Naruto a meaningful look, at which point the blonde nods. "Yeah, a special assignment. Ninja stuff, can't talk about it." He grinned at her and she relaxed. "Oh ho ho. That must mean you're closer to being Hokage, right Naruto, and where's your headband?" She smiled brightly, as did Tuchi. Naruto frowned slightly, and their smiles turned to confusion. "Heh, see, I don't really want to be Hokage anymore. The paperwork, council's too much work for an awesome ninja like me," he said cheekily, only to yelp when, despite his captain being on a mission, a jolt shoots up his spine for every bragging word he spoke. "Oh, and I'm trying to keep my passing status a secret, so if you could not say anything please?" Father and daughter soften their eyes and nod, understanding. Kakashi was somewhat shocked at Naruto's lifelong ambition changing but realized he shouldn't be. It was common knowledge in the Jonin and ANBU circles that the third and Naruto had a sort of falling out after Naruto learned of his tenant. Since that night the Hokage looked even older than normal and cringed every time he gazed at the pictures of a younger, smiling Naruto wearing his hat. Rumor was the boy had even taken to calling the Hokage by his proper name, scaring many. If Naruto called someone by their proper title and they never had a Nara nickname, then Naruto respected them as a person and authority figure. An example of this would be Irika or Kakashi, neither ever receiving a playful butchering. But, if Naruto gave someone a personalized nickname and said person betrayed him enough to lose said nickname, it was the equivalent to being spit in the face and peed on by Naruto. So much like his mother. "Oh? Then what is your dream, oh awesome ninja?" I am giggled, breaking Kakashi out of his musings. "To be strong enough to protect those precious to me. And maybe get a ninja animal?" he added absent-mindedly. Kakashi perked at this. A ninja animal? What kind? Was his little brother trying to emulate him, to become a dog summoner? If so, Kakashi's private dreams of his own mini-me would be realized. He could rub it into guy that his look-alike lived next door. Yeah, a cat, though ninja cats cost the pay of an S-rank mission, so it will take about a year before I can afford one. Still, cats are so cool. And there goes that dream, for cats were the opposite of Kakashi's hip and cool. Unless, say, Naruto. Try this on. Naruto slurps a noodle and grabs the cloth shoved his way. A mask? Naruto was hesitant. It almost felt like Kakashi wanted a clone, but surely the man wasn't that desperate to one-up guy, was he? Kakashi, I smiled. Just try it on, okay? It makes you look cool? He shrugs and slides it over his face. I.M pulls out a hand mirror and lets him look. He had to admit, he did look cool. I like it, Naruto says after a minute more of admiring himself. Kakashi's smile somehow got larger. Good, good. Phase 1 complete. He muttered, too low for Naruto to hear. Within a year Naruto would have a dog, not some smelly cat. Well, I have to get going. Early training tomorrow and wall patrol. Naruto slid out from the bar and bolted across the rooftops at speeds unheard of for a fresh graduate. Kakashi couldn't be prouder, as his sensei's son already resembled a well-trained shinobi. A cough brings Kakashi back to the ramen bar and he blanches at the bill. F57 bowels? Tucci cackled and had dollar signs at the money he just made. 6 weeks later, Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, groaning at his jonin stupidity. A simple C rank turned into a B or a rank 1 after the group was attacked by the Demon Brothers, missing ninja from Kiri. Normally the procedure was to kill missing ninja and take their bounties, as interrogating every renegade genin and chunin wasted resources. But these two were from the Bloody Mist, an island nation so tight-lipped even Jiraiya had yet to get reliable intel on the smallest of the Great Five in years, and these Demon Brothers had only defected 13 months ago. Get me Team Ro, he spoke to what appeared to be thin air. Time for Naruto to experience his first pickup mission. If only Kakashi hadn't insisted his team would continue the mission, with or without backup. No one could be spared for that long, but Sarutobi couldn't justify forcing them to return without the village looking weak. It had to be the commanding officer's call. And Team 7's leader believed putting it to a vote. What is this, a council meeting? Why can't all my shinobi be like my ANBU? 6 hours later. Team Ro barely touched the branches, they went so fast. Naruto was forced to use his chakra to keep the whiplash from yanking his cloak's hood down. The mission wasn't urgent, but their captain wished to test their speed and agility after not being outside the village for weeks, in Naruto's case, ever. The verdict? Naruto held them up. 5-minute break, eat and drink, Tenzo signed. Rule 12 of ANBU mission parameters stated talking out loud was forbidden unless absolutely necessary. Yes, Captain, they signed back. Sorry for holding you guys back, Naruto bowed his head in shame. For all his speed, it would still take months before he could match his teammates in their ridiculous travel pace. Do not apologize, Mouse. When we get back up agility and speed practice, Tenzo assured him. By New Year you will be quicker than Wolf. Said Wolf scoffed silently at this. He was the second fastest among them without chakra. With chakra, Tenzo added, breaking the budding pride in Naruto and panic in Hikaru. 4 hours later Ro landed around Team 7, who had taken to guarding the prisoners, Meizu and Gozu, who were gagged and glaring. Tenzo stepped forward, him having the only necessary speaking role. Senpai. Team Ro, Confirmation 17 Ro, are here to apprehend the prisoners for questioning back in Konoha? Tenzo was stiff, formal. At the apartments he bantered and relaxed around his old captain. On missions? Tenzo could put the daimyo to shame in etiquette. Thank you, Tiger. I take it this Mouse's first time on a pickup mission? Kakashi drawled even as his eye bore into the smallest ANBU. For his part Naruto didn't sweat or fidget, even as Sasuke and Sakura balked at him and Sai merely gazed without expression. Ah, yes, senpai. You may leave now, we'll take it from here. Kakashi led the genin away. Naruto channeled chakra to his ears, a control exercise Hikaru started him on a few days ago. He could only hold it for 30 seconds while mastered was an hour, to listen in on his old classmates and his replacement. Kakashi-sensei, who was that ANBU? He looked my age, Sasuke questioned, feeling weak. Ah, Sasuke. You will find there are shinobi younger than you 3 but stronger than I am. Age is inconsequential to shinobi. To be a ninja is to negate any obstacle one has, such as being too old or too small to. Kakashi hid his smile as he imagined Naruto bristling at the comment. Naruto cut the chakra off and did in fact bristle for a moment until Tenzo brought him back. Mouse. We will taking them back using the long method instead of sealing scrolls to get you used to it and for sleep deprivation training. Naruto nodded and everyone winced slightly. The long method involved locking their chakra up and binding them after checking for weapons. It would be a grueling 20-hour light jog. Come over here and draw the seals on them. I'll check them before you activate them to prevent an explosion. Naruto worked carefully, ignoring the 2 missing ninjas' fearful and hate-filled eyes. Within half an hour and a lesson on a new knot, Team Ro was off. Naruto stumbled, bleary-eyed and dirty into his room. Not bothering to take his uniform off, he fell into bed. Guy and Kakashi were both on missions and his team was off until tomorrow night. All was good, he could sleep. As he drifted off, Naruto considered what bad karma he had to have been given Tenzo as a captain on the mission. For the entirety of the 21 hours, Naruto was forced to be in the middle to clutch the prisoner's rope and strengthen it with chakra, the easy job. Until Tenzo decided he also had to work on point balancing with one hand while reciting the advanced theory of hand signs, all 12 of them, and the history behind them. Anytime he messed up either task, Naruto had to restart. Needless to say, it was tedious, and by the end his team was prepared to suppress him if he tapped into the Kyuubi chakra for the first time. His frustration was palatable. All that was behind him though now, and Naruto was free of sadistic sensei until tomorrow night for hospital patrol. Week later. And that's all the intel we have. The goal is to bring back Ryuga alive for interrogation. Dragon barked. Naruto and his team were kneeled in the commander's dim office, being given their first A-rank mission since Naruto joined. Tenzo hadn't wanted this. He and the Hokage hoped to keep Naruto close for at least another month, but the village's safety came first, and Naruto's abilities made Ro the best squad to track down the traitor before he reached Rice. Even if none of them were fresh. Ryuga Ryoshi. A slightly above average chunin, 22 years old. Received a field promotion 3 years prior for his contributions in the Barrier Corps, but most of his colleagues couldn't name a single thing about him except he was a diligent worker. As they set out through the North Gate, Naruto couldn't help but notice nothing pointed to traitorous activities. Ryuga was just so average. That's what makes him the perfect spy. Yugao signed. Naruto cocked his head. Being mediocre in every way? Exactly, no ninja is able to remain so completely under the radar. If you ever find someone that has no life, hobby, quirk, or bad days, they're up to something. She explained. Mouse 200 clones, send out in pairs. When they find the trail, tell us. Tenzo ordered, deadly serious, as was Hikaru. Ryuga defected last night around midnight after his superior opened a loyalty investigation on him. It was now 7 am. He was part of the barrier team. The safety of Konoha rested on their shoulders. It only took 30 minutes for the trail to be found. Ryuga's chakra signature had been tagged leaving the barrier in the direction to Rice, and the man wasn't well versed in track evasion, making it child's play for Naruto. Now they were approaching the Valley of the End, the border between the two countries. If he goes over border, permission to pursue? Yugao asks as they gain on him, Naruto clones and Hikaru disabling the few traps set up. Yes, but once we set over the border, if we are captured or killed, we will be lab-led missing ninja to keep Konoha from the backlash. That put a heavy silence on the group. There was only 2 reasons that directive would be made. The first is that the target belongs to said nation, and the other was the nation had a hidden village, meaning conducting missions, and not just passing through, on their land was equivalent to openly declaring war. Somehow, in the recent past, Rice had started their own village, and it was on Konoha's doorstep. Ryuga was close, he just made it past the valley. In his hands were the plans for Konoha's barrier points necessary for Orochimaru-sama's plan during the Chunin exams. The original plan was for Ryuga to send the scroll with Kabuto next week, but the loyalty investigation changed everything. Ryuga was headed towards a better life, one where his true talent would be recognized, not stunted because he wasn't some big shot name. He hated pretending to be weak. In Oto he was a jonin, not a pitiful chunin. They would see, Konoha would realize their mistake soon. Ryuga Ryoshi. Surrender yourself, you're surrounded. Tenzo spoke with confidence, making his voice echo with chakra. Naruto clones hinged into different ANBU members circled in, tantos drawn. The real Team Ro were mixed in. Crap. They sent over 20 ANBU after me. But I'm just a chunin, even if I'm a part of the barrier squad. Heh, I'll bet they'll underestimate me, and then I'll strike. He smirked arrogantly and pulled out a chakra-conductive knife, his pride and joy, preparing for an escape. Unfortunately for Ryuga, ANBU don't underestimate, especially those under Tenzo's care. He taught Naruto and the others from their first practice that ANBU treat babies the same way they treat Kages, with extreme prejudice. Formation C. 10 of the clones jumped close, puffing away with twice the normal amount just before they connected. In the confusion, Yugao and Hikaru go in, Hikaru blocking the tenketsu on Ryuga's arms and legs while Yugao took out the weapon. Finally, Tenzo created wood bindings and Naruto shinshined behind Ryuga, knocking him out with a chop like Dragon taught him during the last practice. Tenzo sealed the traitor into a prisoner scroll and the ANBU began to head back. Good work. Let's go. Dash down, and they hit the deck. A fist the size of a boulder grazed the crown of Naruto's head, cutting a strand. He shivered at the close call. An Akimichi. Hikaru let a stream of curses. Not just any Akimichi, that is Akira, an A-rank missing ninja. She defected 2 years ago, now we know where she went. In front of them was indeed an Akimichi, more muscle than fat though, and a music note headband adorned her forehead. You crossed the border, prepare to die, she taunted. Tenzo cursed inside. They just finished a gate patrol before being given this mission. No one was fresh, and Akira was bordering on elite jonin 2 years ago. What level would she be now, studying in a new village? No, better to talk their way out than fight. Keeping Ryuga from escape was top priority. We have not crossed the border, I assure you. I suggest we go our separate ways instead of needless bloodshed, Tenzo reasoned. Akira just laughed. I say you cross the border and your bounty alone, Woodland Tiger, will pay my food bill for a month. She expanded both arms and the group scattered. Truth was, Akira was not actually looking for a fight. She was at less than half her chakra and recovering from a mission. But orders were orders. She had to get Ryuga, take his intel, and then kill him. Konoha couldn't find out her master's plans. Wolf, now! Tenzo yelled, and Hikaru landed on the right hand. Sending a lightning-enhanced gentle fist. It's stupid for other Hyuga to not use much ninjutsu, so much potential. At the elbow, the arm shrinks to normal size, hanging limp. Hikaru is hit by the left hand, however, and is slammed into a tree. Yugao blocks another punch with her sword and preps the planned counter-attack, only for both to be blown away, screaming with blood pouring from the ears. How do you like my decapitating sound waves, kitty cat? Akira sneers, showing holes in her fingers letting out sound waves. She expands her whole middle, ready to squash the two. Wood style, tree limbs, Tenzo states quietly from behind, and 5 thick wood pillars rise to ensnare Akira. Meanwhile, Naruto and 2 clones pick up the unconscious Yugao and Hikaru, taking them back to Konoha's side, but not before receiving a burst eardrum from a disrupted sound wave. Like this can hold me. Partial expansion jutsu. And 1 finger from the non-blocked hand enlarged, sending Tenzo into a tree with a sickening thud. Tenzo bursts into wood, and the real one rises out of the ground. Sound waves tear his armor apart, giving him deep lacerations in the torso. Take that, you bastard! She ground out. Akira had let loose the last of her chakra, and the wood bindings drained the rest away. She struggled to stay awake but smirked, wanting to go out with a bang. Tenzo sees this and finishes with the plan. Now, mouse! Tenzo shouts as he slumps against a tree. Naruto switches with the destroyed clone. 6 hand signs later and his second elemental jutsu impacts Akira's head. Wind style, Air Force palm, and a compressed vacuum of air fires into the woman's skull from his hand center, blowing her brains out. Mission accomplished, Tenzo whispered, and fell unconscious. Captain! Naruto was frantic. After sealing what was left of Akira Akimichi, he lugged his captain over his shoulder, balance broken from his burst eardrum. It takes almost 5 hours for Naruto and clones to reach the patrol near the gates. Immediately his team was taken to the ANBU hospital and Naruto was rushed into a meeting with the Hokage, commander, and Danzo after a quick healing session. ANBU Agent Mouse, we are here to have an oral report on Ryuga's capture and apparent death, seeing as the scroll containing him was damaged beyond salvage when your captain, Tiger, was injured. The Hokage was grave. On one hand, Ryuga failed in handing over the information to whomever he was trying to, and an A-rank rouge was taken out. On the other hand, they couldn't interrogate him, and both of the dead were damaged beyond a mind scan. A hollow victory, really. Hokage-sama. Team Ro, after a 12-hour shift, was summoned to track down the traitor Ryuga Ryoshi. We set out from the north gate. Naruto took a deep breath as he completed his reported. His stomach churned as his superiors seemed to loom down on him. He followed orders to a T back up. Twice he saw an opportunity to jump in before the signal or to rescue injured parties, and twice he let the opportunity slip past because of orders. Yes, they won. And yes, everyone was expected to survive and be back on rotation in a week. I see you blaming yourself, Mouse. Dragon cut into his thoughts. You were not ready for this mission yet, but you performed it to a high standard. We lost a valuable source of intelligence, but we kept everyone alive. That is most important here. Ryuga didn't escape, marking this as a successful mission. Do not coddle the boy. The mission parameters were clear. To bring Ryuga back and keep him from any outside forces, they did that. Being alive was preferable, but be grateful our secrets weren't leaked. Sarutobi stopped Danzo from tearing Naruto down. The boy was tired, injured, though he was mostly healed by now, and beating himself up over his inability to do more yet. Go rest, Mouse. You will spend the week under my tutelage until your squad is ready. Be at HQ tomorrow at 9. Oh, and the bounty will be split evenly between your squad. Dismissed. Naruto wordlessly disappeared in a shunshin, longing for his bed. You put the weapon in ANBU but still you coddle him. For shame, Hiruzen, Danzo sneered as he hobbled out. That was his first kill, correct? Sarutobi asked with an eye roll after the elder left. Dragon nodded. Tomorrow it will hit him, after he is rested and settled I'll give him the talk. Sarutobi closed his eyes, wishing he could be the one to give it, but knowing Naruto still hadn't completely forgiven him. Very well then. Sunday, 2 months later? You'll have to do better than that. Naruto said as he danced around the field, dodging Sasuke's endless stream of fireballs. It was funny outmaneuvering his former rival, but he also felt bored. Was he really Rookie of the Year? Sheesh, I could take him without my hands now. Naruto had spent a week being Dragon's training dummy disguised as actual teaching. Naruto had walked into the HQ training room sick to his stomach as he realized he killed someone. He looked at his hands in horror at what he did, until the commander cleared his throat. Dragon told him bluntly. You kill, that's what a ninja does. You didn't enjoy it, that is good, that means you're human, but grow up, killing and dying for the village is a part of our job. Now prepare yourself, you're mine this week. And without another word Naruto was sent flying with a punch. Hell Week had commenced. Dragon called it dodge and speed training. Naruto had called it being a dragon's chew toy 101. That was 2 months ago, and since then his team had upped their training to prevent such a simple enemy outclassing them with an unexpected trick. Naruto used his reward money to bribe a medic ANBU in how to patch up wounds better. Tenzo almost died from blood loss, and Naruto apparently should have sutured the cuts and checked for concussion before moving any of them. The medic, another Hyuga, was pleased to see someone taking a further interest in first aid, as only captains had to take courses over it, and if the captain was out, many squads were screwed beyond the absolute basics as competent combat medics numbered less than 10 in the entire village. The others were basically doctors with a little ninja training. Naruto wasn't able to learn medical ninjutsu, but within a few weeks he could stitch, cauterize, and brace to just below battlefield standards in speed and quality. 3 bandit cleanups and a 2-week border assignment had forced Naruto to fully get over the killing is an absolute last resort feeling he had grown up with in the academy. Many shinobi in peacetime could find ways to just capture or evade targets and rarely had to end lives. ANBU wasn't like that. Though the force spent a large amount of time as silent watchers inside the walls, they got their hands dirtier than most. Naruto learned to accept it over time. It helped that Hikaru took it upon himself to force Naruto to find a hobby. A small plant now greeted him after work every day from the living room window. Today, Naruto had gone to the training grounds for his tracking lessons only to find Kakashi-senpai waiting with his genin team, a pale boy he'd never talked to before smiling creepily at him. Sasuke had taken one look at his black outfit and mask and smirked. As he was off duty and planned to go out to eat afterwards, Naruto had left his headband and emergency uniform sealed in a scroll in his pocket. No one but the Hokage and those above Chunin rank had caught on that the demon became a shinobi. While not imperative for him to hide the fact, the promise of a ramen buffet from Tenzo if he managed to keep a low profile until the Chunin exams was plenty of motivation. Dope. Trying to copy a ninja since you couldn't be one. In truth, Sasuke was curious. No one had seen Naruto since the graduation exam. One person swore they spotted him at Ichiraku's once 2 months ago, but nobody was sure. He had become a ghost. The Naruto standing in front of him was like a cat, slender, light on his feet, and deadly quiet. Hello, Kakashi-senpai. Naruto chose to ignore his old schoolmates. He technically outranked them, and if he started insulting them, Tenzo would have his hide for setting a bad example. Even while on missions he finds out. Are they practicing with us? Hello, Naruto. Yes, my cute little genin are starting tracking to prepare for the Chunin exams in 4 months. Naruto nodded in understanding. The commander debriefed us on that last week. So many patrols and guard stations and we get the worst one, Naruto grumbled. Team Row was on second stage duty, meaning they were going to be stuck in Enko's personal playground. Captain Tenzo already had 2 practices a week scheduled in the forest to prepare and set up checkpoints. Kakashi winced slightly in mutual sympathy, not missing those days of monotonous watching of stupid genin play fighting. You'll be fine, he reassured weakly, not believing himself for a second. Many ANBU tried to be put on medical leave or long-term missions when Konoha hosted the exams. But enough of that. Naruto, you are going to be the target for these 3 today. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the genin while Sasuke and Sakura scoffed. Like that baka could be anything special. I bet Sasuke will find him easily. Sakura shrieked loudly. Why should I waste my time with them, senpai? If I'm here to be a target, then I would rather go and nap at home. Naruto turned to leave. If you don't get caught, I'll teach you the second step to your wind manipulation. That stopped the young ANBU. He finally mastered the leaf-cutting exercise, but nobody knew or had time to tell him what the second stage was until after the Chunin exams. And teach you a wind jutsu tonight? That did it? Of course I'd like to help. Welcome to hell, genin, and just try to catch me. Naruto said with a grin before Naruto was replaced with a log without any smoke or seals. Kakashi chuckled at his students, well, two of them, the third was blank, expressions. Naruto is on a special assignment, so to say, which is why he isn't on a team and you haven't seen him. Kakashi answered the unspoken questions. When they paused to contemplate his words, the Jonin decided to motivate them. Well? You have 2 hours, so I'd start tracking him. His specialty is traps and tracking him will be difficult as his ears have become almost as good as an Inuzuka. And his chakra sensing will be ANBU level within the year. Went unsaid. Kakashi couldn't crush his students' hopes before they began. Watching his students dart into the forest, Kakashi hoped his plan to nip his students' egos in the bud would work. Ever since the Wave Mission Team 7 had begun thinking themselves the best in Konoha simply for surviving Zabuza and beating his apprentice. Cockiness and arrogance killed more shinobi than many would care to admit, and Kakashi was determined to not let his students become an engraving on the memorial stone. If they were beaten by Naruto, their pride would be crushed, allowing Kakashi to build them back up properly. As Naruto dodged another of Sasuke's sloppy punches, he sighed. Just because he kept out of reach of them today and ended up capturing them, Sasuke demanded that power like Naruto should just drop on his knees and hand over his hours of training. Impossible. It would have been worse if the blonde had divulged that Kakashi tutored him. Naruto finally grew tired of the game and shunshined himself behind the older boy, knocking him out with a chop, following the same plan of attack he used on Ryuga. Basic but effective. Dragon always said flashy jutsu were fine, but a kunai or fist usually got the job done. Lately Naruto had started to see the logic in that worldview. Sakura and Sai stood a bit speechless. Here was the dead last, taking out the top graduate with little effort. Sai was of course stronger than Sasuke, though he was ordered to only show it in emergencies, but he was still surprised. Kakashi clapped slowly from a tree. That was a very decisive victory, Naruto. Sakura, Sai, take Sasuke home please and let him recover his pride alone. Oh, and you are not allowed to talk about your training here today or about seeing Naruto, am I clear? He bore his eye into them, releasing killing intent. Sakura and Sai give affirmations and carry their unconscious teammate away. After they vanish down the path, Kakashi eye smiles at his least annoying student. Naruto, I believe I owe you a jutsu. 6 hours later. Wind style, drilling air bullets. Naruto whispered on Team Row. One had to learn to barely whisper the attacks unless in a pinch, and his 3 teammates actually had enough control to not use the speech release for focusing chakra on the lower-ranked jutsu, pushing his stomach out with chakra before compressing it, expelling 2 masses of compressed air towards a boulder twice the size of Kakashi. The 2 hit, and the boulder was cracked straight through the middle. That's enough for the day, Kakashi ordered, and Naruto collapsed to one knee. For not completing your elemental manipulation yet, you show surprising ability with the A-rank jutsu. With practice and cutting the waterfall, I'm sure you'll be able to get up to 6 bullets. Kakashi I smiled as Naruto groaned and fell face first into the dirt. Of course, using a stronger call would give you a cushion of control, he added. You know why I can't do that, but thanks, Naruto mumbled. I have tower patrol for the week so I can send clones out to work on the waterfall. He wasn't happy about being given the right corner position for the entire week. It was the only spot that required a constant stream of the chameleon jutsu. Yugao and Tenzo swore it was to make him master it, but Naruto suspected they were just too lazy to do it themselves. Hey, senpai? Naruto asked hesitantly after a moment. Kakashi gave the go-ahead motion. I asked the Hokage about my parents again and he said he didn't know about them, but he had that look in his eye, the one when he's lying to me, so I was wondering if you knew about them? Kakashi winced inside, hating himself for what he was about to do. I can't answer that, Naruto, so stop asking, he said harshly. Naruto flinched at the tone and Kakashi went back to his cheerful tone. Anyway, it will take months to spilt the waterfall, take your time, and I'll see next week. And Naruto was left alone to crawl back to his apartment. Next day, after shift, Naruto rolled his muscles, stretching after a tedious day of standing without being seen and listening to the Hokage do paperwork. A few times Jonin and Genin squads would show for mission assignments or reports, but the sound of stamping was the only break in silence. Then Kakashi's team came in for another C rank, a diplomatic one requiring the Hokage's approval. Kakashi. I thought I told you to stop spending time at the memorial stone for hours, you're 3 hours late. The Hokage growled slightly. Naruto latched onto the words memorial stone. I've heard of that, maybe my parents are on there? Why didn't I think of that before? Naruto, longing for any scrap of his past, determined himself to unravel the mystery of where he came from. After that, Naruto had counted the seconds until his freedom. He set a new record for changing into his street clothes and darted out of the dim base. At the stone, Naruto ran his fingers along each name. Kido Ushio, Sakura Yuzumo, Kushina Uzumaki, bingo. Writing the name down inside the cover of the history book Tenzo had assigned, Naruto took off back to HQ. Kushina was the only Uzumaki, making her most likely his mother. If the third never told him, that meant it was another secret, a secret kept in the basement of the records vault. At Dragon's office? Excuse me, Dragon-sama. Naruto stood ramrod straight, showing the most respect he could. He had to get on Dragon's good side. Ah, mouse. What does my favorite punching bag need? He sounded amused. Naruto resisted the urge to twitch, missing his mask already. I request to be assigned the records room rotation this week, Naruto said bluntly. Dragon hummed. Really? Now why would a young agent like you request the most monotonous post? Naruto had his excuse ready. This week Captain and Yugao-senpai are leaving on Wednesday for a special mission while Hikaru-senpai is putting in for a vacation until they return Sunday. I wish to earn extra money for a better sword and extra Fuinjutsu lessons from Jiraiya-sama when he returns for the Chunin exams. I am told the records rotation pays more than others. Everything Naruto said was true. He did need extra money. Records paid equal to a C rank and a half each shift to bribe Jiraiya-sama into teaching him for a couple hours on seals. Naruto was on level 2, and level 3 was proving to be too much without a tutor to clear some things up, and his squad did leave him for the week. Naruto originally would have taken the several days off as a reason to stay in a secluded training ground, camping supplies in hand, and work non-stop on wind manipulation and his new jutsu. Now he'd send 10 clones to make progress on the waterfall while he snooped for his birth certificate and probable mother's file. Very well, report tomorrow to Lizard for your post. You'll be in the lowest basement for the next week. Dragon shooed him away. When his subordinate was out of earshot, Dragon allowed a chuckle. It's about time you started searching. You're ready to know, even if our Hokage can't see it yet. Though his manipulation skills need work. Oh well, I guess another private session is in order. Apartment. Naruto was too giddy to sleep. He would have a week to send clones into the complex. His parents were at his fingertips. It was this elation that caused Naruto to be on the floor, kunai pressed to his neck. Mousy-chan, you make this too easy, a sultry voice whispered in his ear. A shiver ran down his spine at that. Only one person was like this. Anko-senpai. You made your point, please get off of me. Naruto tried to stay calm. He found that when dealing with Anko, going off the deep end just turned her on. Ah, but this snake likes mice for snacks. Why can't you play with me? She pouted and got off him. Naruto breathed out, letting his heart beat slow. I take it Kurenai left you for Asuma tonight again? Naruto asked. Since she moved into an apartment down the hall a month ago, she always bothered him, Kakashi, or Yugao when Kurenai wouldn't let her in her own apartment upstairs. Anko pouted. Yeah, and no one to mess with at T&I. She looked hopefully at Naruto. No. Absolutely not. I won't pay for your dango. Or let you stay here tonight on my couch, even if you do swear it's more comfortable than yours. He made the X sign with his arms to emphasize his objection. What if I taught you how to make and use a sleeping poison this week so you won't have to buy them for missions? Damn it. He had been trying to decipher that recipe from the Common Poisons and Sleeping Toxins for Dummies book for weeks, but there was a reason poison makers were very rare, as he couldn't figure out the right mixture balance and kept killing the rats he bought for practice, and, really, the fact that in Naruto most shinobi couldn't do a bit of everything made them little more than magical soldiers. Instead, they should all understand the basics of most areas, if only to save money on supplies. Money didn't grow on trees, and his squad's allotted supply funds never seemed to cover the want items like basic poisons that made transporting civilians or the injured easier, as carrying them while awake was dangerous if attacked, and stasis scrolls were dangerous for non-shinobi as it linked to one's chakra, and civilians didn't have a developed network. Team Ro was lucky to not need to sedate anyone yet, because a pack of 3 needles cost more than a full C rank mission. Fine. I'll pay for 10 plates of dango and you can sleep on my couch tonight. But I'll expect I'll be able to make that sleeping poison this week. He relented. When I'm through with you, you'll be completely immune to it and be able to whip it up and store in 2 minutes. Dango, here I come. And she charged towards her favorite dango shop, Naruto over her shoulder. Chapter 3. Agent Mouse, reporting for patrol duty of the Records Tower. Naruto greeted his temporary commanding officer, Lizard, looking straight ahead into the dimly lit office. Lizard glanced at him and the papers Naruto handed him. So you're the brat Dragon promised me for the week. What did you do to get dumped down here? Lizard drawled. It was obvious he was bored. The talk of HQ was that 10 years ago the man was one of the top ANBU, one of the division captains. But then he received a debilitating injury, ensuring he'd never be an active shinobi again. Problem was, he knew too many secrets, and a lot of higher-ups wondered if letting him go would put the security of the village at risk. The council debated for days about having him killed, half-hearted, of course, but they were ninjas, or to just trust the man to never give out secrets or be kidnapped by another village for said secrets. The compromise? Captain Lizard became the bookkeeper, the man who knew every single grain of dirt on Konoha. He never had any family or real hobbies before, so he lived inside the complex, among the shadows of Konoha's darker side. Nothing, sir, I just needed the extra money for intermediate sealing lessons. As an orphan, any extra skills I want to learn I need to pay for. Oh? Sealing is an obscure art, why would an ANBU wish to learn more than the basics? Lizard knew who Naruto was. Heck, he was one of the ANBU that found Naruto laying next to Kushina's corpse, and all of Naruto's records were kept in the basement. Dragon had suggested Naruto be given access to that level, about damn time in Lizard's humble opinion, but Naruto wouldn't know about his heritage until after he found the records unless someone introduced him to the art. My captain recommended it and I am picking it up at a relatively quick pace. I am almost finished with level 2, but the barrier between level 2 and 3 makes learning without a tutor unwise. I already littered our training ground with enough potholes, but why would you waste your money on more lessons? The basics are more than enough for an ANBU squad, and I don't hear any desire to join the barrier corps. The reason the boy wanted to know more was obviously because sealing was in the Uzumaki blood, but that didn't mean Lizard couldn't mess with the brat. His day was monotonous and picking on youngsters always made his day brighter. I guess I just like it. Naruto couldn't really explain it. Sealing was just enjoyable, even when his shock tags kept exploding. Lizard seemed to be unimpressed. Why not learn a more applicable skill? Naruto seemed to stiffen at this and Lizard smirked. Degrade an Uzumaki sealing and they lost it. He prepared for a heated rant or passionate demonstration. Every Uzumaki he ever met did it. Fuinjutsu would be valuable to the core if I can attain level 5 or higher, as then I would be qualified to maintain the security barrier and seals at HQ, thus cutting out the middleman and internalizing more of ANBU's procedures. Except this one. Lizard frowned. He should have known that Killjoy Tenzo would feed that duty crap to his young charge. What Lizard didn't know was that Naruto, like any true Uzumaki, did in fact have a "don't mock the seals" rant prepared. But, like any good ANBU, one that was deathly afraid of their captain and other superior officers, Naruto bit his tongue and went down the path of not being punished for insubordination. TSCH. You're the only boring one I've met. Now get out of here, Trout is waiting for you on B5 for your shift. Lizard waved Naruto away. Naruto bowed and left, confused at the last statement. The only boring one I've met? Most ANBU are boring though. He pushed those thoughts aside as he reached floor B5. A brown-haired ANBU waits, his Trout mask almost ghoulish in the fluorescent light. Agent Mouse, I am your commanding officer for the week. You can call me Captain Trout. It is an honor to work with you, Captain. Naruto's heart raced, so close was he to finding out about his past. Respect, good for one so young. Which squad do you come from? Team Row, Captain. That explains it. Tenzo's team? Next time you see him, remind that idiot he owes me 600 Ryo, okay? Trout says offhandedly, like he really didn't care that Naruto's captain owed him so much money. Oh, of course, sir. Best to go with the neutral route. Good, my little Kohai. He pats Naruto on the head, much to the blonde's hidden ire. Follow me, I'll teach you the ropes today, and tomorrow you'll be assigned a sector to watch over. And with that, Naruto learned the ins and outs of Konoha's House of Secrets. That evening, Naruto trekked to Enko's playground, the Forest of Death, for his first poisons lesson, mainly how to properly gather the needed herbs and storing them to prevent spoilage long term. Gliding over the rooftops, Naruto focused on the small notebook in his hands, where he was carefully mapping out his plan for the rest of the week. From his time with Captain Trout, he had deduced that each ANBU was given half a floor to patrol and report any trouble in, as well as sweep/dust to keep the files clean, though Trout said the mice were an ongoing problem to not bother with. Naruto figured that he would focus on his actual job while pairs of clones transformed into mice would work their way down, from the least restricted section to the darkest village secrets files. Naruto wasn't stupid. Reading his file could be excused, but digging into other files would result in having the QB extracted and put into another child, in other words, execution. So, the clones had orders to only open the boxes labeled Naruto Uzumaki, Kushina Uzumaki and October 10th. Anything else was off limits. He could only hope that saved him if anyone ever figured out what he was doing. Arriving outside the tall, seal-enforced fence, because no way would Konoha have a simple playground-grade fence to keep out the tigers, leeches, and whatever other mythical beasts that lived there, he flared his chakra and waited for Anko. He had to spend hours every week with his squad in the hellhole. No way would he go in there alone. Hey, Mouse-chan. Welcome to paradise. Anko's exuberant greeting came from behind him and a kunai was at his jugular. Naruto flinched despite himself. Big mistake. Oh ho, I can smell your fear. I like it almost as much as I love your blood. A cut appears above his mask. Anko licks the liquid off of her kunai. I paid your dango tab for help with poisons, not seduction lessons, Naruto said. Anko sniggered but released him. Ah, is little mouse afraid of the big bad snake? Well anyway, let's go. The best species of poppy seeds and sleeping herbs are just up ahead. Anko jumped over the fence without a glance back, and after an eye roll Naruto followed. Over the following 3 hours Naruto learned the ingredients for not just the sleeping drug, but also a paralyzing one, Anko insisted, and found that the problem was what part of the plant he was gathering from. The top leaves led to death if not treated, while the flowers on the ground of the plant just sedated the victim. Now, Mausa-chan, it's time for your immunity training, Anko said happily. Naruto paled and backed away. No, that's okay. I have patrol tomorrow anyway. He tried to reason, but Anko's grin turned viscous. And I know that shift isn't for 16 hours. The dose I'm giving will knock you out for 8 the first time. She sticks him with a sanban as he attempts flight. Don't worry, before the week is up you'll be immune to 3 times that amount. Her cackle was Naruto's last remembrance of lucidity. Last day of patrol? Naruto Uzumaki, born October 10th to Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Naruto sucked in a breath at that last name. The 4th Hokage was his father. He, the village scapegoat, was the son of their greatest hero. Oh, the irony. Blinking away tears, the young ANBU reads on through the thick box that told him the truth, from his birth to the decision to enlist him in ANBU. This mess of emotions all started when Naruto's clone on his floor, ironically, discovered the file box Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The clone was confused over if reading it was allowed. The name Namikaze meant somehow Naruto was linked to the man who sealed the QB, but was it just notes over the seal? And if it was something else, what was it? Dispelling its partner, the clone waited patiently, and when its creator arrived in a measured step it too dispelled, leaving the identity-searching boy to himself. Within an hour Naruto was livid. He had a godfather, the Sannin, Jiraiya, who had refused to see or have anything to do with him. In Jiraiya's notes to the Hokage, Naruto reminded him too much of a broken past, and he trusted his sensei to raise the boy as his own. Problem was, the council declared Naruto a military asset at the age of 2, meaning no one could adopt him, not even an old student of his father, Kakashi, or his father's old guard members. That explained Genma offering sanban lessons for free. It was ridiculous. From what Naruto read within the file, he was deemed too valuable to be entrusted to one person or clan, but the reports showed that Jinchuriki needed to be filled with love in their lives to keep them loyal. That led to the Hokage befriending him at a young age. The notes from that section mentioned it was originally to build loyalty to the Hokage, but bloomed into actual like of Naruto, and Naruto entering the academy early at the age of 6 in the hopes of early graduation. His real academy scores had been added, and the investigation that followed, leading to 3 teachers being fired and 2 being dropped from active duty. Naruto felt a vindictive pleasure at that, but it turned to bitterness, as he recalled all the times Naruto would swear up and down that he did hit the target and get a 10 out of 10, or that his math test wasn't an F, only to have his Gigi ignore him or tell him to just show them kindness when he cried that the taijutsu instructors hit him harder than the others. A subtle sabotage, swept under the rug, as that official reports just fabricated the need for a new staff or minor infractions that built up for the reason that the teachers were fired. The only good part of his findings was a picture of his parents and him in the belly, but they were still together. Carefully, Naruto sealed the picture inside a scroll and placed the box back exactly the way it was before. He wiped his tears, knowing that no matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't storm into the Hokage's office and demand answers, or track down his godfather to beat him up, or even yell at Kakashi, who was his father's prized student. He had to make a believable reason to how he figured it out, as it was clear nobody wanted him to know their reasons. According to the last report from a month ago, was IWA and Kumo coming after him. But Naruto read the real reason that was spelled out among the good intentions. His stability and loyalty weren't unshakable now, and until he proved to be properly stable and loyal to Konoha and the Hokage, he was to be kept in the dark despite his maturity and rank. Naruto considered waiting until the Hokage made the first move towards reconciliation. Is my pride worth it? He wondered, and came up with the obvious no. His stupid stubbornness was not worth hindering both his career or his knowledge. Time begin to mend the fence, he decided. After he was officially in the know of his past, he'd have plenty of time to beat the crap out of his former Gigi. Besides, he did miss the man, despite everything. Hokage's office, after shift? Naruto breathed deeply before knocking. Come in. The familiar aged voice spoke. Naruto opened the door hesitantly. Ah, Naruto my boy. Do you need anything? Sarutobi was guarded, but hopeful. Naruto only showed up in his presence for the guard rotation and that one mission report. Both had been awkward, as Sarutobi knew the boy was hiding his bitterness. It was the only reason he kept Naruto's legacy a secret from him, despite his commander's rather vocal protests. A Jinchuriki that wasn't all the way trusting of its Hokage couldn't be given more reasons to be angry. Once Naruto forgave him and calmed down, he'd take him aside and explain why it was for his own good. Kumo and Iwa were large threats and that his godfather was always out protecting the village from spies. Even if it was partially bullcrap, the reasoning was sound and believable. Please forgive me, Naruto. Perhaps some bonding time would work? On the matter of letting Naruto decide, Sarutobi was waiting for Naruto make the first move. Maybe he should just bite the kunai and do it himself. He wasn't just worried for his position, though a few sharks had started circling when they figured out he and the village Jinchuriki weren't as chummy as before. Naruto had become a second grandson to him, and he'd be damned if he let the boy stay sullen. Oh? I was just wondering. Would you like to go get some ramen? If you're not busy, I mean. Naruto turned away to hide his slight blush. The ANBU posted Gamma squad, according to the roster, breathed a sigh of relief. Many ANBU were tired of their new Kohai and their esteemed leader not speaking to each other. Most quietly agreed the Hokage should have made the effort first, but were proud Naruto took the initiative, demonstrating loyalty and honor. Of course. Let me grab my wallet, my treat, all you can eat. He smiled in amusement when Naruto lit up at the offer and nodded. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Naruto blurted out. He may have to bite down his pride and let his anger go mostly, at least dash, but he would never call him Gigi again, both for the principal and to escape his captain's wrath. You don't have to be so formal, Naruto, even though you're my ANBU, outside of duty we can be familiar with one another, the Hokage bit out painfully. The man wanted Naruto to be like he used to be, minus the extreme loudness. I can't, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi raised his eyebrow at this. Oh? And why not? All the ANBU, Naruto included, grew cold, and Captain Hawk answers. He's on Tenzo's squad, he said like that answered everything. All the ANBU nodded along, but Sarutobi was still confused. Why would it matter to be on Tenzo's squad? He's formal, but what does that matter to Naruto? If he found out I didn't show you proper respect and he always finds out, then all my ramen would be burned and I'd spend a week being chased by leeches and would spikes. Naruto shivered. Tenzo made it obvious that calling superiors by nicknames would be unwise. Just ask Hikaru what happened when he called the Jonin commander Pineapple-sama during a debriefing last year. I see, Sarutobi said, understanding completely a captain could punish their subordinates for breaking of any rules, and technically, it was against the rules to refer to those in the higher echelons without proper titles. Minutes later the Hokage, Naruto, and the other ANBU were sitting in Ichiraku's waiting for the heavenly broth, the squad being rewarded for stopping Konohamaru from bothering the Hokage all day. So, brat, what have you been up to on your week off? Raven asked. Squad Gamma consisted of Hawk, Raven, Elk, and Lemur, and were oftentimes teamed up with Ro for duty and group practice, making them familiar enough with Naruto's schedule. I took the records rotation boring, but the paycheck was worth it, Naruto said after eating 6 bowls. At this they nod. A week of records rotation did pay nicely, but very few did it willingly, as it was even worse punishment than watching Konohamaru Sarutobi at the academy. And Enko taught me 2 poisons, a sedative and a paralyzer, as well as beginner resistance to them. Most of the common ingredients for poisons were free for the taking in the Forest of Death or surrounding areas, but gathering said ingredients and mixing them properly was too difficult without instruction, even with a guidebook allowing suppliers to overcharge shinobi. Hawk thought for a moment before speaking. Say, Naruto, would you be willing to teach me those 2 poisons? My squad does a fair amount of retrieval and prisoner escorts. The pre-made ones always bankrupt us. Sarutobi frowned slightly at this obvious hardship to his shinobi as he listened, but didn't interrupt, wanting to see how Naruto interacted with his comrades. Sure, if you teach me 2 of those advanced trapping knots. Naruto wasn't running a charity, and the 2 he was talking about were perfect for anchoring wire or rope in high-speed wind conditions, and seeing as Naruto had a wind element or could travel to the land of wind, it was needed, but still be able to be activated with a touch of chakra to the lead string. Problem was, almost no one was adept at those knots, and the book that contained this knowledge was pricey. But Hawk was the second best trapper in active ANBU. Naruto was 6th already according to the leaderboards and thus could do them in his sleep. Deal, Hawk said immediately. Kakashi won't be back from his mission by tomorrow. We can start the lessons then? Naruto smirked and they shook hands, both drooling at the prospect of new abilities. Of course, even with those knots you'll still be years behind me, Hawk added, and Naruto scowled slightly. I am pleased to see my ANBU squads work to make each other stronger to protect Konoha. Sarutobi chuckled. Naruto gave a real grin from behind his face mask, and dug into his 10th miso ramen with gusto. For the next hour Naruto joked around and reconnected with the Hokage, the ANBU giving them space after eating their share. Tucci and Ayam stole glances at the two, but withheld themselves from conversation to allow the much-needed bonding time to flourish. 2 days later and Naruto was back for Ro's first practice in almost a week, his wallet stuffed and a weight off his shoulders. Well, almost. He didn't trust his Kage on a personal level anymore. He'd die for him, defend his decisions for the village, and kill for him. Trust him to tell him the truth? Hell no. The last few months had allowed Naruto to come to the conclusion that while, despite everything, he didn't hate Hiruzen Sarutobi and could rationalize his choices for the sake of the village, didn't mean the man wasn't going to incur his wrath later. The Hokage seat was most definitely not for him, and that he personally hated what the position made someone become. His dream of protecting his precious people and getting a ninja cat was noble enough for him. Thank you very much. I'm glad we're all here. I take it you two were productive? Tenzo asked, the ghoul face he was known for shining despite it being daylight. I did records rotation, learned 2 poisons paralyzing and sedative to save our team budget, and my clones can almost make a dent into the waterfall, Naruto reported. Yugao ruffled his hair. That's great, Mouse. Those 2 will indeed save our wallets. I think you deserve some of my homemade brownies. Everyone else paled at that. Yugao was just as deadly with the kitchen as she was with the sword. Naruto smiled weakly. Of course, senpai. I'd love some of your brownies to dump in the garbage. I lounged around for the week and regret nothing, Hikaru said bluntly. Tenzo rubbed the bridge of his nose. Hikaru was normally a hard worker, but at times he resembled either a Nara or a hyperactive toddler. Well, Wolf, I'm truly glad you relaxed the whole time, Tenzo said, sounding the opposite. Today we'll be working on combination attacks and underground battle maneuvers, as I noticed on my mission that most can't fight effectively in cramped passageways where jutsu is unwise and many formations have to be altered. To fix that we'll be learning them today and then taking the sewer shift to practice. Naruto bit back a groan. The sewers had to be combed through every month to check for any activity or traces of intruders. Rarely did a captain request that particular job, and never was it done for training. Oh, and Wolf. Tenzo smiled placidly. Yes, Captain. I took the liberty of putting you in the corner for the next 5 office rotations. I hope you don't mind the extra training? Not at all, Captain. I live for it, Wolf replied dryly. Perhaps he should have lied and said he read the beginner medical scrolls he bought. No, the man has eyes everywhere. 3 Tuesdays later, bi-monthly gambling night. Civilians and lower-ranked ninja unwind away from their teammates after spending hours of every day with each other. It was common for shinobi and civilians in some cases to lead 2 groups of friendship, the on-duty one where ninja would die for their teammates, and the off-duty acquaintances that never became more than skin deep. Once one reached jonin level, however, they realized sticking with those you would take a kunai for made for a much more relaxing downtime. Many jonin associated with only other jonin, ANBU, and the few up-and-coming chunin. It allowed them to vent about the scumbags on their last A-rank seduction mission or whine about the Hokage assigning a squad too many assassination missions in a month, causing the squad to contemplate whining like genin for something new. It was this comradeship that kept each one sane and voluntarily hanging out with their teams away from work more times than not. This was the scene ANBU Squad Ro was participating in with others of their station. Naruto stared at his target with calculating eyes, who stared back at him through the dragon mask. Neither would give away anything with their faces. A true test of Naruto's luck was about to happen. He planned to clean his commander out, after catching him red-handed swiping his ramen and placing fresh vegetables in their spot. Pranking was forbidden and unwise, as dragons seemed to have a Naruto sense, but humiliation at the bi-monthly poker game? That, he could do. That, and if the gossip was right, his winnings would let him barter for something useful later. Something wrong, Mouse? Dragon asked coolly, hiding his mirth. Stealing Naruto's ramen after every shopping trip proved to be an excellent workout in avoiding traps. Now he could clean the boy out of his savings, and thus making him reliant on the approved supplies Dragon dropped off. It was foolproof. Too bad he never heard of Naruto's Uzumaki luck, and the other ANBU and Jonin hid their knowledge of the fact well. Even the Hokage had to hide his eagerness at Dragon getting his ass handed to him. The man had foolishly bet an 8-year-old Naruto he couldn't infiltrate T&I and swipe Ibiki's favorite torture chain. 2 days later, a dusty and tired Naruto set said chain on Sarutobi's paperwork and walked out while cackling. He learned his lesson. No, of course not, Dragon-sama. Let's have some fun. Naruto smiled brightly, the cloth mask concealing its morphing into a smirk. 30 hands later and Naruto was the proud owner of Dragon's most prized belonging, his limited edition collection of Ika Ika, all 40 volumes. They had bet their most treasured objects after Dragon lost all his on-hand money and A-rank missions worth, and Dragon accepted, thinking his hand was good enough and he'd win both his money back and whatever was sealed in the scroll Naruto carried around for the past several weeks. He suspected it was something from Naruto's file, and he couldn't let him keep it for his own security. "I give up," Dragon finally said, the pain evident in his voice. Nobody moved as he got up and left the room, too prideful to attempt a trade back. 3 seconds passed before the room erupted. "Yes. That's my Chibi-Kohai. The only ANBU to beat Dragon at anything. That's right, bitches, Team Row rules." Hikaru boasted to the room, which everyone ignored. Naruto escaped the headlock Hikaru tried with practiced ease. Ika? Looks boring, Naruto said innocently as he flipped through it, pretending to not notice the spike of killing intent from Yugao and surprisingly Tenzo that died down as he threw them in a pile. Kakashi and Sarutobi gasped. "If you do not wish to honor the sacredness that is Ika Empire, I would gladly take it off your hands, my cute little student," Kakashi said way too cheerfully. Sarutobi snarled at his subordinate for trying to steal his precious. "Don't be silly, Kakashi, Naruto knows I would be the best choice to guard such a precious supply." The two men glared at each other. Sarutobi prepped to summon Enma while Kakashi inched his headband up. Everyone else in the room sweat dropped, and Heiei prepared to play the part of Proctor if need be. Naruto, however, wasn't going to let that happen. "I might be willing to trade for them." "What do you have?" Naruto asked, in full bartering mode. At this point the Jonin were slightly shocked at the prospect of a 12-year-old trading the smut for something while the few ANBU just shook their heads. Naruto had started getting a reputation of trading other members for training, whether it be survival lessons or tactics or the occasional jutsu. Team Gamma was a prime example as Hawk and Naruto had an ongoing account. Kakashi knew the drill and put his best deal forward. "Give me those precious and I'll teach you both AD rank jutsu for water, fire, earth, and lightning and buy you a chakra conductive Chukodo. I know you've been eyeing one and that you wouldn't be able to afford it until after the exams, even with the pocket change there." Most in the room believed Naruto would agree instantly, which he would have except the Hokage whom he was back on civil terms with interjected. "Naruto, my surrogate grandson. Give me those books and not only will I double Kakashi's offer but, I will tell you your parents' identities." The room stiffened. Naruto's lineage wasn't hard to pinpoint, heck he looked like a clone of his father and now began to act like him too since Tenzo gained command of him. "Oh, you mean Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki?" Naruto said with a cocky smirk. Sarutobi and Kakashi face-faulted while the others either broke out laughing or gaped. "How did you know?" "My mother's name is on the memorial stone, Hokage-sama, and as for my dad," he paused for dramatic effect. "I didn't until you confirmed it." Naruto lied, covering up his borderline illegal searches. Sarutobi went bug-eyed at this, falling for it completely. To be honest, the Hokage was just using this obsessive bartering to tell Naruto his parents' identity. Kakashi knew, the other room members knew, and Naruto knew the Hokage had been chickening out from having a private heart-to-heart on the matter. It was the only reason Naruto didn't go nuts on the man for his little ploy. Kakashi chuckled, remembering another blonde who had a flair for making higher-ups tell him what he wanted to know without lifting a finger. "But you know, Hokage-sama, I'll accept Kakashi-senpai's deal and you'll still be giving me everything you offered minus the information." "Why would I do that?" Sarutobi demanded, miffed at being outmaneuvered, and still peeved at himself for not being able to work himself up to have a private conversation with Naruto. Naruto inspected his nails. "Oh, just because if you do I'll train you in the art of defeating paperwork." He pulled out his trump card, which he would have used soon to discover his parents' identities soon enough anyway. Now it could be put towards more training. Sarutobi was at his side, bowing down. "Please, teach me, Naruto-sensei." "Very well, my young grasshopper, shadow clones. Now you can train me after the Chunin exams. Kakashi-senpai, I'll see you Sunday where we can learn a jutsu or two a week. I'll have the ANBU supply store put my weapons on your tab. Now I can have a backup Chukodo. Oh, and don't worry, I forgive you. I will be pranking you non-stop after the Chunin exams, but I forgive you, as long as tomorrow I can talk to you privately about it. I have early office guarding, so Gianni." And he shined away before anyone could get a word in. 5 minutes later Sarutobi smiles gently and then chuckles. "He wants to talk tomorrow. And he forgave me. Maybe there is hope for me yet, even if I will have to go through his vindictive side of pranks first. Excuse me, I have paperwork to give to clones." And the god of shinobi follows his surrogate grandson's example, leaving behind a stunned crowd. Does anyone else feel inferior to the 12-year we could all beat into next week with our hands tied behind our back? Gemma manages after a moment. Absolutely was the unanimous reply. Hikaru felt the need to soothe their prides a tiny bit. If it makes you feel any better, we'd have to fight him with only one hand restrained. He graduated from no hands last week. He joked. Somehow that made them feel worse. Naruto's apartment. Naruto lay awake, giddy but saddened by the night. On one hand, he not only confirmed his parents' identities and set up the basis for any revenge pranks, but he got 8 new jutsu in the making. Being a Jinchuriki had the perk of having enough chakra to perform a variety of jutsu from every element, even those opposite in nature. On the other hand, he had expected a different scenario for his heritage reveal, something more heartfelt. At least he had a meeting tomorrow to talk to the Hokage about it in private. The last few months had been the highlight of Naruto's life. No one looked down on him except some older ANBU from the other squads, but Dragon put that to rest quickly during the first inter-squad training day. Tenzo told him last week how they were ordered to steer Naruto away from the village's eye while on the 3-month grace period. Team Ro all looked guilty at that and believed Naruto would hold a grudge over it. He didn't. In fact, Naruto only snuck away to Ichiraku's occasionally now, much to Dragon's ire, who for some reason detested his habit. Otherwise, he shopped, ate, and hung out at the upper-level shinobi-only establishments, becoming a part of the older generation of shinobi's circle, realizing it was overall better than his life before with civilians and younger shinobi. Many hardly gave him a second glance now after Hikaru had paraded Naruto around the hot spots 2 weeks after his enlistment. His life was just beginning to settle before tonight happened. Knock. Knock. Naruto, I know you're up. I'm coming in. Kakashi's muffled voice grows distinct as he works his way to Naruto's bedroom. Entering quietly, the copy ninja takes in the slightly messy room and quarter-filled bookcase. On it were novels on everything from chakra control to a few comics. There was even a lone cookbook for shinobi. I see you took up reading? He asked, a bit surprised. Naruto wasn't exactly the most studious ninja based on his academy records. For his part, Naruto glared, and in the moonlight it was terrifying to see those ice-blue eyes almost glow. I always liked to read, senpai, I just never had enough money to afford more than a couple before the yearly break-in on my birthday would destroy them. My academy grades were falsified. I made A's and B's on every test for the last 2 years, but Mizuki graded for Irika. What went unsaid was him changing the papers out, and Kakashi winced at his own stupidity. It's okay, I know it will take years before people see me as more than a failure, and my prankster reputation didn't help things. Heh, you do have a larger vocabulary now than a few months ago, Kakashi commented. Naruto smiled slightly. Yeah, well, that's Captain Tenzo. He doesn't tolerate Ro members being unrefined in speech, so he assigns vocabulary work, and, am I the only one that can viably see Tenzo's personality making him a speech Nazi? I feel the only reason he didn't beat manners and respect into Naruto was for plot continuity on Kishi's part, not that Hikaru does it. Both chuckle at the abnormal Hyuga and his ability to cause Tenzo headaches. The room then falls to an uncomfortable silence, and Naruto fidgets. Is there something you need, or do you just like breaking into your neighbors' homes in the middle of the night? Kakashi sputtered. And no. I came here to talk. Your father was my sensei, and that's why I started teaching you, though now I do it because you are my favorite student, more so than my idiot team. It was true too. Kakashi often grumbled about the said 3 idiots at dinner. Oh. Did they love me? Naruto looked up with glistening eyes, asking the question he had wanted to ask for years but could never muster the courage to. The record's discovery made him even more curious. Kakashi scoffed. Love you? They adored you. In fact, when Sensei heard that Kushina was pregnant, he fainted before using Hiroshin to announce it to all his close friends. There was one time, and stories passed by Kakashi's lips like a dam being released. Both shinobi found solace and closure with each word uttered until they found themselves clutching their sides from the great ramen chase that resulted in Minato proposing to Kushina at Ichiraku's. Haha. My dad knew how to pick them, and conversation stopped as Kakashi's ANBU tattoo pulsed with Naruto's. Village infiltrated. 8 alive perpetrators, attempted assassination of Hokage. Failed, but the survivors on the run. All active squads, Plan Delta. Retired and reserve, report to Hokage Tower. Naruto's blood chilled even as he unsealed his spare uniform and mask. After months of drills and mornings with Guy, he was dressed in 30 seconds. Without a word, Naruto leaps through his window and towards the Inuzuka compound, Kakashi going the opposite direction to meet the reserve captains. Naruto lands in the meeting spot along with 2 other agents, an Aburame and Hikaru. Wolf, Lemur, he saluted. Without a word, the 3 turned their attention to Tsume Inuzuka, the ANBU's top search and retriever even in her middle age. Naruto was often included in the division simulations because of his clones, and as such Tsume knew his abilities. Listen up. She barked. 8 ninjas wearing scratched headbands of Kiri escaped through the eastern forest after a failed ambush of Hokage-sama on his way home after a stroll. His guards were knocked unconscious. We managed to kill 10 of them, so these 8 are the stragglers. Everyone, to your assigned teams for this. Mouse, 200 clones, 3 for each team and the rest as pursuers. Naruto complied, and 200 puffs later the ANBU were off with the clones to pursue. Naruto sat down next to Hana, Tsum's daughter, who was on medical leave and had a headset connected to each captain. Meditating, Naruto waited for a clone to dispel with information, which he would then tell Hana to relay to the captains, as the radios couldn't handle it if everyone was talking at once, not to mention they were ridiculously expensive, and the tattoos couldn't go as fast, and were used as a mass call mostly. Less than 20 minutes pass before a rush of memories hits Naruto. Hana. 5 clicks northeast, Blue Squad. Clone found the trail headed towards Rice. Hana spoke rapidly into her mic and the ANBU began making their way towards Blue Squad. Good work, Mouse. Shit, they found 5, but the last 3 are missing. She curses before a kunai embeds into Naruto's shoulder. Hana grabs his collar and yanks him through the air to avoid an explosive note. A ninja with a slashed Kiri headband lands opposite of them, holding an unconscious and beaten Sasuke Uchiha. The other 2 at his side stepped forward, ready for a fight. I think we found the missing 3, Naruto commented dryly. Hana glared. No dip, mutt. These 3 smell at least Chunin level 2. Damn, the whole clan and ANBU are out, and my Ninkin joined in. Their backup at the tower was on their way, but still 6 minutes out, and the non-tracker ANBU were sweeping other, further away places of interest for sabotage or stragglers. We just have to hold them for 6 minutes. I'm sure we can do it. Here is what I think will work. Captain taught me this strategy during shogi, Naruto whispered. Hana looked unsure, as the insane idea based solely on assumptions and hoping was laid out in a matter of seconds. But, she told her rational side of her brain, they either went through with it or the 2 forming seals in front of her would kill them. As the 2 in front created a mist, Hana Kawarimis with a Naruto clone on the rooftop, who is hinged to look like her. She waits for the opening. They'd have 1 shot to take them out. A little ANBU wants to play, eh? Kukuku. What point should I take? Heart, Larynx? So young and brave, too bad you have to die. The taller of the 3 cackles and his footsteps echo. 4 Naruto clones holding kunai search around the mist using scent and sound, not that it helped, and 3 are taken out quickly. The real Naruto ducks under a katana, intent on lopping off his head with enough force to cut a wall. In the process, Naruto nicks him with his own kunai in the leg. He smirks, and does the one thing Tenzo always griped about: he talked to an opponent in a fight. Hey, you're not so tough, I've had villagers hit harder than you. I recognize you from the bingo book Ryano, aka the Mist's one-fanged dragon, for your abilities in Kenjutsu. A B class, I believe, but that last attack felt more like a genin swatting a training post on an empty stomach. The newly identified Rai fell for it hook, line and sinker, roaring in frustration. Naruto easily weaves in and out at the close-range ragged attacks that had a basic pattern. He was less adept than Ryuga at the art, and Naruto got in 2 other jabs, this time in the arms as he launched himself above using Rai's sword as a springboard. From what he remembered from the bingo book tournament that ANBU hosted every month, the captain's way of keeping everyone up to date, Rai was quick to anger and not very bright. His only skill was brutal assaults and the hidden mist jutsu, not anything that required a lot of brain power. Rai looked confused as he felt his body going stiff, before not being able to move at all. Bingo, Naruto says before a clone slices his throat from behind. Naruto goes through a few seals, releasing a wind style, great breakthrough. The already weakening mist is blown away completely, allowing Hana her shot. Getsuga, even without her partners, her drill attack hits the second one easily, as a clone had sliced his hand before being expelled, and he was under the short-term paralysis. The third one looked slightly nervous as he held the Uchiha. Don't come any closer or I'll slit his throat. I swear I'll do it. Let me go and I'll. His eyes widen and he screams as a Chidori is slammed through his chest. A murderous-looking Kakashi appears from behind, snatching his student away. Without a glance, he's off to take Sasuke to the hospital. Several of the reserve and active ANBU surround Hana and her kill, while Dragon and Tenzo land in front of Naruto, who was winding down from the adrenaline. Mouse, report Dragon commands, snapping Naruto back to the situation. After we relayed my clone's findings, it became clear that there were 3 missing from the group. When a kunai hit my shoulder here, Naruto winced at the memory. A medic wordlessly healed the wound that was rapidly closing on its own. Hana prevented me from potential injury from an explosive note. The enemy, who were holding Sasuke Uchiha hostage, created a mist and tried that silent killing thing Kakashi-senpai told me about after his wave mission. Anyway, Hana waited on the roof while I got both fighters. The third hung back, with kunai soaked in the paralyzing poison. It worked, and I was able to distract Rai from the poison until it took effect and killed him. Hana got hers as well after I blew the mist away, while Kakashi-senpai took out the third member, taking Sasuke to the hospital, I believe. While that worked fine, I remember that strategy being a group effort, not a solo one. Mouse. If they had an immunity to the paralysis or were intelligent, then we would have died. I know, Captain. But they were from water. This variation I used is native to fire, and as such I took a gamble, otherwise a full-on battle wouldn't have worked. I would have had to resort to kenjutsu, some ninjutsu, and shadow clones. One Rai was better at and the other two weak on strategy or easy to dodge. Naruto tilted his head defiantly at his captain. It was the best plan he could think of as Hana was on injury leave and Naruto wasn't fully equipped or with his team. Tenzo sighed after a moment and Dragon nodded. You did well, Mouse, even if you did rely on a huge gamble. We'll work on strategies at the next team dinner so you won't have to resort to such an iffy plan again, okay? Tenzo left after giving Naruto a final once-over. Dragon chuckles a bit. He cares for you. Was frantic the entire run over here. You are on standard medical leave for 2 days. Be at HQ at 10 am for personal training. I'll work with you until your meeting with the Hokage. And Dragon leaves to find where the mole was, leaving a trembling Naruto behind him. Dragon was a patient man, he liked to believe. But now was not the time to play the board with deliberation and waiting around. 22 shinobi, all defectors from Mist, staged a fake attack on the Hokage and bombed a few other buildings of note, all for the sake of stealing a high-value target, the last loyal Uchiha. Worse, they were headed towards Rice, where Jiraiya's spy network and his men reported a new hidden village, one that coveted missing ninja and bloodlines. Dragon knew he was not seeing something, a final piece, as such a small village wouldn't normally attempt the ire of the strongest of the five. In exasperation he storms to the T&I, where one survivor was hanging on to life. Chapter 4. 1 week after the attack. Sasuke Uchiha was many things, a genius, an avenger, an Uchiha. An avenging genius. Uchihas don't get captured by 3 missing ninja barely Chunin level, but he had. It was unacceptable. When he woke up in the hospital, Kakashi lazily read his book and informed him that ANBU had stopped him from being taken. Seething at his vulnerability, the last Uchiha demanded more training, more power than the team exercises and conditioning he had been limited to. Kakashi just smiled, patted him on the head, and told him powerful jutsu weren't the answer, that the ANBU who took down the leader just used shadow clones, poison, and AC rank jutsu. Sasuke scoffed at that and left the hospital to train on his own, spending his week off at the Uchiha training grounds. I need to get stronger to beat him. The brooding teen clenched his fist in his pockets in anger, not noticing his afternoon walk after another stagnant training session was taking him to a section of the village he'd never been in before, the part of town his sensei and every other higher-up ninja lived, bought food and hung out around. No civilians and most shinobi under Chunin level knew about it. Heck, Sasuke only knew about it because he lived with an ANBU for a month after the massacre, and, no way a recently orphaned 7-year-old would live alone right away, not when he no doubt had no way of knowing how to do simple things like cooking, cleaning, etc. His thoughts lost in the past, Sasuke almost missed a certain blonde-haired dead last walking slowly through the streets, a limp in his step and blood splattered on his face. Almost, is the key word. He's gotten stronger. I need that power. Heh, I have the Sharingan, I'll fight him and steal that power. A dead last doesn't need it anyway. I bet he got an office job or hospital post. Those losers don't need power like an Avenger. Naruto was exhausted, relieved, but exhausted. A simple escort of the daimyo from the capital to Konoha turned almost deadly when a pack of 7 missing ninja, this time with mixed IWA and Kiri headbands, had attacked the caravan holding the daimyo, well, the decoy anyway. In reality Team Ro was escorting the daimyo's double while Gamma and 2 other squads took the real daimyo of fire on an alternate route which wove underground at times. They defeated the bastards with only minor injuries by Naruto's standards anyway. Hikaru kept insisting Naruto be carried when he sprained his ankle in a roundhouse kick. When they returned to Konoha with the bodies, the higher-ups congratulated them on their work, but everyone in Ro got the impression they weren't happy none were taken alive. It made proving their likely affiliation with the newly discovered Otogekyur nigh impossible. That was almost a day ago and Naruto was off until noon tomorrow. Until then, the exhausted ANBU had plans to secure his apartment, shower, and sleep with his newly made sound barrier seals and privacy seals. Months of work would pay off, as Guy's voice was not something one could learn to tune out. That was Naruto's plan, before the Uchiha he saved, not that he would ever know, stopped him on the street. Fight me, idiot? Sasuke demanded arrogantly. Naruto looked the brat, for Sasuke Uchiha was very much a brat in Naruto's eyes now, and stared at him with tired eyes. He said simply and attempted to step around the older boy. Scared? You will fight me, Sasuke said and blocked his path again. Naruto sighed, wishing he had agreed to go get sushi with Hayate and Yugao now, or even the hot springs with Hikaru. He idly wondered if this was karma for slipping away from his comrades. Nah, not even karma is this cruel. I just got back from a mission, I'm tired and have no time for you, leave. His voice was cold but Naruto didn't care, he had a, hopefully still hidden, ramen stash waiting for him and warm shower calling. Sasuke grinded his teeth. He didn't used to be this unhinged, but the last time he saw Naruto had showed him how far behind he was falling, if a loser could overtake him. If you won't fight me willingly, I'll make you. Fire style, fire dragon jutsu. He snarled. Naruto's eyes widened slightly at this. Sasuke believed it was because he was impressed or scared, and smirked. No, however, the real reason Naruto's eyes widened was his disbelief at Sasuke's stupidity. He replaces himself with a trash can from a nearby alley. You moron. Fighting between comrades in the village streets is prohibited. Naruto shouted in anger. The Sasuke he knew would never be so stupid, but when Naruto saw his eyes filled with lust for power he groaned. The reports of the Uchiha becoming a flight risk in his search to kill Itachi were not exaggerated. Sasuke prepares another attack, when he suddenly slumps down. Anko, dango in hand, glares down at the boy in disgust. Foolish maggot. Naruto, you alright? She asks. Naruto nods. Yes, he was no threat, but thanks. What should we do with him? Naruto asked. Normally a shinobi who pulled such a stunt would spend the night at T&I to cool off, be interrogated, and then taken to the Hokage for punishment. With the Uchiha, though, it was likely nothing would happen. Anko snorted at Naruto's question. He'll get the same treatment as everyone else, the Hokage doesn't care if he is the last of his bloodline. Weren't you the one who told me the old geezer promised that the village comes before any individual? Isn't that what he told you during your talks? Naruto winced a bit at his own unsaid accusations. He had patched things up with the Hokage completely when they had their heart-to-heart, and Naruto made him wear orange all day and rubbed his hair sheepishly. Sorry, you're right. I'll leave him to you then. And Naruto takes off before Anko can yell an indignant hey. You should take him, and slips into his apartment through the window. The next morning Guy woke Naruto up at the normal 4 am time, somehow bypassing all of his seals again. YOSH. My youthful morning student. Let us bask in our youth and discover what the springtime of youth has in store for us today. We shall spend the morning together before your youthful shift starts. Guy shouted in Naruto's tiny room, his flailing arm almost knocking over the bookcase. Naruto blinked blearily. What did you say? He mumbled through his mask. He never did get a shower as Anko showed up demanding dango after he checked his traps and fed the plant, and thus was still wearing what he had on yesterday, making him seem more like Kakashi than ever. Oh. You're too hip and cool, mini Kakashi. Never fear, I shall show you the way back to youthfulness. Guy swung the still half-asleep Naruto over his shoulder. We shall take an ice-cold swim in the river before running around Konoha on our hands. By the time Naruto fully awoke he was cursing Guy with his very soul as the water bit into his skin. Note to self, research better security seals. With that thought in mind Naruto begrudgingly swam the laps with the green monster, never noticing Dragon observing from a nearby tree. I know what you're thinking, Mouse, but just like with your ramen, your house will never be safe from Guy. Your training with him is too amusing. Though perhaps I should have let you sleep in, seeing as your squad did just complete an A-rank escort mission, nah. Dragon continued muttering to himself as Naruto crawled out onto the bank and was given the leg and chest weights he wore while training with Guy. Grumbling curses, the almost 13-year-old slid them on and started on his 6-hour run with Guy, who alternated between hands and feet. ANBU locker room, noon. Multiple ANBU squads were preparing for various missions and shifts when Naruto walked in with a twitching eyebrow and muttering. He. Just you wait, Guy and Mini Guy. I will create a barrier you can't break through. And when I do, my mornings off will cease to be interrupted by ramblings of. Here Naruto shuddered. Youth. Tenzo, Yugao, and Hikaru winced in sympathy for their young friend. The poor boy was Guy's new pet project that extended beyond training and into attempts to bring back Naruto's youth. It was really not a fate they wished on anyone. Unfortunately for Naruto, the other squads found it hilarious. Ha, I am so glad you were suckered into that apartment and not me. Jaguar teased. He had moved in right after Naruto had, avoiding the curse that was Guy. Most of the other ANBU sniggered as the youngest among them muttered like a deluded old man about killing whoever taught Guy about seals. Of course, Ro all knew it was Dragon who just disabled them randomly for kicks. They would never tell Naruto, however, for fear of Dragon carrying out his threat of assigning them Konohamaru duty for a month. Shut it. Captain Tiger, permission to sanction an assassination mission of whomever sells Guy his jumpsuits and taught him seals. Naruto asked hopefully. Tenzo sighed, familiar with this situation. Permission denied, mouse. Besides, I think you'll like your mission we're preparing for tomorrow, or at least, you'll be doing the rest of us a favor, Tenzo said. Naruto cocked his head. What kind of mission? Oh, just running the trap course for the academy today. Tenzo grinned evilly at the pale expression on Naruto's face. When Hawk, who usually ran the course, was called in on a mission, Tenzo had swiped it for his squad. Not only would Ro get to observe an unbearably easy watch from the shade of the trees, but Naruto would be able to see his teacher again in off-duty gear, too. Is this payback for making the Hokage wear orange? Naruto asked. Why, whatever made you think that? Tenzo asked. By his too innocent expression, however, Naruto knew, his captain was a vengeful bastard when he wanted to be. Academy, next day. Alright class, remember to treat whomever is the instructor with respect, they'll teach you basic traps and how to disable them. Iruka was stern with the 9-year-olds, especially Konohamaru and his friends. His pride as a teacher was on the line, and if his students misbehaved it would reflect poorly on him. They reached the clearing the new instructor wanted them at quickly and Iruka's jaw dropped. Standing in the middle of a sea of traps, was his unreachable student, Naruto. The boy wore standard black pants and long black shirt, and the face mask he sported resembled a certain cyclops. What really got Iruka, though, was when Naruto turned to face them and plopped down, holding up 10 flags. I don't believe in babying students and find learning by doing is better than anything my traps teacher threw me in the deep end, so I will do the same. I am your target, I have 10 flags on me, one for every 3 students. Your job is to team up into 3-man cells and make your way through the field to me, setting off as little traps as possible. You will be graded on how quickly and efficiently you get through. The winning squad will be treated to dinner by me at Ikaraku's. That got the kids' attention. Iruka's jaw dropped though at the cool tone of Naruto and the difficulty of the trap set. Go, Naruto said after a moment, and 30 students split off, preparing for their trial. Iruka used a Shunshin and Kawarimi to make it into Naruto's circle, and sat next to his old student. Iruka-sensei. Naruto greeted happily. I didn't know you were teaching this class. Naruto sounded happy, and he was, but he was also nervous. Iruka was known for being able to make Naruto talk about everything, not something Naruto wanted at this time when his ANBU status wasn't spread around. Hello, Naruto. I haven't seen you in almost 5 months. Where have you been? Iruka asked crossly. The Chunin was both ecstatic and pissed at his former student. Heh, special assignment and all that, pretty boring most of the time. I was asked to take over for the ANBU today, so that's why this course isn't as detailed as I like. Naruto apologized sheepishly. Iruka gaped at him, flabbergasted that this monster of a test wasn't the final product and forgetting about Naruto's situation in the moment, just like Naruto hoped for. What do you mean as detailed as you'd like? This is high genin level, not meant for academy students. You can't expect 9-year-olds to succeed. Iruka ranted on to Naruto, who began tuning him out. Finally the Chunin ran out of breath. You done? Good. Listen, teamwork is more important than flashy jutsu or fancy taijutsu move. If I made it easy they wouldn't realize this. The way my course is set up they will have to work together to get a flag, while also figuring out how the most common and deadly traps work, even if these versions only shoot out paint. Naruto gave a cold stare, daring Iruka to argue. He'd seen the genin squads and their high mortality rate on missions when their teamwork and basic knowledge was lacking, versus the ANBU squads whose teamwork saved both the ninja and the missions constantly. If being harsh now prevented even one genin death, Naruto viewed this as a mission complete. Iruka looked at Naruto in pride. The boy he knew would have boasted about doing everything alone and screamed a battle cry, not lecture on the importance of working together and pushing oneself. It made him wonder what assignment Naruto had. A few squads had overheard Naruto and strove to work better together. With new determination the students strove to win, not just for food but also to make their temporary sensei proud. Up in the trees Hikaru and Yugao played Go Fish. Yo, think Chibi-Kohai is really an old war vet in disguise? I mean, he sounds 30, not 12. Hikaru grumbled as he lost to Yugao, who had their captain giving hand signs behind Hikaru, feeling like his favorite squad mate was being dull. No, idiot, Mouse is just growing up, something you could learn from. Yugao admonished. She was proud of Naruto for his maturity as of late. She was no longer worried of having 2 Hikarus on row. What's so bad about being childish sometimes? We accepted this mission so Mouse can hang out with his old teacher, not lecture. Tenzo sighed as the recent bickering topic started up. Stop it, both of you. Tenzo ordered. His brain couldn't handle another argument over Naruto's personality. Wolf, Mouse is on a mission, an easy one, sure, but still a mission, and as such is in the mission mode we taught him. At this Yugao looked smug. And cat? Lighten up a bit. You are playing a card game on a mission right now, so any jibes on Wolf's maturity are moot at this point. Now it's Hikaru's turn to throw his shoulders back in victory. Tenzo palms his mask in exasperation as the two clearly didn't get it. Hey, what's up? Naruto's voice breaks Tenzo from his stupor. Naruto smirked. The kids are done, I'm just a clone. Boss is taking the winners to Ikaraku's. Tenzo nodded. That's fine, Mouse. After you're done get some rest, we have sewer patrol tonight. Everyone grimaced. Ever since their first time, Dragon took it upon himself to let Ro handle most of the sewer patrol as it became easier with Naruto's clones. Darn that Dragon sadistic bastard. See you in a few hours, and he poofed away. That night? This sucks, Hikaru said as they made their way through the tunnels, not bothering to follow the silent unless necessary rule. Silently, Naruto agreed. He had 20 clones do a preliminary sweep, but they still had to double-check everything. Shut it, at least we only have the west sector. We should be done within 6 hours. Yugao was in a foul mood. Her date with Hayate would have to be postponed as the sewer smell took hours to get out. It's not so bad. There isn't any. Naruto trailed off, then cursed. Crap, there's 6 hostiles setting up explosives. They take off soundlessly, Naruto in the lead. No more complaints or bickers filled their thoughts. With danger up ahead, they became the elite ANBU of Konoha. They reached the section of the tunnels the clone dispersed. Suppressing their chakra, Ro looked from the shadows. 6. Wearing scratched Kumo headbands, Tenzo signed. Recognize the one in the back, Kumo B rank. Takashi the tank. Went rogue 3 months ago. Naruto signed back. He was well versed in the bingo books now, as he was determined to win the vacation passes for his squad at the next bingo book tournament. Understood. Mouse, throw 5 of your new smoke tags on my signal. Cat, Wolf, kill the 4 in front. Mouse, capture the 5th working on the bomb tags. When finished, assist me with Takashi, Tenzo ordered. With nods, Naruto threw down the tags. What made these smoke tags so special was Naruto's little twist. Instead of storing actual smoke in the seal, he stored chakra smoke from his clones, making it similar to the hidden mist jutsu. After facing Rai, Naruto had asked Kakashi for the jutsu. After trying it, it became clear that even with it being technically a D-rank jutsu, for Naruto to use it he'd have to develop a water affinity to perform it with any degree of effectiveness, which Kakashi wouldn't teach him before his wind manipulation was complete, still weeks away, even with clones. To make up for the lack, Naruto altered the standard smoke tag a bit. After accidentally sealing an annoying clone into the matrix, Naruto set it off in frustration, only to grin maniacally when his apartment was filled with a thin smoke. Now, each tag held 20 clones worth of chakra smoke, which lingered longer and blocked sensors and smell, not just sight. Once the tags released a mountain of smoke, Hikaru and Yugao took off, making the 4 in front fell, all of whom were genin level. Naruto went over near his target, who was frantically attempting to finish his seal but kept making mistakes. Dropping down behind, Naruto took a deep breath and tried out his new jutsu from Kakashi. Earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu. He whispered, screams of the enemy covering the noise, and sank into the ground. It wasn't perfect, but Naruto couldn't use destructive jutsu in close quarters or risk the man a short balding chunin with a sloppily slashed headband. Under the ground, Naruto's hands shoot out and grab the ankles. Pulling down with all his might, the man lets out a startled yelp as he finds himself neck-deep in earth. Naruto reappears behind him and knocks him out with the hilt of his new Chukodo. Opening the prisoner stasis scroll, Naruto quickly seals the unconscious man in, silently grumbling that his last scroll was used. Prisoner stasis scrolls were expensive, and it took a level 4 to make. Die, Konoha scum. A voice Naruto could only assume was Takashi rang out. Naruto turns to see his captain and teammates having little trouble with the hulk of the man. Takashi was powerful with his earth release, but Yugao had cut off one of his hands, making most jutsu impossible. Earth-style, mud wave. Or not. Jumping up to the ceiling, Team Ro avoids the floor becoming a disgusting river of sewage and dirt. Yugao and Tenzo give a familiar hand sign and Naruto grins behind his mask. He loved this combo, even if it was insanely difficult. Naruto made 3 clones who shunshined in a triangle formation around Takashi. The man draws a kunai and slices toward one. At that moment Yugao switched with the clone and blocks the strike. While he's distracted with holding off her sword, Tenzo switched with the one of the left and stabbed the man with a wooden spike from his arm. Naruto then finished it behind them, his Chukodo laced in wind chakra to decapitate the man. The mud hard end, no longer fed by chakra, and Squad Ro lands around the body. Good work, Tenzo praised, slightly winded. He had engaged in a taijutsu match with the target, as at first neither wanted to damage the area, though for different reasons. HQ has already sent backup to disable any other threats. Mouse, are you able to dismantle this areas? Naruto studied the matrix on the wall carefully. It was obviously made to be let off domino style, and so he'd have to go dismantle them one at a time. It would take hours. I can, Captain. It will take hours, but I can do it. Tenzo nodded. Good, then we don't have to wait for anyone to come. Take care of this section, we'll guard you. With a sigh, Naruto started on the first tag, slowly unraveling the seal. It ended up taking half a day before Naruto finished the last glued-on tag only because 3 other sections had a domino-style chain as well. Finally done, Naruto rolled his shoulders and turned to his captain. Finished. Please tell me we are off duty now, he begged. Tenzo shook his head. Sorry, but all Jonin and ANBU are to report to the war room for a debriefing. The one you caught cracked. Naruto perked up a bit at that. Finally they had information. 10 minutes later Ro found their place on the ceiling, the room too full for the late arrivals. No one talked much, even Guy, kneeling next to Kakashi in the front row, barely whispered. We can now begin, the Hokage breathed, and the already grim room went deathly quiet. Last night ANBU discovered another group of missing nin, this time all from Kumo, setting up a chain of bombs in the underground sewers on a routine sweep. They killed 5 of the perpetrators, one of whom was a B rank in our bingo books, and captured one. Ibiki and Inoichi uncovered their motive and origin. Most stiffened at what he said next. They were working for Otogakure, the budding village in Rice we've been searching for. It appears they were promised entrance to the village if they managed to collapse the western sector and then capture an unsealed Byakugan or Sharingan user. Outrage from the Jonin filled the room. We should destroy them. How dare this startup try and take Konoha? Silence. Sarutobi ordered. We cannot prove anything yet and we don't know who this new village has sided with. Furthermore, they have sent an official request to participate in the Chunin exams taking place in 3 months. I accepted. Hokage-sama, is that wise? Ebisu spoke. Naruto observed the stuck-up Jonin, familiar with him from a trivia night. The man was a walking textbook, but never thought outside the box. Case in point, he didn't see the reasoning of the Hokage's position. Yes, Ebisu, it is. This way we have them in a position that when for there is clearly no if they try something, we will be under full rights to crush them under the great tree of Konoha. Furthermore, I have already decided that teams 7 and 8 will be required to be in the exams. Kakashi nodded at his leader but Kurenai was indignant. Hokage-sama. You plan to use Hinata as bait? She's not ready, Kurenai argued. In truth before today she would have loved to have Hinata in the exams to toughen her up but not now. She is a kunoichi, as are you, my word is final. Besides, both she and Sasuke will have an ANBU to guard them the entirety of the exams, regardless if they make the finals. Whispers went around, as having ANBU guarding a particular person bordered on messing with the exam. Kakashi spoke up. Who will be watching our genin, Hokage-sama? Squads Falcon and Beta will be watching over Hinata Hyuga, while Team Ro and Gamma, under the guise of normal exam patrols, will be with Sasuke Uchiha, said Squads Gamma and Ro, all cursed in their minds. None of them liked the Uchiha after hearing of his attempted assault, and being told to guard him for over a month was not their idea of fun. Kakashi seemed to sense their displeasure and sent an eye smile up towards the ceiling. If I may, would it be possible to commission an ANBU to help train each genin squad? It would help prepare them for the trials ahead. Naruto's stomach started dropping, hoping his senpai wasn't doing what he thought he was doing. Very well then, anyone in particular you'd like to request from the guard detail? Oh, I think Mouse would be wonderful. Kakashi I smiled as Hikaru held Naruto's shoulder to prevent him from attacking the Cyclops, and Wolf as well. Now it was Yugao holding Hikaru back, and Naruto tossed a wind-charged kunai right at Kakashi's head, who caught it easily. Everyone not in the know yet about Sasuke sweat dropped at the violent reaction. Mouse. If you and Wolf work with my genin every Tuesday and Thursday, I'll show you the first step to water manipulation. Naruto stopped reaching for another kunai. And? He questioned. Sarutobi could have ordered him to do it for free, but found the situation amusing that, and it made Kakashi spend more time away from the memorial stone. Hikaru, meanwhile, looked betrayed at his kohai, who was selling them out. I'll buy you a ramen buffet, Kakashi managed, mentally crying for his wallet. Naruto hummed. Good, but not good enough after he attacked me and no doubt will try to use his Sharingan on me every chance he gets. You know what I want? No. Anything but that. Nope. Besides, cats are better. I should disown you for that. You never adopted me. Accept and let me pick it out or I'll spend the 3 months showing them my sexy jutsu. Fine. We'll go pick you out a cat after this, Kakashi growled out. His little mini-me project was failing. Most chuckled at how the 12-year-old just got Konoha's resident cat hater to spend a fortune on a cat. Excellent. Pleasure doing business with you. Naruto cheered. Hikaru was still gaping. Moving on, we will discuss the increased patrol and preparations. I fear we may have to fend off a coordinated attack soon. Shikaku, your analysis. 7 hours later the Hokage dismissed them, and Naruto, despite his lack of sleep, was waiting for Kakashi. The height-challenged ANBU locked onto Kakashi, pinning the man with clones. Oh senpai, you weren't going to leave without me, right? Hee. I would never. Let's go find you a pet dog. Cat. Dog. Cat. Please, anything but cats. Nope, I like cats. Tora and I are best of friends. Everyone, even Sarutobi and Danzo, paled a bit at the thought of the Jinchuriki and Tora getting along. At least look at the other animals? Kakashi begged, pulling out his orange book. Naruto had crawled up to his shoulders, and pulled out a book on training cats. Fine. Kakashi did a mental victory sign. But I'll still choose a cat. Dog. Cat. Dog. Cat. The two made their way out of the war room, neither caring for the scene they caused. Chapter 5. 3 days later, Training Field 7. Naruto walked slowly to the training grounds that would be his hellhole for the next 3 months. As ordered by the Hokage, he was wearing his off-duty clothes, and the new official story was that he held an aide position with the Hokage's office. His new companion slept on top of his head, and he smiled up at the sight. Angel was a black hell cat, a species of felines that specialized in changing their size and using fire jutsu to an extent. They could also use a type of demonic genjutsu, but as he bought her at the kitten stage, it would be a while before any of these abilities became usable. Until then Naruto had to teach his new companion to speak and fight, or, Pakken did at least, when Naruto bribed him with pork ears today. When Angel was trained she would add to Team Ro, and Tenzo was busily creating some attack formations that included the black cat. Now, though, she was just a ball of sleeping fuzz. Ah, Chibi-Kohai and Angel, have you gotten her to speak yet? Hikaru dropped down from a tree to walk alongside his teammate, also in normal shinobi wear. The 15-year-old had forgiven Naruto for selling him out when Naruto promised the Hyuga the chance to spar with the Uchiha, some sort of rivalry between the two clans. Apparently Hikaru had fought against many different Uchiha before they were massacred and wanted another bout, even if Sasuke was hardly worthy. After all, Hikaru graduated at 8, became a Chunin at 10 through field promotion, and then a special Jonin at 13 where he joined ANBU, and, there is no way Konoha only has like 5 early graduates. I would say there'd have to be more, but like any village they use a couple as poster children and the rest just get on with their lives. She can say Naruto half the time and know without fail. Nothing else yet, Naruto grumbled. The cat was sweet but could drive him insane with the random no, while they worked or he read. Hikaru grinned. Huh. She sounds like a 2-year-old. Then his face turned sullen. Captain gave me another medical jutsu to learn and I'm supposed to instruct the Haruno over medical ninjutsu. It was a known fact amongst ANBU that while Hikaru was surprisingly adept at the medic arts, his flamboyant personality and wish to be in battle made him shirk off his studies. Unfortunately for him he lived next to the captain who did weekly tests. Having the threat of Tenzo with his ghoul face standing over you made Hikaru begrudgingly improve. Which one? Naruto asked sympathetically, Angel yawning on his head. The one that closes cut arteries. After I've learned this one I'll be ready for the intermediate series. That's great Hikaru. Before you know it you'll be the next Tsunade. I'd rather just keep spamming jutsu and gentle fists, he pouted, being melodramatic. He was only learning for the field and in case Konoha was attacked. So, when are you starting training with it? Hikaru asked after some silence. Intelligence from spies showed Suna intended to send their unstable Jinchuriki to the exams without informing Konoha. Sending any Jinchuriki to an exam was considered impolite and by not informing them they were it could be considered an act of war. To prepare Naruto was beginning his Jinchuriki training, and Jiraiya would be called back within a few weeks to continue his sealing and some jutsu that his father left him. Tomorrow. The plan is Wednesday and Friday Capitaine will take me to the place my mother trained at with it. The Hokage and Shinobi Council issued orders for me to be able to use a 2-tailed version 1 cloak by the exam. They also agreed for Hokage-sama to help with my water manipulation and teach me a few water-based jutsu to deal with the Ichibi. Naruto was miffed at the first part. Tenzo had argued the council saying Naruto wasn't ready yet and that Jiraiya and he could take care of the Jinchuriki. They refused, however, stating that even if it wasn't needed yet, as Konoha's Jinchuriki he had a responsibility to master as much of the beast's chakra as he could. The last part though, Naruto didn't mind. Learning from the Hokage every Sunday was an honor. At least you have the Hokage training you to make up for our babysitting job. Though, Captain did say we'd be taking some combat missions in our spare time. Naruto smiled at that. Combat missions were typically mid-B to low A rank. Obviously it was to give them experience, but it would be a welcome break over the months. Oh, Sasuke-kun. You're so cool. Sakura's screech could be heard up ahead. Naruto and Hikaru winced in sympathy for Kakashi, as they say him sigh in resignation. The third teammate, Sai, was drilling sword drills far away from the others. The ANBU ignored him, well aware that he was just a plant and already above Chunin level. Hey, senpai! How's the chibi genin? Hikaru greeted with a wave. Kakashi turned with a happy look, but gave a scowl to Angel. Kakashi hated the cat that cost him an S-rank pay while Angel adored the man for some odd reason. Meow, she said as she jumped off Naruto and towards the white-haired Jonin. With a bit too much enthusiasm, Kakashi batted her away with his book. Hello there, Hikaru, Naruto. Hikaru, you'll be working with Sakura mostly if I'm correct. Naruto, you'll be in charge of Sasuke mostly, though if you could have 20 clones follow my clone I'll show you the start of water manipulation. Naruto did so and the real Kakashi looked back at the group. Alright, I have to take on a mission for the next several days. On Tuesdays and Thursdays Naruto will be joining you in training for the Chunin exams, mainly as a sparring partner and to drill the basics. On Wednesdays Hikaru will be your stand-in sensei for missions. Make me proud. These next few months I will have to take my own missions without you three. See you Friday. Oh, and Naruto, water my plants while I'm gone? Kakashi I smiled and left in a puff, Hikaru's mouth gaping. That bastard. Slugging his kids off to me. I'll show him the next time we have poker night. Crap, I forgot to ask him to summon Pakken. Naruto palmed his face. Now he'd have to make Angel just work with a clone on vocabulary, something he still had trouble doing. Bending down to the dazed cat he smiled. Go with a clone and it will teach you some. Hopefully when Kakashi-senpai returns Pakken can help. Angel nodded slowly and left with a Naruto. She could understand him perfectly, but words were difficult. Dobe, Hyuga, fight me. Sasuke demanded Hikaru and Naruto, though without as much venom as before. Having to clean the guard tower bathrooms humbled him a bit it seemed. Sakura frowned a bit at her crush. She heard what he tried to do and when she talked to her mother about it, the older Haruno scolded her again for being so infatuated with the Uchiha. Sakura still felt a bit of butterflies for the boy, but his disrespect for their sensei and whatever Naruto was supposed to be shocked her. She didn't like the blonde, but assaulting him in the street and calling a stronger opponent Dobe was just wrong. Makes you wonder why you liked him, huh? Hikaru's not-so-joking voice spoke from behind her. Sakura blushed and turned. I don't know what you mean. I love Sasuke-kun. She said instantly, old phrases said on instinct. Hikaru rolled his eyes. Please, you're 12, almost 13. Give it a couple of years before you love anyone. And besides, the Uchiha is arrogant and cruel. I've read the mission reports. He almost caused a treaty to break on the diplomatic mission when he insulted the ambassador. And on your last bandit raid, the boy broke their arms for no reason before killing them. Would you really want to be around that? Sakura bit her lip at that. It was true, Sasuke had become more and more angry and unhinged since Naruto beat them that day so badly. Just think about it. Until then, let's get you started on becoming a field medic. With a smile Hikaru led the girl away from the Uchiha. He sent a mental apology to his teammate who looked ready to pummel the brat. Naruto said hours later after making Sasuke learn water walking. His plan was to force the basics like his teammates did, improving mainly the genin's control, taijutsu, and traps. Naruto knew the second stage was in the Forest of Death, and as such intended to make his student able to survive there. However, if he had to keep telling Sasuke no to fights then the Uchiha wouldn't make it to the exam. Arg! All I've done today is water walking. I need to get stronger to beat him. Spar with me. Sasuke was exhausted but wanted more. His Sharingan would make it easy to copy Naruto's jutsu and moves. However, Naruto just sighed. Sasuke, you've learned a lot today. By Thursday I have no doubt you'll have mastered water walking. Your obsession with killing your brother, I get it, I really do. Sasuke moved to protest but Naruto cut him off. I found out my parents were killed the day I was born, that a man caused their deaths. One day, I will find him and take his life. He had found out that a suspected Sharingan user pulled the Kyuubi out and Naruto would make him pay. However, obsessing about it now won't do anything. Look at it this way. Itachi killed the Uchiha, and they all had friends, lovers, and teammates outside the Uchiha walls. Wait until you're able to beat Kakashi. When that day comes, call on me and I and others would gladly help you track the traitor down. TSCH, I have to do this alone. Why? Because it was your family? Don't be stupid, with teammates you can take on any opponent. And, I'm sure you'd be allowed the killing blow. Naruto watched Sasuke's face carefully. He seemed to go through a range of emotions before settling down. Fine. I'll try it your way, but I'm still behind. How did you get so strong? Sasuke wasn't so much angry at this point but desperate, Naruto was clearly a Chunin level he could see, while Sasuke looked weak now. Sigh, lots of shadow clones, which you can't make. Yet, he added. I'll compromise, if you work hard on what I want you to, I'll teach you some of my special traps. Sasuke looked dubious. I prefer ninjutsu. Naruto smirked at this. So do I, but one of my traps took down a B-rank shinobi, he said, leaving out the part that it incapacitated the guy and Hikaru finished him. No need to tell the whole truth. Sasuke looked a bit more intrigued. Yes, traps can take down anyone, if done right. Plus, I'll show you the Shunshin Thursday. He dangled the carrot, and Sasuke fell for it. Deal. But if I don't think your idea of this teamwork is helping, I'll kill him by myself. Sasuke didn't say it out loud, but he realized playing along until Naruto fell by his hand was better than arguing. He'd learned this shadow clone one day and easily beat the former dobe before moving on to his brother. Naruto just nodded at Sasuke's sort of agreement. No way he'd let that happen, but decided to let the guy sound superior. Here's a book over the basics of trapping. Angel, time to go. Naruto called, and without another word boy and cat walked away, leaving a thoughtful Uchiha looking through the book titled Genin Level Traps, Book 1 of 3. Not knowing Naruto was already through the whole series that went through Jonin, Sasuke pored over it, secretly imagining Itachi dying from a kunai or wire. Private training grounds. Naruto used Shunshin to reach the waterfall where 20 clones cut the water. Pleased it wouldn't be long before he could do it himself, he turned to his partner while unsealing his training weights. Hello. Naruto, Angel said slowly, working the human words in her mouth. Naruto grinned. Hey, Angel. Since we're partners, we have to work together in fights. For now we'll do conditioning and an obstacle course together. With a grin the two set off into the late afternoon, Naruto wincing as the new training vest put an extra 5 pounds on him. He was instructed to not use chakra while in weights to get him better conditioned faster. Made sense, but that didn't mean Naruto had to like feeling weighed down. At 8 p.m. Naruto dragged himself inside his apartment, Angel hanging over his shoulder. Stupid cat making me carry her, he muttered. Turning his doorknob, he slumps inside the doorway, only to become on guard instantly with his chukodo in hand. He felt a presence in his apartment, and they were masking it well. Inching along the wall, he pumped chakra into a seal, releasing his chakra smoke tags. Or, he would have if the commander hadn't thrown him to the ground. Almost acceptable. But next time be on your guard before you enter, Dragon said dryly as he pushed his sandal on Naruto's head. Yes, Dragon-sama. What are you here for? Naruto asked through the carpet. I doubt it's just to stalk me, though you do it a lot. Correct, I am here on business. Make me tea, he ordered. Naruto grumbled but complied, and soon 2 cups were on the table. Dragon drank slowly, his mask under a genjutsu to allow him to move it slightly to drink. I understand you are to begin on learning your Jinchuriki powers tomorrow? It wasn't a question, even if it sounded like one. In that case, I came to warn you to be careful. Normally we would wait until you reached 14, but with the threat of conflict Konoha has no choice. Even so, I won't have you become reliant on your bijou. As such, while you are in mask, you may not use any demonic chakra unless in a life or death situation, and even then I would rather you come up with something else. Naruto understood what he was saying and gave his agreement. Furthermore, I will be training you and the cat on genjutsu. Before I made commander, my genjutsu was renowned. Dragon sounded almost mournful but quickly hid it. Here is a scroll over genjutsu and another over hellcats and their abilities. He placed both on the table. Wait. I thought angel species used to ally with the Uchiha. How did you get one of their scrolls on them? Dragon chuckled. I have my ways. I expect you to have both Red and the kitten to access her chakra by next week. And without a sound, Dragon was gone. After a moment, Naruto cleaned up before laying in bed, opening his first scroll. Genjutsu Theory for Dummies Chapter 1. He muttered. Next day, Naruto was ready. Guy would be in for a nasty surprise when he broke in. Before he fell asleep, the young ANBU had set up his nastiest traps in preparation. Hearing the front door open, Naruto hides a mischievous grin. YOSH. Good morning, Naruto. My most youthful neighbor, let us start our youthful morning exercises. And to Naruto's horror, the green man had somehow gotten out of all his preventative measures. With a resigned groan, the ANBU changes in seconds and straps his weights on, dragging a hissing angel along. Outside his window, Dragon smirked. Naruto's traps were beginning to be a challenge, but it wouldn't save him from morning sessions with Guy. Not when Dragon needed every ANBU the best they could be. This isn't working, Naruto whined. He had been attempting to meditate for hours to no avail. He couldn't access the fox's chakra. Just keep trying. Tenzo sighed in frustration as well. He hadn't thought getting Naruto a meeting with his tenant would be so difficult. This was the 6th lesson and they had tried sparing, using all of his chakra, and now meditation, nothing worked. Tenzo didn't whether to be proud or angry that the boy had such a lock on his emotions that taunts and slurs did nothing to draw the Kyuubi chakra out. Yo! Chibi Kohai, what's up? Hikaru greeted as he jumped down to the valley they were practicing in. We have dinner tonight to go over Kakashi's team's progress, remember? Go away Hikaru-senpai, I have to access the fox's chakra. Naruto bit out between deep breaths, eyes closed in concentration. Hikaru knew his friend had yet to draw on any power and that it was driving the boy mad. A light bulb went off and he signaled Tenzo to get ready. Oh really? But you're so tiny, what's a chibi like you doing trying to use a power you can't understand? A tick mark grew on Naruto's forehead. Only Hikaru and Anko could make him lose his cool. One final button mixed with his own anger at his failure would do it. With a grin Hikaru swiped Naruto's headband off his forehead. It was one of his most precious possessions as it belonged to his favorite teacher. I'll just keep this till you grow a few feet? He taunted. Naruto let out a fierce growl and red chakra started leaking red chakra, his claws growing longer. Now, Captain. Wood sprouts from the ground and absorbs the chakra, sending Naruto to oblivion. I can't believe that worked, I said, and did things 10 times worse. Tenzo said in awe. Hikaru smirked in reply. Ah, but he views you as a superior and knows you don't mean it. I mock and tease him enough that I know which of his buttons to push and when. Now what? Now, we wait. He's exhausted of chakra and he drew on its power, so Naruto should be able to meet with the fox and ask for power. Inside Naruto's mindscape, Naruto found himself in a sewer, a huge cage in front of him. Great, this is what my mind's like? That sucks, Naruto mumbled. He read in a book over meditation that the mindscape reflected the mental state built from childhood. Needless to say, Naruto's didn't look too cheery. My jailer is here to bug me. What do you want, mortal? A growl came out from the bars. A pair of red eyes and mouth of teeth push against the bars. Remembering why he was there, Naruto sat up and bowed. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, your current jailer. I'm here to strike a deal for both our benefit. What is your name? Kurama barely kept his eyes from bugging. He hadn't had a human bow to him in centuries, much less speak in a civil manner or ask his name. Kurama had looked through the memories of his container's life and was impressed with the human's resolve. It made the old fox almost hopeful. He would give the human a chance, not that the boy had to know. And if he just happened to be the one father was talking about? Well, then Kurama would be smug to his siblings that he was the one to guide him. Insolent brat. Don't presume I need anything from you. But, I will listen to your proposition. And it's Kurama? He added as an afterthought. Later, Naruto sat up slowly, his teammates looking at him with worry, Dragon nearby as well. We met, he said with a straight face. And? Hikaru shakes his shoulders. Naruto gives a hidden smirk, his face mask making him unreadable. Kurama said I can use his chakra as long as I ask beforehand. In exchange he gets a mental connection and something about watching me for signs of being another stupid Negan before he makes a final decision, whatever that means. Naruto shrugged. Looks of relief spread across Tenzo and Hikaru. Even Dragon appeared relaxed. Kurama? Tenzo asked. Oh, the Kyuubi. He isn't mindless, everyone has a name, Naruto said simply, wondering why everyone was making such a big deal out of it. In the seal, Kurama snickered as he looked through Naruto's eyes at the expressions. Angel popped out of the commander's cloak. Naruto. I learned how to use fire, the cat cheered with the increasing vocabulary, and demonstrated with 6 golf ball-sized flames flying at him. After dodging he clapped his hands. Good job, Angel. The cat had taken to Dragon almost as well as Kakashi, and unlike the Cyclops the commander would teach the feline not bat it away. Tiger, your squad has guard duty of the Hokage Tower tomorrow. Mouse, how has the Jinjutsu I gave you to learn working? Dragon asked. Naruto chuckled nervously. After reading the basic scroll, Dragon had shown him a C-rank Jinjutsu, forced hypnosis, a basic technique letting the user put the victim in a trance and offer subtle ideas or have them follow orders for a short time. It was useful for making prisoners or clients more compliant, though until mastered the illusion could be broken by any genin. Once fully learned, most chunin would succumb, meaning it was extremely useful. Hey. It doesn't last on the clones for more than a few seconds. My control isn't the best, though now that Kurama and I are working together, it should improve. Hikaru hummed. I'll teach you waterfall walking. It's advanced enough that your control will end up improving to the point of making the Jinjutsu work. He offered. Do that, Wolf. Mouse, have this mastered by next week or I'll tell Guy to give you extra weight. Dragon said cheerfully before leaving. Naruto paled, then looked at his senpai. Save me. Don't let Guy get to me, I'm already wearing 15 pounds on my legs and 20 on my torso. PSH, that's weak, Chibi Kohai, Hikaru mocked. That is pathetic. Grow some muscle. Kurama mocked along, already liking the Hyuga. Naruto sputtered a bit. Fine. Be that way, I'll just tell Guy you'd like to join us. His eyes turned devious and it was Hikaru's time to pale. I think Hayashi-sama needs me at the clan compound for a few days. Giant. And he leaves as well. Tenzo looks down. From now on we'll work on you using the foxes Kurama's. He backtracks at Naruto's glare. Angel joins in for effect. Chakra without you losing control. By the exams the elders want you to use 2 tails worth, but personally I don't think you can do 2 tails. I think you can control 4. With a proud smile Tenzo helps his subordinate up. How about some sushi, my treat? Sushi. Was the dual cheer of Naruto and Angel. Sarutobi's office, next day. As reward for his accomplishment Naruto was given the most sought-after spot in the office, the left rafter above the desk. In this coveted position one had the breeze from the windows and none of the tobacco smell. Furthermore it had a nice ledge big enough to sit on. Yes, it was bliss. Sure, it also was the spot of the messenger, but rarely did that happen and Angel had a spot nearby under the desk. It was decided that the cat was to run inter-village missions with them as she proved to be adept at fighting and stealth. Until a certain toad sage came in through the window. Hello sensei. Mind telling me why you recalled me 3 months early? Jiraiya was a diligent shinobi that loved his village, but he enjoyed his time on the road, damn it. Ah, Jiraiya. I am glad you came quickly. You're aware of the intelligence reports over this Otogekure? Sarutobi blew on his pipe. Naruto listened. In office duty was monotonous but let you in on all the juicy parts of the village running, not that the ANBU would ever discuss what was said. Only on highly secretive mission reports would the ANBU be sent out. Each agent was trusted fully by the Hokage, meaning none of them would dream of selling out secrets or spreading rumors. Of course, I still can't get a confirmation on who leads it. Suna has been spotted holding talks with them. Not good, as they are bringing their Jinchuriki to the exams without telling us. Only our increased vigilance due to the past several months allowed us to confirm it. Naruto sucked on his teeth at that. It was bad news if Suna went against them. So you want me here as a deterrent? Jiraiya asked. If so, perhaps he could help Naruto and his genin squad. He heard he'd graduated this term but couldn't ask for more updates with his schedule. Yes, and to train Naruto in Fuinjutsu and Jutsu. Jiraiya perked up at that. And the Kyuubi chakra, I presume? Tenzo is in charge of that, but I am sure he wouldn't mind some help. Isn't that right, Tiger? Tenzo appears in a kneel in front of the desk. Not at all, Hokage-sama. I'm sure Naruto would appreciate the chance to know his godfather. Naruto had been told about Jiraiya by the Hokage during their chat. Jiraiya tensed. Don't worry Jiraiya, Naruto knows everything. And he forgave me though I would watch for pranks, Sarutobi said, somewhat amused now that it wasn't him in the doghouse. He greatly enjoyed his weekly lessons with his surrogate grandson. Oh? The Gaki has his mother's personality then? Maybe I should pass on the way of... I wouldn't finish that if I were you, Sarutobi warned. Yugao had turned her corner into a frigid wasteland. She wouldn't have anyone, even a Sannin, corrupt her Kohai. I take it the ANBU are fond of him? I'm glad he was taken care of. Can't wait to meet him and his genin team. Anyway, here's a coded message I managed to snag from a runner on their way to Suna. They have an exact copy. Excellent, I'll have cryptology take a look at it. Mouse, he said absently. Naruto appeared at the Hokage's side and took the scroll with a bow. Please give this to Shiro. Right away, Hokage-sama, Naruto said evenly. He refused to look at his godfather. However, the pervert looked at him. Hold on a second. Mouse, was it? How old are you? Jiraiya saw the blonde hair and short stature. No, it couldn't be. Naruto looked towards his captain, who shook his head no. Without a word Naruto left through the ceiling's passageway towards cryptology. Jiraiya fixed a hard stare on Sarutobi. Sensei, who was that? Now Jiraiya, you know most ANBU never reveal their identities. Sarutobi chided. He was having fun toying with his student. This will teach him to delay the release of Ika Ika. Cut the crap, was that Naruto? Because it sure looked like him with the hair and height. Yes, that's him, the Hokage said after a pregnant pause. The office was filled with killing intent. You put my godson, who I was told was behind his peers, in ANBU? Are you insane? Sigh. Sit down and shut up. It's time you hear about the real Naruto. And over the next 30 minutes Jiraiya heard everything. The troubled and lonely early life, his sabotaged schooling, and his life in ANBU. Naruto appears with a scroll from cryptology concerning another case in his hand. Naruto, take off your mask. It's time to meet your godfather, the Hokage ordered. With a sigh Naruto slid his mask off and onto his belt. It is nice to meet you, Jiraiya-sama, he said tonelessly. Jiraiya gave a weak smile, still reeling about what he heard. Nice to meet you, kid. You look like a mini Kakashi with that mask. All you need now is a Sharingan and you'd be golden. The chuckle he let out was fake, and no one laughed. Naruto, please escort Jiraiya to your team's training grounds. You can have a private conversation there, Sarutobi said kindly. With a bow, Naruto put his second face on, becoming Mouse. Please follow me, Jiraiya-sama. And the pair made their way out the office, Angel following soon, leaving a rather worried Team Row. I bet that bastard Dragon planned this. Hikaru blurted out suddenly. That I did, Dragon said from nowhere. Wolf, we'll have a private session on your next day off. His voice was cheerful but still the Hyuga paled. Now let's do some spying. He held up the famous orb, giddiness evident. Chapter 6. With Naruto and Jiraiya? Once Naruto stepped into the training grounds of Ro, Jiraiya could feel his godson's anger. Shit. Was the Toad Sage's thoughts before his jewels barely escaped a Chukoto ramming into them. He dodged flurry after flurry of well-timed jabs. At one point a Kawarimi protected his head from flying as Naruto pulled off a perfect shunshin to get behind into Jiraiya's blind spot. If Naruto had just a couple more years' practice at suppressing his chakra, it would have worked. The worst part was that the whole time, his godson was behind his ANBU mask, meaning he couldn't tell what exactly he was feeling. As soon as the boy got into the battle, his emotions became unreadable. Tenzo's trained him well. But who taught him that level of shunshin? And the kenjutsu was rough but deadly. With the spies, / well-meaning observers. Ha, stupid sage, that will teach him to abandon his family, Dragon said as he watched Naruto almost lop Jiraiya's head off for the third time. Sarutobi gave him an incredulous look. Dragon, he didn't abandon your subordinate, he had important duties and… Can it, Hokage-sama? I've read his real file. As has Tenzo with my permission, he was stuck in the past and left Naruto to rot. Dragon was fiercely protective of all those under him. Mess with one of them and you would be facing the fourth most powerful loyal leaf shinobi on active duty. When he discovered what Jiraiya saw as reasonable excuse to not check up on or send money to his student's legacy, he was tempted to break out of his disguise and use every ounce of his skill to murder Jiraiya. In other words, the dragon wanted to awaken. But seeing his current youngest subordinate elegantly channel his teachings towards mission, skewer a toad was enough for the commander, for now, at least. I know you're both angry with Jiraiya, but he's here now. Sarutobi tried but stopped as he could feel the room of glares from behind neutral masks. Okay, so he deserves this, but I just hope he survives. Not fighting back while Naruto's like that is either brave or stupid. Back with Naruto and Jiraiya? Naruto, stop. Naruto. Jiraiya held a fist with a chakra-conductive kunai, wind blade centimeters from his jugular. After dodging without any response from the boy, Jiraiya had fought back. Big mistake. Naruto took that as permission to coat his sword and the kunai in wind chakra, and demonstrate his mastery of several low-ranked but deadly jutsu. Though he was hardly putting an effort in, Naruto's unpredictableness almost cost the pervert on no less than 6 occasions, and, no one's invincible and I hate it when high-class opponents seem to appear so forever. No, everybody is vulnerable to pointy objects aimed at vital spots if they're careless. I know I screwed up by not being there, but I'm here now. Why are you attempting murder? Jiraiya had not been so fearful in years as when Naruto used Shunshin to appear several feet in front of him and pulled off his mask, eyes slitted red. You abandoned me. I want to know why. Not some bull crap like IWA or spies or your network. I know ANBU runs over 80% of the village's intelligence gathering. Naruto growled through ragged breaths. He knew the real reason but wanted someone to admit it. Kurama in the seal was quite enjoying himself. His container was certainly more entertaining than he thought he would be, and the older human deserved the pain. Sai, you look just like him, that's why. Seeing you now is hard, but I can tell you're your own person. Jiraiya got on the ground and bowed his nose to the dirt. Please forgive me, for I have failed you, he asked. Naruto's eyes turned blue once more. What will he do, I wonder? His emotions are fluctuating. Kurama didn't know whether to be disappointed or proud at his container's reply. No. I can't forgive you. Maybe he's not the one? Kurama thought, only to widen his eyes at the answer. Yet? I can't forgive you yet. I could lie and tell you I don't hold a grudge, but I do. But that's not to say we can't start over. You've messed up as a godfather and have to earn that right back. But I've seen what hatred does to people. The villagers and Sasuke and they QB. I don't ever want to be as empty yet filled with anger as them. So, my name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I like my friends Yugao, Tenzo, Hikaru, Angel and Kurama, seals, training, and ramen. I dislike those who can't tell a kunai from a scroll, traitors, and recently secrets. My hobbies are reading and gardening at the moment. My dream is to protect my precious people, to be strong enough for them. And get the guy back that killed my parents one day. He held out a hand to the slack-jawed toad sage. After a moment Jiraiya hesitantly offered his hand back. My name is Jiraiya. I like sake, researching what makes women perfect, and writing. I dislike a certain snake, traitors, and war. My hobbies are writing and research. My dream is to end the cycle of hatred, even if it is impossible. Jiraiya kept from using his usual antics until later. Naruto plopped down in front. So, what now? Jiraiya smirked at the question. Well, your combat abilities are definitely chunin in level based on just ANBU influence, I'm sure. But you don't have that much in your arsenal and your taijutsu could still use work. Name the ninjutsu that you can use. Well, I have the Kawarimi, Henge, and Shadow Clone mastered at Dragon's approval. My Great Breakthrough and Air Force Palm are also mastered, but now I'm increasing their speed or power. My other wind attack, drilling air bullets, is acceptable, as is Shunshin. Hold on, your Shunshin is battle ready without seals, that's mastered in my book. Naruto shook his head. No, dragon says it isn't until I can create after images. Anyways, I am able to use the headhunter, but it's limited for a few feet range, and the hidden mist is just now becoming thick enough for me to confuse enemies. Naruto was proud at the last part. After managing to get the penny to move around and float on water in a glass, the first step to water manipulation, he was able to use water jutsu, even if it took a huge chunk of chakra still. The next step was controlling the waterfall waves to push it upwards. If he had a choice, Naruto would be done with water manipulation training, as he just finished wind last week. However, Shikaku was vulnerable to water-based attacks, so he had to gain the control necessary for several high-powered water attacks. Jiraiya looked proud. Good, good. You have almost enough ninjutsu for now, as Sensei and Kakashi are spending time on that. I'll begin teaching you the Rasengan later today and a few supplementary jutsu as the exams get closer though. However, let's talk seals. He had a glint in his eye that made Naruto nervous, which increased when Jiraiya rubbed his hands together. That night, Naruto lay on his bed unable to sleep. You called me friend. Kurama's growl echoed through Naruto's mind. The fox had stayed quiet but now wanted answers. Yeah, so? I consider you a friend, Kurama. Why? Why not? We're stuck together, might as well get along. Naruto thought back bluntly. Honestly, the fox could be dense. You aren't my friend. You don't even have my respect, brat. Yet. I don't have your respect yet. But one day I will. And then a day will come where we're best of friends. What makes you so sure? At the first chance I could break the seal. I am a being of pure hatred. I'm not worried. I'll just have to help you with your anger problem before then. Kurama sputtered at that. I don't have anger problems. I am all the world's hatred. Blah, blah, blah. I get it. But soon you'll be the world's, something other than hatred. I promise you this, and I never go back on my word to comrades. I'm not your comrade. Kurama insisted. He never had a human so naive to think he'd be his friend or comrade. But, the brat did amuse him, and the tiny human reminded him of the fox's father to an extent. Just keep telling yourself that. I'll get through you one day. Angel stretched out on his stomach, purring, breaking the conversation. Naruto. Why were you mad at the funny man? Angel asked. Originally his name had been Toadman, but when they caught him drooling over a swimsuit magazine, the puzzled cat changed it. He did something bad. But you forgive him? No. Not really. But I need his assistance for my Fuinjutsu. Naruto admitted, which confused the cat more. In the cat lands, if someone made you mad, you didn't hang around them until they apologized? Angel said, confused. Heh, well, in the ninja world, the greater good and orders come before feelings. Besides, we still have to come up with a prank for him. I may have an idea for that. Dragon's voice spoke through the darkness. ANBU and Cat bolted out of bed in a holler. The commander chuckled, appearing on the windowsill. My, is the cat and mouse afraid of the dark? Said Cat, and Mouse glared. Heh, anyway, I have something in mind, and if you pull it off I'll make it worth your while. Next day, Jinchuriki training area? Why are you poking me? Naruto asked as he heaved air. They had forced Naruto to draw on a full tail's worth before he was ready. Every muscle was torn or strained. Jiraiya just kept using Naruto's sheathed sword to poke him in the side. You sure you're alright? Tenzo had to suppress your chakra. That shouldn't happen. Naruto glared at the Sannin. It's my second time using Kurama's chakra, so give me a break. Kurama? As in the one you called a friend yesterday? Jiraiya sucked in a breath when Naruto shook his head. Kid, you can't trust it. The beast is a he, has a name, and is stuck inside me. Kurama can't get out, and treating him like a demon makes him act like one. The Hachibi and his Jinchuriki are partners, and the Ichibi and Gaara can unleash vast amounts of power. I have to talk to him to get power, and I'd rather be on good terms than fight for my sanity and control when it matters. Fine. But I'll be keeping a close eye on your seal, he said, distrusting. But now, time to learn your father's second most famous jutsu. 1 week later. Jiraiya woke in his hotel room refreshed. His godson was talking to him during training, even if underhanded insults hardly counted as conversation. His revised draft of his next book was ready to be shipped for publishing, and he had until the afternoon to research before Naruto showed up for lessons. The boy had the Rasengan's first step mastered with one hand and was eagerly improving on step 2. Within a month Naruto would know Rasengan and he was officially a beginning level 3 Fuinjutsu user. Yes, everything was working out, until it wasn't. Who stole my book? Was heard all across Konoha. Jiraiya hyperventilated. Few had the skill to steal from him and even fewer had the guts. A note greeted him on the bottom of his sack. Jiraiya, we have taken your book as payment. For the next 5 days you are to teach at the Academy the basics of small explosive notes and storage scrolls to the final years. If you refuse, your book will take a fireball and its ashes will be mailed to you. P.S. Yes, we took both copies. Jiraiya paled, cursed, then resigned himself. Sorry Naruto, but months of research must not be wasted. With grim resolve the sage walked to the academy for his punishment, wondering if it was his sensei or the Chunin who pulled it off. If only he knew it was his godson who successfully pulled it off without any assistance. Meanwhile, Hokage's office? Dragon and Sarutobi toasted their tea together, both reading Ika Volume 13. Naruto and Angel barely kept their faces blank at the sight of two grown men giggling over smut, as did Tenzo and Yugao. Oh? Here, Dragon said suddenly, slamming something in Naruto's face. Naruto cursed, then saw the Chunin grin. I'm in ANBU. We don't get these promotions, he pointed out blandly. Technically ANBU were above everyone but their captains, commander, and the elders/Hokage. Even Jonin would listen to an order from an ANBU member on a mission. Normally you would be right, Naruto Sarutobi said between pages, but not only will it solidify your non-ANBU identity as Konoha's Jinchuriki when the exams roll around, basically a show of village strength since Suna's Jinchuriki is still a genin dash, but you're more than qualified, 32 C-rank guard rotations, 20 various B rank, and 4 A rank. That and you're on babysitting duty while your captain and senpai here does a measly S-rank surveillance, Dragon added airily. All the ANBU looked towards their commander, even the one stationed. Only you would call an S-rank measly, commander? Naruto deadpanned. And what's this about babysitting? I'm not in charge of Konohamaru again, am I? I can't take being his boss anymore. Atop his head Angel agreed. Yeah, no baby humans. Konohamaru and his friends took every chance they could to bug the pair for training, even going so far as attempting to follow Naruto home several times. Not even the Hyuga girl was that persistent anymore. Haha, no. You get to be Team 7 squad leader for a week-long C-rank delivery and pick-up mission to River Country border. Please no, Naruto finally managed. He could take Sasuke in small doses as long as he kept the older boy busy. Heck, even the other two were manageable now that Sakura started to grow up. But a week of non-stop interaction? Hell no. Let Hikaru do it, he's their temporary sensei when Kakashi-senpai is busy. The older ANBU secretly agreed, let the bum Hikaru use this vacation to look after some brats. That won't be possible, Wolf will be my personal training partner this week. Unless, you wish to take his place. Naruto shivered and grabbed the scroll in Dragon's hand. No need. Dragon-sama, Hokage-sama, Captain, Yugao-senpai. See you in a week, he said in a rush before bolting towards the door. Wait. Dragon threw another scroll. Your payment for those 600 chakra smoke tags and 300 explosive tags, 6 chakra conductive kunai and 300 senbon. Though why you need more of the kunai mouse I will never know. You have 4 from that blasted poker night deal. Naruto lit up at that. On request of his commander he made the mass amounts of the explosive and chakra smoke tags over the course of a month for the ANBU forces. In payment he requested more of the special kunai as regular ones couldn't take prolonged channeling of wind chakra. Then, after seeing how deadly Sakura was lately with senbon, he added the tiny weapons on. You can never have too many, Naruto defended with a cheeky grin. Instead of 3 Chukoto, Naruto got 2 and 4 of the kunai from the supply store. East Gate. Yo! Naruto greeted when he appeared in front of Team 7 half an hour later. The 3 genin stared at their replacement squad leader with mixtures of surprise for Sakura, jealousy for Sasuke, and mild curiosity for Sai. Naruto? What are you doing here in a Chunin vest? Sakura finally asked after a staring contest between the 4 took place. Oh, I got a field promotion for working in the Hokage Tower, he lied smoothly. Field promotions for administrative positions were common. The genin bought it, though Sasuke was suspicious as always, seeing as Naruto's combat abilities were astounding unlike other shinobi in his supposed area. And since Kakashi-senpai is busy, I was put as your commanding officer for the week. Our mission is to meet the village's leading supplier of rice and exchange the revised sale agreement for the next growing season. Oh, and Sakura? Catch. What's this, 300 senbon? The girl squealed at seeing her new favorite weapon. Her teammates inch away slowly as her long hair appears to whip around her head and storm clouds blow in. Think of all the uses. The joints I can hit? Heh. I see you like them, Naruto said as he too backed away. Sakura gave him a small smile. Thanks, Naruto. Where did you get them? Senbon are difficult to get below Jonin or ANBU. Can we go now? Sasuke interrupted rudely before Naruto could explain. Rolling his eyes, the ANBU agent shook his head. Fine. Diamond formation, Sasuke front with Sakura and Sai left and right. I'll be in the back with my shadow clones. We have 3 days to arrive at the border in case of attack, don't question me. Naruto ordered with a tick. Sasuke gulped, an annoyed Naruto equaled an in pain Sasuke. Even Sai was wary of that emotion. Hours later the four were hopping through the trees with clones going on ahead, Naruto working on Senbon balancing with his fingertips and Sai gazing emotionlessly. Sakura attempted to talk to her broody teammate. Sasuke-kun, ye. Shut up, Sakura. Sasuke snapped. I won't go on a date with you, you're weak. I thought you got over that. In truth, Sasuke wouldn't have been so rough, but the combination of his rival surpassing him and the useless mission they gave him made Sasuke short-tempered. Since the kidnapping attempt he had gotten more training than ever before, but the missions were a joke. Fine. I was just going to say your pack was open, Sasuke. The pinkett huffed. All three boys whipped their heads to gape at her. What? She asked. You just told off Dicklist, I pointed out. You weren't asking me out. And you called him Sasuke without the kun? Shut it, guys. She said with a sweat drop. She wasn't that bad, was she? She'd have to talk to Ino about it after they returned. With that the four continued on towards the border. Meanwhile, Kakashi was meeting up with Yugao and Tenzo deep within rice. Senpai, they both greeted in sign, dressed as missing Nin from Kumo. Kakashi I smiled in similar garb but kept the face mask. Good, you're here. The message Jiraiya-sama found mentioned an alliance between Odo and Suna, with a meeting scheduled between Jonin representatives near here. We are to observe and find a way to confirm the leader/location of Odo. They give affirmation and sit down in the trees to prepare. The future of the village could depend on their success. Chapter 7. Border between Konoha and River. Naruto exhaled to keep from killing 2 of his comrades. Sasuke and Sakura's ability to work together had diminished to almost non-existent within the span of 3 days. After Sasuke made the first remark, the Uchiha continued to do so with increasing viciousness, only this time aimed at both the team and the mission. This is pointless. I could be training, not waiting here to trade some pieces of paper, Sasuke said arrogantly. His attitude went sour and ego took a hit when Sakura decked both him and Sai during an argument last night. To save face, the boy was no acting like a petulant child. Suck it up, you jerk, Sakura growled. Sakura Haruno would never have treated her beloved that way, but ever since Hikaru began her medical training the girl took off her rose-tinted glasses and actually saw both her teammates. The verdict? Both were assholes, though Sai was just clueless while Sasuke was the child who had to have his way. Sure, he was improving over time, but this mission reverted him back to his bad habits. Both of you. Just, please shut up. We're on a mission and I don't want to be the one to explain to the council why Konoha now appears bad to our supplier of rice. Naruto rubbed his temples. Both now fueled their ire to him. What the hell, Naruto? She started it. The two said simultaneously. Ugly and dickless are childish, Sai pointed out. Naruto looked deep within himself. Kurama. What should I do? You're asking me? I told you days ago to just kill them and be done with it, especially the Uchiha. Sighing annoyance, he let the kitsune's bad advice go. WWDD, what would Dragon do? He pondered, and then tossed out Dragon's obvious choice of personal hell disguised as training. Can't do that on a mission. Tenzo's method of fish eyes and creepy lighting weren't possible for Naruto either. Finally he settled on bribery. If you three can act professional until we return to Konoha, and I mean no fighting or bickering, I will teach each of you something. Sasuke, I'll let you copy some of my taijutsu moves. Sakura, I'll show you the one genjutsu I know, and Sai, how about I just give you some of my chakra smoke tags? Each of the genin looked thrilled in their own ways. Fine. Sasuke rolled his eyes. He'd do anything for more training, even play nice with useless teammates. For now, anyway. Yes, Captain, Sai quipped blandly. As Root the Pale Boy was accustomed to following a superior's orders, only his standing mission of killing Sasuke Uchiha in the event of defection would override Naruto's orders in Sai's mind. Fine, but the next person who mocks me becomes my test subject next lesson with Hikaru-sensei, Sakura warned. With a quick nod, Naruto clapped his hands. Since that's done, it's time for me to tell you the real reason behind the mission, Naruto said, bringing 3 confused looks. You are all aware of the increased activity of rogue shinobi and skirmishes, Naruto stated. Of course Ino said we're prepping for war with somebody, though she didn't know who Sakura said. Naruto mentally noted to find out where Ino got her source. While not exactly top secret, Genin shouldn't have been aware that war was even a path they were considering right now. As ANBU, Naruto was in the know, though either during or soon after, Konoha would be in warfare, be it with Suna, Oto, or another country that took advantage of the situation. Yes, but don't go spreading that around, as it's too early to confirm or deny that possibility. However, in wartime or times of tense relations, ninja villages are unable to splurge on supplies as much, and we can't afford to go year by year with food when conflict could make securing supplies impossible. That means today, when the representatives and negotiators show up, we will make them agree to continue to be our supplier even if another country tries to convince them otherwise. 3 confused looks were aimed at him. Make them? Sakura asked. Yes, Sakura. There is some fear that River will use this to either up the price or back out of our trade agreement. Don't worry, I'll handle the speaking parts. Your team is more of a show of good faith, Naruto assured her. The boys looked confused, but Sakura thought it over. Realization dawned on her. Because sending the last Uchiha to this proves Konoha wants to put their best foot forward and trusts River Country enough to send an endangered bloodline to the border. Sasuke looked a little peeved at being used as a show of good faith, but let it go at Naruto's warning glance. Correct. Sasuke will be present, as will Sakura. Sai, I'll need you in the trees on lookout for any trouble. Naruto got 3 nods in return. What he didn't tell them was that Naruto was the biggest play in the mission. The representative for the rice company originated from Konoha and knew about Naruto's Jinchuriki status. Once he saw the blonde shinobi, he'd think twice about attacking or attempting treachery. Even with the samurai, he'd no doubt bring. Once Naruto had read that part in his apartment while packing, he'd sent Angel to stay with Hikaru for the week. The Hellcat was strong for her age, but if he had to pull a full fight or draw on Kurama's chakra, he couldn't be worrying about his partner. She wasn't ready to take part in this type of mission yet. An hour and several traps and Station Shadow clones later, Team 7 and Naruto could sense the approaching party. 10 samurai, 3 officials. Sai signed. Not that anyone but Naruto noticed. Genin didn't normally know sign, much to Naruto's chagrin. Good. Keep a lookout, be ready for anything, he signed back. If worse came to worse, Naruto would have Sai activate the traps and clones while they ran back to Konoha, killing the people from River for breaking ties. By the show of force from River, they had to be ready for anything. The negotiators arrive in a fanfare. The man who ran the talks, Ryuga, a distant relative to Heiei, perhaps, Naruto mused, was looking out of breath from the walk. When he spotted the Uchiha, he felt his spirits rise at Konoha's trust, ensuring that the village wanted to continue peacefully and could be manipulated. But when he saw Naruto, Konoha's Jinchuriki, and demon brat, he paled. To be sent on this meant that his life was forfeit if he attempted any bullshitting or tried to raise prices unfairly like he planned to before, if possible. And the worst part? The Third's law was absolute, and if Rai broke that to warn his associates now or later, Konoha would retaliate full force as well as slaughter him and his family. Gekko-sama, it is an honor to meet with you about continuous friendship between our 2 nations. These are my teammates, Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha. I am Naruto Uzumaki, as I'm sure you're aware, Naruto said and bowed deeply, which for a ninja on a mission was a show of good faith. Naruto was proud of himself. The advanced diplomacy books Dragon made him read over the last several weeks worked. Realization hit him like a brick. He planned this all out, the bastard. Naruto fumed, though his masked face remained neutral. Rai winced inwardly. By the last statement, Naruto knew about his status, meaning the boy likely could use some of the demon's power like legends stated that demon hosts could. Time to play patch up and give Konoha what they wanted. Of course, Uzumaki-san, I know exactly who you are. It is a pleasure to work with you and your team. These are my associates, Dan Sasami and Hideki Mamachi, Rai replied. Over the next hour, Rai received strange glances from his convoy. When he offered to double Konoha's rice supply and small discount in exchange for continued friendship and alliance in conflict, they turned slack-jawed. But there was nothing Rai could do. He preferred living, and he was the boss, second only to the daimyo of River. The man also knew about the Kyubi Jinchuriki, as he was visiting Konoha to offer aid before the Third's law took effect after the attack, and took the oath to prevent war with the country. Rai was sure the man would agree that angering Konoha at this point would be suicide. I am happy our negotiations went smoothly, Gekko-sama. Konoha will send a team to collect the rice and exchange payment in 1 month, Naruto said cheerfully. Rai nodded quickly while his associates looked agape, but as per orders stayed silent. Of course, Uzumaki-san. Tell Hokage-sama it is always a pleasure to do business, even if it was unexpected to conduct extensive negotiations here. Rai said with an underhanded meaning. He had expected to use the fact that Konoha was sending just shinobi this time instead of the negotiator to charge more and then lose the rice shipment in favor of Suna in the upcoming conflict the Kazekage told them about. By sending their Jinchuriki, which had 8 more tails than Suna's, Konoha ensured River was loyal to fire, not wind. A sneaky tactic, but it worked. No wonder ninjas ran the world. Just a precaution. After all, my friend in the trees would have had trouble keeping lookout for enemy shinobi wanting to interrupt in an office. Naruto replied airily. Rai gulped, as did the rest of his side, though the Konoha shinobi said it as looking after both sides. The message was clear: we were prepared to slaughter you. Haha, of course, of course. Have a safe trip back. Rai bowed. And you? Naruto bowed back. Oh, and my furry friend had hoped to play together. Perhaps next time. The man went ashen and quickened his pace to get away. On the trip back, Sakura and Sasuke watched their temporary leader with fascination. What? Naruto asked them as he was balancing a senbon on his palm, an exercise meant to help with the Rasengan's second step. You played them how, Naruto? My brain couldn't keep up with all that went on. And why was he so scared of you? Sakura asked him. Rai looked ready to pee his pants every time Naruto spoke or looked him in the eye. I really didn't do anything, Sakura. I read a lot, and working in the tower means I can play the game somewhat. And as for the second question, I'll tell you when you make chunin, he said with a glint in his eye that meant drop it. The secret was his to tell, but Naruto didn't think giving one of Konoha's secrets, even one about him, to Genin, especially the Uchiha who was still a flight risk. When Sasuke becomes a chunin, it would mean he was no longer at risk of becoming a missing ninja, and as such Naruto would trust him more. Okay, I won't ask then. But I didn't know you read, Naruto. What do you usually read? Was Sakura's response. Naruto looked up from concentrating on his palm. The senbon was refusing to stay steady. Everything. Though lately my superior is making me read a lot of politics and geography, Naruto said, a bit miffed. Dragon had him study not only the manual of treaty codes, but also an advanced geographical guide over fire's landmarks for shinobi. His reasoning was sound. ANBU should know as much as possible, and with his shadow clones absorbing mass amounts wasn't difficult, but Naruto still resented the man for swiping his comic collection as collateral. Let's pick up the pace. We can be back in Konoha by tomorrow evening if we push it? Meanwhile, Konoha's Ninja Academy. Jiraiya knew someone hated him. Why else was he being forced to teach a bunch of 11 and 12-year-olds basic Fuinjutsu? As he and 4 clones walked around the field of students, he learned his lesson the first day of allowing them to work inside when half the desks melted due to a misspelled matrix. Jiraiya dodged explosion after explosion as the kids eagerly put their new skills to the test. Jiraiya-sensei, how can I make the explosion bigger? A girl from a civilian family asked. Momo, Jiraiya remembered was her name. She picked up the lessons like a fish to water, and Jiraiya was about to answer the budding Fuinjutsu user when their teacher appeared. All right class, head back inside for a break. Irika shouted from a safe distance. And don't forget, no Fuinjutsu inside. Yes, Irika-sensei. By Jiraiya-sensei. The students cheered. Jiraiya slipped the girl a level 1 Fuinjutsu book with a wink, which she returned. As they disappeared, Irika walked up. The Chunin was covering for their normal teacher while his class was on a field trip with his assistant. Thank you for volunteering, Jiraiya-sama. Being able to create basic storage scrolls and exploding tags will help them in the field, Irika complimented. It was true, most shinobi couldn't afford more than a few tags or one storage scroll at a time, resulting in them having to make do. By creating their own, it would mean better prepared shinobi during missions. And teaching me how to create them was kind of you as well, Jiraiya-sama. Konoha's future looks brighter. Jiraiya blushed. No problem, Gaki. It's time for research. Want to join? Jiraiya asked with a lecherous smile. He couldn't act perverted around the kids, but teasing the Chunin who blushed at the suggestion made up for it. I can't, Jiraiya-sama, Irika stammered. Somewhere in rice? Kakashi popped his second chakra pill in as many hours, Tenzo on his back bleeding out and Yugao breathing heavily. With ragged breaths while he ran through the trees towards the border, Kakashi wondered how it all went to hell. Oh yeah, a Kagaya happened. Flashback, meeting between Suna and Oto? Kakashi and Tenzo hid among the trees, a double-layered genjutsu courtesy of Kakashi's eye concealing them, and, really, ANBU should at least have some skill with it, at least captain level, so of course Kakashi would know it. I mean, come on, captains are supposed to be well-rounded, not over-specialized like in canon. From the shinobi below. Yugao was across from them in another tree, ready to get the drop on them if needed. Our Kazekage has agreed to meet with Orochimaru. But be warned, Suna won't take any treachery. Asuna Jonin A ranked, named Baki, Kakashi remembered said after pleasantries. The Odo shinobi, a Kagaya based on the bone sword in hand and physical features, looked bored. Don't threaten my master, trash. Orochimaru promises, help us destroy the leaf and your village will prosper. Kakashi sucked in a breath at that. It was true, Suna was deliberating the pros and cons of betraying them, and with their biggest traitor no less. Though, by the look on Baki's face he didn't think it was a good idea either but followed orders. Plant a seed on the Odo shinobi. We'll find the base then leave. Kakashi signed, receiving nods from both. After the two departed, Kakashi quickly summoned Pakken and handed him a scroll with the information from the meeting. As the dog took off towards the ANBU border patrol, Kakashi couldn't stop the feeling they were walking into a trap. Too bad Kakashi was right. Trash like you should come out now. I'll admit you fooled me for a time, but holding a genjutsu while moving is difficult. Your lives end here, the Kagaya says, stopping in an open field that gave him the advantage. Abort. Leave, now. Kakashi ordered quickly. Kakashi had seen one Kagaya in battle during the Third War and didn't wish to fight one himself, especially when the teen started having black marks covering his skin. The three bolt back through the forest, but it turns into a game of cat and mouse. With them being restricted to using basic jutsu not unique to them or Konoha, they were easy to pick off. Within minutes Tenzo had been hit through the stomach and shoulder with long bone spikes, while Yugao got a sliced side from one of the Kagaya's finger bullets he could use with frightening ease. Kakashi avoided injury and used 6 hinged mud clones and quick-release traps he'd had set up beforehand in case of pursuit, leading their pursuer away as he hid himself and his injured comrades. After cauterizing Tenzo's stomach wound, Kakashi and Yugao took off, pumping chakra into their legs. End flashback. That was 12 hours ago and Kakashi still couldn't rest. His comrade, his Kohai, was dying on him and Kakashi would be damned if another person died because of him. I've gotten lazy. If we survive I'll have to improve myself. The brat shouldn't have been able to see through my genjutsu. Senpai, the border's up ahead, Yugao spoke up an hour later, and Kakashi didn't correct her. Tenzo was pale on his back and wouldn't last much longer. Good. He heaved a sigh of relief as their feet touched fire's side of the valley. Halt. 7 ANBU dropped down around them, seeing the Kumo headbands and being on guard despite suspecting this was the recon team the Hokage informed them about. When Yugao pulls off a bandage to reveal her tattoo they relax. You guys look like hell. What happened? A Captain Hawk asked with worry. Medic first, Kakashi managed before passing out from chakra exhaustion and chakra pill poisoning. Taking 4 of the military-grade chakra pills tended to do that to you. Orochimaru's base. They got away, Orochimaru hissed in annoyance. The trail was lost. Where did they come from? Kumo, Orochimaru-sama. I captured one mud clone, a female one, before it dispelled. They were missing Nin looking for sanctuary but didn't like the thought of you, the teen Kagaya said. He was ticked at himself for failure and made sure to memorize their faces the best he could. He'd find them and kill them. Do you believe them? Orochimaru asked. He trusted his pet. The boy was fanatical in his loyalty, but the thought of missing Nin spying on the meeting irked him and sounded too much like Konoha or even IWA. I am not sure. I will check the bingo books though. Will this change our plans, master? Orochimaru pondered for a minute. No, unless Kabuto finds that Konoha and Sarutobi-sensei was the one to send the ninja. Kabuto will find out if that's the case. He is our best spy after all. Of course, Akimaru-sama. Kimimaro bowed deep before leaving the snake Sannin to his thoughts. Little did either know that Kakashi, in all his wisdom, had based their disguises on 3 Kumo missing Nin that Konoha had picked up. And he had no way of knowing that their corpses would be planted by week's end to be picked up by Odo's patrol schedule that Jiraiya's toads had found. To everyone in Odo, the Kumo shinobi died by injuries from the Kagaya and had managed to almost make it to the land of hot springs. Orochimaru would learn that despite the appearance of compassion and weakness, Konoha could play the game of cutthroat better than anyone. Konoha, next evening? Naruto and Team 7 made it before dark, checking into the guard station with tired eyes. Naruto turned to his team. Remember, don't talk about the negotiations and cut down any rumors of tensions rising, Naruto said. The genin nodded in understanding as Naruto had talked to them on the run back about the dangers of letting Konoha appear as anything other than business as usual to the outside. And spies could be anywhere. Take the next 2 days off. Kakashi-senpai will contact you soon and I'll begin your reward lessons next week. I'll take care of the report, so go home. Using a shunshin, Naruto took off towards the Hokage tower. In the dying light, the village below the rooftops Naruto ran across looked more beautiful than Naruto had ever seen it, the people below becoming blurs. Reaching the tower, Naruto made the sign allowing him to bypass the secretary. Knocking, he hears a come in and quietly slips in. The Hokage was in a meeting with Elder Danzo and the commander, all of whom turned to the young ANBU in Chunin garb. "Ah, Naruto. How was your mission?" Sarutobi asked, grateful for the distraction. With what they heard from Kakashi's team, war was inevitable. There was a spy in the ranks as well, and they had been discussing how to feed the medic Nin traitor Kabuto misinformation without alerting him. Naruto glanced at the powerful people in the room, all of whom could snap him like a twig still, and went into a crouch after setting the scroll on Sarutobi's desk. "Mission success, Hokage-sama. Raigeko was terrified enough of me to give in to our demands. I even managed to convince him to give Konoha a discount with the doubled order without so much as asking." Naruto kept his face carefully blank at the gasp and pleased smile from the Hokage. "It seems our weapon is a skilled negotiator," Danzo Shimura mused. Sarutobi shot him a warning glance, but Naruto remained passive. Dragon told him the old war hawk thought Jinchuriki were merely weapons, along with most shinobi. It didn't bother the blonde. It's not like the man actually had any power over him as he was an ANBU. "I'm proud of your first mission as a squad leader, Naruto. Tell me, how did Team 7 perform?" Naruto's eye twitch caused Dragon to suppress a face palm and Sarutobi to sigh. The Uchiha must have caused trouble, was the duo's thought. Sai was excellent, as in my report he was respectful, though needs to learn how to interact more, as his nicknames caused tension between him and his team. Sakura Haruno, well, Hikaru owes me 50 Ryo, as she snapped at Sasuke, who was broody and unable to work with the team. Thankfully, with bribery for more training, the genin were able to put aside their differences. Naruto finished, leaving the rest to the written report. Sarutobi gave him a considering look. "Do you consider them ready for the Chunin exams in 2 months?" Sarutobi asked. The plan to draw out their enemies required the Uchiha and Hyuga to take part, but losing the last of a bloodline either to treachery or death was not worth it. At Naruto's widening eyes, Sarutobi had to chuckle. "Yes, I value your opinion. You may be young, but you have proven yourself to make wise decisions, especially on this last mission. Well, they don't deserve it, to be sure." But he added at the somewhat disappointed looks. "They will survive with Ro and Gamma watching over them. The Uchiha and Haruno are not ready for the rank, as Sakura is just now getting out of her fangirl phase when she saw how Sasuke treated her, and Sasuke would not pass a loyalty test if his life depended on it," Naruto admitted. Danzo coughed. "And the third? What about Sai?" "The undercover handler is almost Jonin level and I have no troubles with him," Naruto shot back, not liking his games. Everyone knew the pale boy was Danzo, so why beat around the bush? The mummy sent a pleased hum but didn't confirm or deny it. "And his training?" "There is some who voice their desire to see Sasuke learn higher level techniques, and the elders wish Kakashi to start on training his Chidori." Sarutobi looked pensive at the thought. Even Kakashi had shot down the notion of upping the Uchiha's training. Naruto scoffed. "Absolutely not, Hokage-sama. Sasuke Uchiha still harbors dark thoughts about both his team and brother. He feels superior to everyone around him. If a traitor or another village offered him power, he'd leave Konoha in a heartbeat. Giving him instruction in jutsu unique to our village or has a high assassination ability would be foolish." Naruto wished for nothing more than for Sasuke to grow up as a loyal shinobi. That's why Naruto gave his word to help the Avenger kill Itachi, but until Sasuke stopped his path of darkness, any jutsu or instruction had to be handed out carefully. "Thank you, Naruto. Kakashi and his team are in the ANBU hospital with injuries. Your captain and Yugao is there and will be until next week. Hikaru will run Team 7 for the foreseeable future, as he is obviously a good influence on them, and Ro will be split for a month except for team exercises." "Will I be able to visit my captain?" he asked in concern. Sarutobi shook his head. "Not for a few days. Tenzo is in isolation as his wound was infected with both Kakashi's and the Kagaya's chakra. Kakashi and Yugao you can see tomorrow." Naruto inclined his head. The obvious question, where would he go for the time being? Dragon spoke for the first time. "You're to continue training with the Hokage and Toad Sannin and be on a fill-in basis, Mouse. Additionally, Hey-8 Gecko requested you for a mission due to your unique henge. You're to meet him in 3 days." Dragon spoke with hidden amusement, which led to Naruto having a sinking feeling. Dragon being amused about shinobi matters usually led to embarrassment or pain to all others involved. But Naruto was a loyal Konoha ANBU, and ANBU don't question their commander. "Of course, Dragon-sama. Is that all? You may leave now. Meet me at our training grounds tomorrow at 9 am, Naruto." After a final bow, Naruto disappeared and headed for his apartment. Naruto knocked tiredly on Hikaru's door and sighed when it became apparent the older teen was gone. Probably at a bar with girls, he growled in annoyance. Using the key Hikaru gave him, Naruto crept inside. Unlike most shinobi, Hikaru had no traps set up or seals activated. Tenzo, it'd be the end of him one day, but the Hyuga would just laugh it off. Still, what he lacked in traps he made up for in mess. while Naruto learned quickly to keep his home neat. Hikaru felt the less floor space the better. "Angel? You here?" Naruto called, not wanting to venture inside. "Naruto. You're back," was the instant reply, and his feline friend run on the ceiling to avoid laundry, landing on his head in a happy heap. "Whoa, when'd you learn how to tree walk?" he inquired as the pair made their way back inside their own place. Naruto had taken the liberty of picking up Angel's favorite, sushi, as apology for dumping her on Hikaru of all people. Thankfully, as the cat gorged, all seemed forgiven and forgotten. "Dragon taught me. Now I can become twice as big," she said between bites. Naruto, sporting his own plate of raw fish and rice, was impressed. The Hellcats normally couldn't change size before their third year. Angel was barely 2. "Congrats. Tomorrow we have training with Hokage-sama. I could teach you water walking if you'd like," he offered. "Yes. Soon I'll be able to go on all your missions," the cat cheered. Naruto blinked then winced. So she wasn't over it. "Angel, I'm sorry. I couldn't risk your safety." The cat looked up and glared with an intensity enough to shame a Hyuga. "And I'm your partner, Naruto? I can take whatever you can," she insisted. "Tell you what, when you can use the 3 Jinjutsu Dragon-sama left for you in the scroll, can water walk, and are able to beat Tora in a spar no gen or ninjutsu, I'll take you along on every mission that doesn't need me alone. Is that fair?" The first 2 were easy, but the last one could take a while, just as Naruto intended. With this deal he'd be able to keep Angel inside the village with occasional patrols around for months. Tora was technically a house cat, but Naruto had been friends with the she-devil since his 7th birthday. Through fighting and chase games the cat became Konoha's menace to Genin. Not that anyone knew it was Naruto that taught the cat how to hide its tracks or the spots to aim for the most damage or the more recent ability to tree and water walk. It would take months before Angel could hope to beat the older cat without ninjutsu or genjutsu. In the meantime Naruto would prepare her to be deadly and untouchable. "Deal. But just you wait, I'll beat that Tora before you know it," Angel declared. Meow came from the living room window. With practiced ease Tora unlocked the window and slid into the apartment, accepting a roll of sushi. "Hey Tora. The daimyo's wife too clingy again?" Naruto asked as he petted his visitor gently. "Meow," Tora replied. Angel translated. "She says yes, and I want to live here forever." Both residents looked in pity. The daimyo's wife adored her pet to the point of torture and would never part with Tora, or else he'd have adopted her years ago. Why don't you stay here tonight, girl? You could show Angel how to water walk tomorrow in the bathtub," he suggested. Tora wrinkled her nose slightly. She liked it better before the black cat came along and it was just her in his life. Naruto sensed this and added incentive. "If you do, you can hide here all day tomorrow. The seals will prevent others from being able to track you." "Me?" She says fine, but that I better not take too long water walking." "Why, you fat excuse of a cat. I'll learn it by tomorrow night." Angel vowed and launched an attack at Tora. Naruto ignored the familiar scene and got up. "Alright, you two don't stay up too late, see you in the morning?" Luckily Guy had his genin on a week-long training trip in a secluded training ground for survival training. Naruto could at last sleep in and visit his friends in the hospital before meeting with the Hokage. That's what Naruto wanted to believe. However, at 4 a water jutsu hit him square in the face. "You've had enough sleep time for training." Dragon spoke in a cheerful tone. "Oh, and letting Tora hide out in your apartment? I'll allow it, but I will blackmail you later," the commander added on at the sight of the 2 cats asleep on the floor, still tangled up from fighting into the late hours. "Meet me at the training grounds in 5, and left through Naruto's bedroom window." Sadist Naruto grumbled 30 seconds later as he was dressed in his full-on duty ANBU gear and fitted his weights on tight. After filling up the tub and leaving a note for the cats, he followed his commander out the bedroom window. Dragon wasn't a cruel or sadistic man, really, even if he found immense joy in his youngest operative's cries of frustration as the boy kept attempting his new genjutsu, false surroundings, on Dragon. The commander didn't have the heart to tell him it was literally impossible to catch him in any genjutsu, much less a weak one. Even without the success, Naruto was improving rapidly, and he himself could detect and break most C-rank genjutsu. Too bad in the Black Ops mission higher-powered genjutsu was used. Thankfully the fox wasn't messing with his subordinate's chakra anymore, and as the two grudgingly worked together Naruto's control shot up. By the time Orochimaru made his move the blonde would be able to dispel a rank genjutsu. Even if Dragon had to beat it into him. "Enough, mouse. You did almost passable, the waterfall climbing is helping. Go work on the Rasengan while you wait for the Hokage." And the commander was off without a goodbye. Naruto huffed at the common occurrence and plopped down on the grass, rubber ball already in hand, eating a nutrition bar with the other. 20 clones joined him in intense concentration. Because of the Senbon balancing, Naruto was able to pop the rubber consistently by the time the Hokage showed up an hour later. Impressive. Now you just have to ask Jiraiya for the third step? Sarutobi praised, walking up in his own training gear. Naruto beamed at the compliment. He always looked forward to his time with the third, even after everything. Now, let's see your water manipulation second step. I have a water jutsu for you, but we must get your manipulation up to par even with your reserves for prolonged battles. With fierce determination, Naruto began the arduous process with 100 clones to push the waterfall up. Learning a non-primary element took twice as long, but Naruto wouldn't fail. His village needed him strong enough to fight a Jinchuriki report said could fully transform. You could let me take over and I'd beat that brat Shikaku back to the desert, Kurama offered. Naruto snorted. Sorry Kurama, but I can't let you take over my body, but if you want to help beat your brother I'm up for strategies. No thanks, just learn the damn waterfall trick. It can't be that hard, your mother did it in half the time. Kurama taunted. Naruto ignored him and turned back to his task. Soon. I can feel it. After an hour his clones dispelled in groups and another batch took the task back up. For the rest of the day Sarutobi decided to avoid the office work and helped the real Naruto with taijutsu and battle tactics by beating the crap out of him. When the sun set Sarutobi was still fresh while Naruto had various scorch marks, frazzled hair, and bruises. That was a good warm-up. I'll see you Monday Naruto, remember that until Tenzo recovers you'll be having extra time with me. Oh, and enjoy your mission? Naruto simply panted back at the man from his heap on the ground. That night Angel found him and Naruto gave a groan of congratulations when she demonstrated being able to stand shakily on the water. The two slept in the summer air, proud but dead tired. 2 days later, Naruto walked towards the Hokage Tower in the afternoon with a chipper step. He'd just gotten back from visiting Yugao and a restrained Kakashi. The man hated hospitals with a passion. His senpai had cried and offered Naruto anything to be let loose. Naruto would have happily complied if the ANBU on guard weren't staring at him. He liked living more than having the copy ninja in his debt. Tenzo was still unconscious during the visit to allow his body to heal, but the ANBU medic assured him that his captain would be awake by the time Naruto returned from his mission. Inside the mission meeting room Hayate was already waiting, his two teammates Gunma and Rado leaning against the wall. Well, if it isn't the mouse, oh, and you're a Chunin now. One step closer to Hokage, Gunma smirked at Naruto's slight blush from the tease at his pre-graduation days. Quiet, Gunma. Now that we're all here, this isn't a ranked mission. We're going undercover as a noble's daughter and her hired ninja escorts to the land of tea. There's a political gathering of the region's noble girls and her father is worried about potential kidnappings due to her young age. Naruto, you'll be henged into the girl seeing as your henge is actually a shapeshift. The rest is in the scroll, but any questions? Hayate asked between coughs. I hate you. Naruto glared at his temporary captain. Hayate smirked while the other two sniggered. The quicker we finish the quicker we'll be home. Tsubaki-sama, he teased. We're ready for you now. Naruto cursed inside as the door opened and a 6-year-old girl walked in. This was going to be a long mission, the only upside being that Hikaru wasn't there and Angel was hanging out with Tora and Gamma Squad on their patrols while he was gone in exchange for Tora hiding out in his apartment again and Naruto giving Hawk 5 of the chakra smoke tags. Time to get to work, my lady, Gunma chuckled. A long mission indeed. Chapter 8. 30 minutes out from the nobles' gathering. Being forced to hold a henge for over a week that was half his size and do it while in an ornate kimono was not Naruto's idea of fun. Being carried on his teammates Gunma's shoulders and eating snacks though? That was the most enjoyable pastime Naruto could partake in. You're getting crumbs in my hair, you blonde bastard. Gunma griped. Oh? But I'm a brunette, Naruto pointed out snidely. Shut it. And quit eating, you're heavy enough already, the Sunban enthusiast whined. Though Naruto's henge could alter his shape, it didn't change his weight. Wonder how he'd take the information that you're wearing about 25 pounds on your torso? Kurama sniggered in amusement. Naruto sent a mental smirk back. We'll find out when we're safely back in Konoha and I can hide from him for a couple days. Naruto wanted to live, thank you very much, and didn't doubt Gemma's ability to kill him and blame another village. Not that he would, but one could never be too careful with powerful shinobi. Hey, Hayate. What exactly is this nobles' gathering anyways? A pregnant pause ensued at Naruto's question. A sleepover to build political bonds, Hayate finally managed before coughing again. I have to sleep over with a bunch of spoiled brats? Naruto demanded. Rado tossed a book to the young ANBU/Chunin with a pink cover, How to Act During Sleepovers for Noble Ladies. This will help, but weren't you taught how to act like a lady for undercover ops? Rado asked. With Naruto's henge he'd be excellent at espionage. Hayate and Rado noticed the suddenly pale look on Naruto's face and Gunma felt the shiver. Never mention that week again. You okay? Gunma looked up a bit concerned. Naruto shivered again. All I'll say is Kurana Yuhi is far crueler than Ibiki is at times. All that tea," he cried. 3 sweat drops fell, but they let it go. Soon the group was in front of gold-plated gates, for guards looking stoic at the ninja though, they were disguised as samurai. Gunma set Naruto down, getting into character by bowing to the little princess. With nose in the air, Naruto closed the book and snack pack, making them disappear somewhere inside his kimono. "Tsubaki-sama, I wasn't aware your guards would be samurai. You usually have attendants. And where's your father, dear?" An elderly woman with gray hair piled in a tall bun said airily as she daintily made her way outside the gate. Naruto recognized her from the file he'd been given to study over important people. Tsubaki knew this woman was her father's old tutor and friend of the family. Sasami was her name, he believed. "Bachan," Naruto said giddily in the same manner he imagined the real 6-year-old Tsubaki would have. He bowed politely to her before heading inside next to the hunched but still regal woman. "I came all by myself this time, but the samurai are so weird. One eats senbon like a camel." Naruto sent a wink to the now twitching Gunma. Hey-8 had to cough to cover up a snort while Rado inched away from the senbon user looking to practice on something. "Oh? How nice, dear, I didn't know samurai used senbon," Sasami commented, biting her lip nervously. Naruto noticed this instantly, as did the rest of his team. Hey-8 gave a look with a clear message: be on guard. That evening, Naruto was finally getting the hang of the whole court scene. Over the last several hours she'd greeted dozens of females from high-ranking positions in their rather extravagant nightgowns. Naruto himself wore a loose silk white garment. Underneath the billowy sleeves and loose bottom skirt though were 2 senbon laced with the new faster-acting sleeping poison Enko had taught him after he helped create the summoning scrolls for the Chunin exams. One prick and even a trained ninja would be out within a minute, much less a civilian. Naruto himself only had partial immunity. One thing that confused Naruto were the lack of girls the age of Tsubaki. The age to first attend was 6 but the youngest was 9, that spoke of the gathering's true purpose, to amass allies and degrade enemies, much like the ninja village's Chunin exams really. Most wouldn't send a 6-year-old to debut with the likes of the shallow girls Naruto was greeting and kissing up to. No, best to let the older children take care of it. Then again, most nobles had several daughters, not one lone 6-year-old who had the political weight piled on. "Tsubaki-chan, I haven't seen you since you were a toddler. Squeal. We simply must hang out tonight." An older girl glomped Naruto, looking around 15. Wearing a black nightgown that fit to her form, the girl's silver hair and milky blue eyes made her rather exotic looking for the normally mundane-looking nobles that relied on makeup and clothes to become so beautiful. At the questioning glance she looked sheepish. "Sorry, I should introduce myself, I am Hana Tachibana. Your father and mine joint own the Tachibana Juno Shipping Company and work together in the trading court." That's where he heard the name. Hana Tachibana, only daughter and heiress to her father's side of the company that dominated the shipping market. "Oh, of course, Hana-san. My father talks about yours often." Naruto lied, hoping it was true. Hana's eyes darkened slightly but was gone before he could notice. With a grin she pulled Naruto away in a very unrefined manner, not like the other nobles. "Let's go, Tsubaki-chan, we can eat the snacks before they come out of the kitchen." But the gathering Naruto tried. It was now he wished his guards were here. Like most of the others, Naruto's team had been put into a bunker-like setting to keep assassination attempts or political by play at bay. The best they could do was have Hey-8 send a shadow clone along with some of Naruto's henged into the local servants. Apparently the bodyguards would normally be allowed to be in the hallways, but on coincidence that changed this year, the first year the only daughter of Hiroshi Juno, co-owner of the new largest shipping company after Gato fell, was old enough to attend this gathering. Is really just politics. Most of those girls would just slow you down if you associate with them. "Oh, here we are," Hana said gleefully as she pushed Naruto into a room with her. The dim light and lack of food was all Naruto needed to know. This wasn't the kitchen and Tsubaki shouldn't trust this Hana person. It got worse when Hana suddenly became a kunoichi with the same build but black hair instead of silver. TSK, Tsubaki-chan. Didn't your father ever tell you to not believe everything you hear? And that old woman said you were bright for your age." With a smirk the girl walked slowly towards what she believed to be a trembling 6-year-old. Too bad for the girl that appeared to be a seduction and infiltration specialist, Chunin level by her chakra. Naruto could now feel once they were alone, he might not be equal to his peers, but he was an ANBU, and the girls in her field couldn't hold a candle to the ones in Naruto's. "Don't worry, I won't kill you, no, I'll just give you a little shot. Your father will sign his half of the company over to my client before long and you'll be back to being a spoiled princess, well, as spoiled as a bankrupt girl can be. Why, you're a ninja?" Naruto squeaked in mock fear, crouching down as if cowed while fishing for information. He'd found out that Sasami was in on it, now he just needed a village. The kunoichi stopped and grinned confidently, a complete change from the menacing presence. Yep. You're looking at a Chunin kid from Sunakagure, best village in the world. Now hold still and it won't hurt. She moved in with a shot, intent to jab it into the neck. Naruto took the opportunity and stabbed the kunoichi in the arm. Ow. You little, but she didn't have a chance to retaliate when he appeared behind her after a kawarimi with a pillow nearby. With a brutal chop courtesy of his morning training with Guy, the girl fell in a heap on the ground. She looked up hatefully as the poison took effect. How? I didn't sense any chakra. A shape shift, he said simply. After she succumbed, his eyes turned hard. With the current tense relations between the villages and war inevitable, standing orders from Dragon-sama were for ANBU to kill any possible ninja from other villages that interfered or appeared during the mission. Every last body counted in a siege, after all. Looking at the girl though, who couldn't be more than 14 or 15, Naruto let out a wince. Killing her felt wrong on so many levels. She was weak. Overconfident. Not great at split-second combat. And a ninja. A heavy heart accompanied him, but orders were orders. The village came first. A smooth motion had his holstered kunai from his thigh and a clean swipe severed the throat, followed by a stab in the heart. The only solace was she felt no pain. My, how brutal of you, Kit. The village comes first though, eh? Even before your own petty humanity. Kurama taunted half-heartedly. The fox felt his prisoner's pain even now, but the biting words just spilled out. Shut it, Kurama. There's a mission to complete. Naruto made a shadow clone that expelled immediately, letting the other clones know what was going on. Heiei would come with a scroll to carry the body in later, as Naruto couldn't transform back now to do it. Back in the ballroom type setting, no one noticed Naruto had been gone, and he slipped in time to see the food arrive. Plastering on a pleasant smile for one of the girl's friends, Suki, from his memory, Naruto moved through the night with the grace of a shinobi and blocked the Suna kunoichi from his mind. That night he slipped out of his assigned room with 3 other girls, a shadow clone taking his place. Transforming back into himself, he silently crept through the building. Compared to his training and the trouble of pranking in Orange this was nothing. In the hallways, the couple of guards he came across were easily avoided, or through the hypnotism genjutsu suddenly needed to go use the restroom, giving Naruto a pass. Heiei had found Sasami within her room and was interrogating her when Naruto arrived. Please stop. Her eyes begged, being unable to make a sound with a gag in her mouth. Naruto nodded to his leader before putting a silencing seal up. Nobody would hear. Tell me cough before I get serious, Heiei warned. He was used to interrogating in the field, and her roughed-up appearance spoke to his skill. The woman in front of them, still dressed in the noble gowns, was a jonin by the looks of it. Heiei had broken her fingers among other things and looked ready to do anything else needed. With a fervent agreement, Heiei released the gag. Who else is here? 2 more, my other Chunin students besides the one you caught, she said quickly, apparently not aware that her student was dead. The other 2 are disguised as guards on the western wall. Naruto pops a clone he'd summoned earlier. Rado and Gunma could take care of them. Contrary to popular belief, masking chakra wasn't that difficult. It was quite easy, in fact, for those in the Suna squad's specialty. The trick though was making it seem like you weren't doing it. 2 special jonin, now that they knew what to look for, would be able to sense them without much effort. We're allies. This mission is obviously a failure. Let us go and we'll leave. The woman begged. Judging by her chakra level, she only made special jonin, probably for seduction skills, as she was rather pretty and was employing the helpless card to get out. Statistics showed women who begged were more likely to be released on compassion. After our mission, I'm sure. He stopped as Naruto had already slit her throat and was cleaning the blade on the woman's shirt. Naruto. There wasn't any need to do that. Heiei looked shocked at the 12-year-old's cold actions. Naruto fixed his leader with a blank look as he sealed the kunoichi's body inside another scroll. Heiei-senpai, I'm sure Yugao-senpai and others have told you what Suna is planning? He asked. Every jonin was aware their ally was almost certainly betraying them soon. And what ANBU has been ordered to do? Yes, but this isn't an ANBU mission. But I am still ANBU, senpai. Taking out a squad now, no matter how unused to combat they are, will potentially stop a Konoha shinobi from dying in the future. The blonde admonished. I killed the other one for the same reason. Your clone didn't say anything. I thought it was in battle, Heiei whispered. He looked at his temporary subordinate with a mix of respect and avoidance. Like most special jonin and above, Heiei was not above killing, but seeing Naruto kill so heartlessly was a bit of a wake-up call. Most had put the thought of war to the back of their minds, a nightmare none wanted to think about. Naruto had it at the front. His blonde teammate was a better shinobi simply because he did the hard choice to help prevent the what-ifs of war. He killed in cold blood today to save his village tomorrow, an ANBU agent indeed. Let's go. A clone just dispelled, the two left are combat specialists and took the encounter beyond the walls. Gunma and Rado are holding them off, but fighting in the dark and ninjutsu isn't their specialties. With a nod, the two shinobi race to help their comrades. Several shunshin later, the duo come across the sparks of kunai and sanban clanging against one another in the crescent moonlight. Gunma was more of a strategist than fighter, though his weapon's accuracy was top-notch. However, that didn't help as the dark made hitting the Suna ninja difficult. Both had wind affinities to counteract the weapons, and the one fighting Gunma appeared frighteningly proficient with it. Gunma, back up Rado. Heiei ordered as Naruto's own wind jutsu blocked their wind from cutting the sanban eating man. Got it, was his curt reply before disappearing towards the sounds of Rado further off, holding off the other Suna ninja. Naruto had trained with the sickly swordsman by his side multiple times, and as such didn't need to speak to know the jutsu the man wanted to use. Without a sound his sword channeled wind chakra. Konoha scum. Prepare to die, the black-clad ninja, perhaps Kunoichi, but Naruto didn't have the time to care. Bit out while going through hand seals. Kurama, can I use your eyes? Naruto asked. When he used Kurama's demon eyes his sight became sharper, could see better in the dim lighting at night, and gave off a terrifying appearance. Heh, let's see him piss himself. And Naruto's normal cerulean blue transformed into cat-like red slits that glowed in the night. Wind style, great hurricane, and almost vortex barreled towards the Konoha side. It met with Naruto's wind-coated blade and shadow clone barrier, canceling out. Using the distraction, Naruto appeared in front of the Suna ninja. Why you're like Gaara? The ninja realized as Naruto's blade cut down. The ninja dodged. Demon, was his shout as he jumped from tree to tree in a roundabout fashion. Perhaps, Naruto shrugged. Shadow clone jutsu and 3 clones charged with swords. Heh, I'm a wind user, stupid demon. An explosion of air erupted from around him and took out the clones. Where'd you go, coward? Was the frustrated grunt. Naruto had used the momentary distraction to use the headhunter jutsu to go underground. Right here. Naruto snarled under the influence of the slight Kyuubi chakra, popping out of the ground below the enemy's feet, sword pointed upwards. A Kawarimi saved the man, reappearing several meters back. Perfect. Dance of the crescent moon. Several Heiei struck the surprised ninja before he could muster a Kawarimi or more wind. One Heiei struck a leg, another the back. The third impaled the stomach. The man dropped like a log, bleeding out. How? He said. Naruto looked down a bit sadly as his eyes, with it the bit of feralness that came with them, disappeared. You focused on one opponent and don't have enough chakra or experience to jump from one attack to the next to avoid me. Heiei explained while coughing from the high speeds he just produced. You were good enough for Chunin, but your cockiness in splitting up while facing Jonin and a Chunin, that was your downfall. Spare my teammates. If you tell me something, Naruto prompted. The dying man didn't need to know what happened, and Konoha couldn't keep Suna prisoners without breaking the treaty, something that had to be done carefully, though it did happen. At the man's flinch of being asked village secrets, Naruto chuckled. No, not village secrets. I just want to know if it's true Gaara can fully transform. The spies heard rumors, but any confirmation was appreciated. Yes, and no one can kill him, not even the Kazekage. His sand has a mind of its own. The man spoke quickly, even as the gut wound no doubt pulsated with pain. Thank you, Naruto said sincerely, and Heiei stabbed him in the heart. You knew all that, Naruto? Heiei said quietly. I know, but dying men have less reason to lie. Dragon taught me that. I just made sure I had all the facts straight. With a shrug and sealing of the body, the Konoha shinobi went towards their team. Yo, I take it you two finished up? Gunma waved with his own scroll of the body. They'd take them back to Konoha for examination and mind walk if possible. Dead bodies were easier to hide than live ones after all. Several days later, Konoha? You four did well. Those ninja might have been less battle-ready, but killing them provided us with potential information. Mouse, excellent on following the standing orders. I know from your report that killing an incapacitated enemy is difficult, but in doing so you gave Konoha another advantage. Dragon complimented. Naruto puffed up a bit in pride while the other three looked a mixture of bored and uneasy. Killing defenseless foes that weren't against Konoha was something most normal shinobi didn't need to do in peacetime, and it had been years since Heiei did it. Killing every squad that went against you on missions was allowed but could spark tensions and in turn another war. But they were preparing for war. And even if not, the blonde next to Heiei smiling was like his girlfriend, the shadow protectors of the village ANBU. Thank you, Dragon. I am proud of you as well, Naruto. How are you feeling about it? The Hokage asked. He was now confident in Naruto being in ANBU, but doing what he did at such a young age could be stressful. I am fine, Hokage-sama. I hated doing it, but the village comes first. We protect from the shadows and take the dirtiness in life to protect the village. I would do it again in a heartbeat, Naruto spoke, echoing the words of the commander and other captains. Smiling in pride, the Hokage nodded. And that is admirable. You'll be happy to note the Tachibana noble and his accomplices have been arrested and are being dealt with. Lord Juno thanks you and has promised to hire Konoha exclusively in the future. That got smiles everywhere. To be assured to be a rich client's first choice meant Konoha would gain more reputation and higher wages. Finished being debriefed, Hayate offered to take the group out barbecue after they all had a chance to change. Naruto declined and darted off to find his partner after she wasn't in the apartment. I swear I need to learn those tracking seals. Screw being level 4, this is madness. Naruto mentally screamed 2 hours later when he still couldn't locate the feline despite numerous stops along the favored hangouts. Finally he spotted Tora being chased by a genin Team 10 it looked like. When they lost Tora again, Naruto swooped down from a building, scooping his other feline friend up. Gotcha, Tora. His voice stopped any scratching. He looked at the fat kitty in his arms. Now where is Angel? When Tora suddenly looked everywhere but at him, his blood chilled. Tora, take me to Angel. Or else I'll never let you in my apartment again and put a tracking seal on you that links to your owner. That got the cat, and she led the unamused ANBU towards the hot springs. What the hell? Naruto balked. Jiraiya, his godfather, was spying on the women's side, like normal. What wasn't normal was him sitting on an enlarged angel struggling to hold the scale up and the sage's body weight. Being the size of a lion did that, it seemed. What are you doing, Jiraiya-sama? Shoo. Quiet, Gaki Angel, a bit larger please, good. Naruto looked deadpan. Why is my cat your seat? Training. Now shush. Angel looked up with a save me expression. Grinning deviously he cupped his mouth. Pervert. There's a pervert. He screamed. Ten Kunoichi screamed and jumped over the wall with towels on. Angel instantly went back to normal and jumped into his arms. While Jiraiya met with a fitting fate, the duo discreetly used a shunshin. Gaki, you'll pay for that. All my lost research, I should kill you. Jiraiya cried as he sat down to a now ramen gorging Naruto and fish eating Angel. I am just kept giving the cat more with stars in her eyes. Please, you pervert. Besides, if you killed me you couldn't see me do this, and satisfaction filled Naruto's eyes as a perfect Rasengan came to life. Jiraiya looked gobsmacked. Recovering quickly, the man smirked heavily. Ah, my precious student. As you've now mastered that technique, it is my duty to assess you and your partner's skills through an all-out spar. Jiraiya grabbed the now trembling Naruto and Angel and took them away to the training grounds with a wave to the ramen stand. Why me? Was heard throughout the village. Konoha Hospital? Kabuto Yakushi couldn't keep the smile off his face as he left his boss's office. As head of both the ANBU and regular hospital, the lead medic had updated files on all the active ninja in addition to keeping his notes from every council meeting. Konoha had been lax for years, and even now it wasn't uncommon for bits of information to slip through. So they think missing ninja are banding together or are actually working for Kiri or IWA? Heh. My, how convenient. Best not tip them off to Orochimaru-sama's pact with Suna then. In the young spy's apartment a certain bandaged man was waiting, a man Kabuto personally hated with a passion after the attempted assassination. Danzo, he said neutrally. Danzo looked up. To what do I owe this pleasure? Kabuto, just dropping by. A certain snake and I could share a common goal and information if you'd like some help, that is. I'm listening, Kabuto said hesitantly. Chapter 9. Next day. You call this an advanced storage scroll? Jiraiya mocked his student. Level 3 in sealing was such a milestone because it consisted of not only learning the basics of silencing seals and prisoner scrolls but expanding on everything levels 1 and 2 taught. That meant that once mastered, one could make storage scrolls any size, not just the fixed amount from level 1, and exploding tags with larger blast radiuses. After level 3, the next milestone was 6, but at the rate Naruto was going, according to Jiraiya at least, he'd never get there. Jiraiya-sama, it looks fine, Naruto tried to say calmly. This was the 5th try that appeared perfect, but Jiraiya tossed in the fail pile. You're an Uzumaki, take pride in it. Jiraiya yelled back. In truth, Naruto's seals were above average and would pass in the shinobi stores, but Jiraiya wanted perfect, so he'd continue to berate his student. Look, just try again and faster. No seal master should need more than 15 seconds for matrices this simplistic. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. Call me Sensei Gaki. I'm your sense. You lost that right after yesterday's spar, Naruto growled as he ran through another attempt. His leg was still fusing itself back together from Jiraiya tossing him into a cliff. You're healed, almost. And no pain no gain. Whatever, you just wanted a punching bag. TSCH, even so, make another one. That try took 22 seconds? As the two continued to banter and throw several more enlarged storage scrolls in a pile, they never noticed Dragon pocketing them. After all, ANBU budget could always use more storage scrolls and he'd teach his young subordinate torture resistance or something as payment. By the end of the day Naruto could finally make any size scroll within the time limit. Over 100 had been discarded. Of course when the pair looked over they found the pile empty, much to their confusion. A happy dragon meanwhile was already back in his office with the haul. 2 days later at dawn Naruto and Angel were with Jiraiya in the Forest of Death, nothing but Naruto's sword and several spare explosive tags with them. Jiraiya had snuck into the apartment and dragged him out to the Jinchuriki's least favorite place in the village. Jiraiya-sama, what the hell? My squad comes here often enough already, I hated he. And that's a problem, Gaki. You're scared of this place? Damn right I am. Naruto cut in without remorse. Angel nodded along, having spent a fair amount of time in the place as well. I won't have my students scared of some measly forest. Your captain will be ready to resume your Jinchuriki training in 2 days. Until then you will stay here with Angel. To make it more interesting, if you succeed I'll let you sign the Toad contract. All opposition died in both cat and boy's throats at the promise to sign such a contract was worth more than almost anything. Prepare to have that contract ready for us, we'll survive for 2 days. Naruto declared. Yeah. There's no way we'd be killed here, creepy man. Angel chorused. Heh, but there's not just surviving. You two have to defeat the northeast hive of wasp spiders, don't die, okay? And the sage was gone with a cackle. We're going to die, aren't we? Naruto asked as the pair set off. The northeast hive was the largest of the 5 groups of wasp spiders, and made them up, but that would be horrible if they were real. Imagine human-sized flying spiders with wasp stingers, shivers, said to be the size of a grown man with a wasp-like lower body and spider fangs on the front. True monsters. Naruto only fought a couple at a time in the past while Anko and him gathered their venom for her more lethal poisons. They weren't particularly deadly alone but in a mass hive. Probably. On the bright side, if we do stay alive we'll have the venom of over 2 dozen wasp spiders, enough to make Anko pay our next Ichiraku feast, I'll bet. Angel snorted. Think bigger, Naruto. I bet she'll finally teach us that really powerful neurotoxin. I could coat my claws in it and watch my enemies twitch to death. The Hellcat gave a demonic laugh. Naruto's sweat dropped. You know you scare me sometimes. Up in the trees a clone of Jiraiya used his transparent escape technique, the advanced version of the chameleon jutsu taught to ANBU, to observe. He obviously wouldn't let the two actually die, just experience near death in a controlled environment. It would be good practice for the wars to come. Reports showed a possible queen in this hive, a nice warm-up for fighting another Jinchuriki. Good luck, my godson. Another pair of eyes followed the young ANBU on his task, and they weren't human. Entrance to the wasp spider cave? Both gulped as the putrid scent permeated from the entrance. Looking at one another the two nod resolutely. Stepping inside, Naruto makes 4 clones to scout ahead and the real one sends chakra to his ears, Angel already preparing her claws. However, the clones keep getting taken out by lone bugs. We'll have to go confront them ourselves, seeing as clones won't work to draw them out and I only have a few explosive tags. Naruto informed as the third group of 4 met doom. Not for the first time Naruto contemplated the merits of murdering Jiraiya for his stupidity. Angel bristled. Don't you Fuinjutsu guys just use blood to write seals? The cat hissed slightly, mostly brought in by fear of the cave. Naruto felt anger and shame fire up. Creating seals from blood is level 5. I can't just whip up a bomb from blood yet. Oomph, some seal master you are. The cat gave her human friend a smirk. Let's just go. Stupid cats and their expectations. Half a mile through the caves and 6 dead ends later they find it, the main hive. SCREECH 30 wasp spiders scream at once. Shit. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto says, and 10 clones pop forth as a shield. Retreat. He commanded as the enclosed space spelled certain death. As the pair ran with bursts of chakra, Naruto attached his tags to the kunai. Reaching the outside once more, Naruto threw the kunai in the air. Release. And they all exploded at once, creating a cloud of smoke to prevent the buggers from flying too high. What started was a fight for survival, and this time it wasn't a spar and no team was there to back them up. Dodging a pincer strike, Naruto shunshins to avoid a shot of poison. Angel had grown to a panther-sized, already having 3 of the hive underneath her form. 12 of the creatures dive-bomb him, taking out the clones he'd made. Wind style, drilling air bullets. Naruto said, and 6 bursts of wind fly outwards, decimating the horde. Take that, you bastards! Idiot! We need them intact somewhat to extract the venom. Angel shouted from nearby. Oh yeah, oops. Kenjutsu it is then. Inside the forest the trees were massive but interconnected, making a shunshin battle with unintelligent bugs not that difficult. The real danger came in their poison. One sting, or thrown glop and you were paralyzed for days, meaning you died. Even Naruto wasn't immune. Blade met stinger from one of the larger ones in the trees. Summoning wind chakra, the stinger got cut in half, Naruto being careful not to damage the venom sac stored near the upper thorax. Screech was the warning, and a Kawarimi with a clone saved him from a 3 wasp dive bomb. Now, Angel attack move twin death cats. Using Naruto's ability to transform 2 hell cats leapt high into the air and pounced on the trio of wasp, tearing through them with claws. Eventually the move would include jutsu, but for now the claws were enough. Use my power. I don't need it though, there's less than 5 left. Just take it. Kurama sounded frantic. Worried Naruto drew on have a tail's worth. Kaboom. The forest floor exploded with chunks of rock hurtling through the air, a stray one taking out Jiraiya's startled shadow clone. Crap. Angel said cat was flung against a tree. Rising from the dust was a wasp spider half the size of the legendary Gamabunta. Covering the entire body was a hard shell that not even the tons of earth could impale. That's not good, Naruto muttered as he caught his unconscious partner, gashes apparent and a broken hind leg guaranteed. A shadow clone appears next to him. Take her to Hana quickly, he ordered. As the clone took off he turned to his opponent, obviously the queen. The wasp spider spurts a volley of the toxin at him. Weaving in and out of the globs a familiar orb forms. Rasengan. He shouts, unable to stay quiet in his rage as red chakra bubbles around his form and eyes slit. It hits a steel hard fang, breaking it off before Naruto is blown off. Using the momentum he bounces back off the tree and barrels through a wing, a known weak spot, cutting it in half. Pivoting, he bares his claws at the armored back of the queen trying to take off. Yokai-enhanced claws meet the shell, tearing into it with feral rage though it doesn't penetrate. Another Rasengan grinds into it to create a hole that claws immediately impaled the opening. An inhuman scream fills the forest and echoes into the village. Dragon had already activated an ANBU squad the moment he felt the Kyuubi chakra burst forward. Suddenly he knew Jiraiya's idea was foolish when he heard of it not an hour before, and they would have words later, and quickened his own pace at the roar. Heh, take this. Naruto snarled and did a downward slice with jagged wind chakra flowing, cut the beast deep on the thorax. Unfortunately the sword struck the sack, and a river of the toxin doused Naruto. Falling off the dying beast's body, unable to move, Naruto passed out as Kurama's chakra went away, hurtling headfirst towards the ground. His sword clambered off to the side. Naruto! Kurama yelled as his chakra faded. When ANBU arrived minutes later though, they didn't find their comrade in a bloody smear on the floor. He wasn't anywhere. No scent led away or chakra signature to light a path. ANBU Agent Mouse had just vanished. Search the forest now, Dragon commanded, he himself aiding. Jiraiya poofed next to him. Damn, Gaki did great, to take out a queen by himself. Knew he could do it. He was stopped when he looked at Dragon's eye holes boring into him as if he was an insignificant bug. Leave this forest before I kill you, and I assure you I could, as every ANBU would back me up on this. I will deal with your incompetence later. And the ANBU commander was gone, leaving a gulping toad sage behind. Next morning? Naruto groaned, his whole body numb. He couldn't even open his eyes. What happened? You took enough of that creature's venom to kill Boss Summons. I don't even know how we're alive as it cut me off from you. It doesn't smell like a hospital. I can't sense any human chakra signatures. No negative intent is directed towards you either. Kurama added. Naruto did a mental take back, unaware that Kurama could do such a thing. I'm surprised you're awake so soon, young one. A male voice filled with age spoke somewhere to the side of him. He couldn't move, but found his voice worked. Where am I? He asked the darkness. The voice chuckled good-naturedly. In the tiger and panther territory, our healers sucked the poison out before it could absorb into your body. Your tenant took care of the rest. Naruto stiffened at the last part. Calm yourself, I mean you no harm. You said tiger and panther. What does that mean? Child, you're in the summoning realm. My granddaughter brought you here, impressed with your battle while on her routine patrol of the area. Defeating a queen, even one hindered by the environment and still in her infant stages, is quite a feat. As for what it means, well, the council is deciding that now. Hibiki-sama, the council made a decision, the boy is deemed worthy. A younger voice cut off Naruto's question. Ah, excellent. What do you? You'll find out when you next awaken. For now, sleep, and an overwhelming tiredness took him. Sleep jutsu. Naruto realized, not strong enough to stay awake. Now that he's asleep, what about the toads? Hibiki looked at the young panther in front of him. Hibiki, known for his genjutsu that focused on confusing his opponents back in his youth, and, still shudder at that word lol, was a rather stern elder. The young feline shifted. The council decided we would fight to the last cat on both clans for the boy. He's been marked as our summoner? Hibiki nodded in approval. Good. Anyone who tries anything can answer to me. The younger cat shuddered slightly, nobody wanted to mess with Hibiki the Echo Death, even Manda was wary of the unusually small but deadly panther. 12 hours later? When Naruto awoke again he felt almost normal. "Nice to see you're awake again," Hibiki said. Naruto looked over. A panther speckled with gray, though the size suggested a teenager, stared back. Naruto recognized the voice again. "Hibiki. Yes, it is I. And I'm the one who saved you, Blondie?" A rather female voice joined in. Another panther the same size piped up, sitting next to a rather large white tiger. Thank you." Naruto tried. He was still trying to process the situation. As he sat up he realized his shirt and mask were missing. Hibiki noticed. "Your torso was soaked through with the queen's toxin. They're currently burning in a bonfire. Now, I believe it's time to get down to business." "Business? Yes, child, you've become our next summoner." The tiger lifted a banner saying congrats, at Hibiki's praise. "Welcome to the clan, I'm Akira and this is Hisoka." He doesn't talk much. Or really at all now that I think about it, the newly named Akira greeted. Hisoka bowed his head, eyes lazy like a certain cyclops. "Oh. Well, I was going to sign the Toad contract. Too late. We already claimed you, just sign your name in blood," Akira said much too cheerfully for Naruto's taste. She reminded him of his Hyuga teammate, and that wasn't a compliment, one Hikaru was enough. But I should get a say in this," he cried indigently. A tick appeared on Akira's head. "I saved you from an uncool death by falling. You will sign this and me and Hisoka will be your familiars. Or else." The voice was sweet but Naruto understood the underlying tone all females mastered at an early age, surrender or die. Hisoka sat silently and attempted an intimidating gaze but failed miserably. "I'd love to be the Tiger and Panther clan summoner." Heh. Whipped by every female pathetic. "Shut it." "Good. Before you go back to your village you need to understand the joint clan's history." "Why do I feel like this will be worse than Tenzo's lectures?" Naruto muttered. Later, Hokage Tower? The Panthers reversed summoned him in front of the tower hours later in a cloak, Hisoka and Akira next to him. They'd already checked on Angel who'd be released tomorrow morning. "Well Naruto, make sure to summon us often. I expect you to let me play at the next poker night you told us about," Akira said. "Right. I thought summoners were the boss." "Silly. Where did that stupid notion come from?" Even Hisoka sweat dropped at that. Naruto shook his head and waved goodbye. With a gulp he stepped into the tower. Going missing for 2 days wasn't exactly protocol for both a Jinchuriki and ANBU. There was probably a small panic, he mused. Turned out there was a massive panic in the council room. On his way to the Hokage's office Ryuga dropped down in ANBU gear and gave him a crushing hug. "Thank God you're okay, where were you? Your chakra couldn't be sensed and your scent disappeared." Naruto gasped. "Senpai, need oxygen." She let him go and he sighed. "Sorry, but I kind of got saved by a summoning clan and—" "Save it, mouse. You're needed in the council chambers." Dragon's voice came from nowhere. Nodding, the pair followed the commander. Dragon wouldn't admit it but he was relieved. If Naruto hadn't shown up when he did, Dragon would have killed the Toad Sage where he sat in the chambers. Most of the clan heads and the elders felt the same way. Dragon couldn't remember a time where the Hokage had to hold himself back so much to keep from killing somebody. As the trio re-entered in Dragon's case the Shinobi Council chambers, everyone visibly relaxed, even if Naruto still looked pale and was in a tattered cloak. Jiraiya gave a sheepish grin and wave. "Hey Gaki, glad you survived. Nice outfit by the way, very rugged." "It came from my summons. My shirt and mask were doused in the toxins and I almost died. 3 times according to Hibiki-sama." Naruto added the last part and Jiraiya winced. "Yeah, sorry. I guess you weren't ready to fight a queen yet, though no harm done, you're alive." He chuckled. "Wait, summons? You're only allowed to sign the Toads. I signed the joint Tiger and Panther contract and there's nothing to be done. They saved me and they're well versed in genjutsu, medical jutsu, and combat, all things I could use." Jiraiya huffed. "I've never heard of them. I'll bet they're second rate. Your father would want you to sign his contract. Annul your contract now," he ordered. Naruto grew a tick mark but it was the Hokage who snapped. "Jiraiya, need I remind you that you're on thin ice? Putting a Jinchuriki in unneeded harm without supervision so close to the village. I had a shadow clone watching. That popped before it had a chance to help. Now, you left him and his feline companion who isn't ready to fight Genin yet, much less a queen wasp spider, alone without all his equipment or backup. There were plans to deploy 2 Chunin squads to clear the hive out safely before the exams and Naruto could have joined in there for experience. But you decided that setting him loose there was an acceptable course of action without informing anyone until after he entered the cave. Jiraiya, that folly could be called treason by some. And then demanding him to break a sacred bond with a new clan that could benefit Konoha simply for pride. The clan heads glared daggers at the Sannin. Konoha had around 10 contract, and adding an 11th one that was so well balanced would be a boon, especially when Naruto one day took on a student or had a family and passed it to them. Jiraiya had the intelligence to look apologetic. If the Jinchuriki had died, we'd have a Biju to fight on our doorstep within 5 years, Danzo added. Sorry, it's just his father is dead. My father is dead, Jiraiya-sama, and while I enjoy learning from you the same things he did, I am not a carbon copy that you seem to want despite your claims. The Toad contract should go to another worthy Konoha ninja. I can think of several in ANBU already, or you could choose one of the soon-to-be Academy graduates. I didn't question you on dropping me in the forest, but from what I just heard I should have. Naruto was disappointed in the man supposed to be his godfather. Why had his parents thought the guy would make an acceptable replacement family? Almost killing him for training by having him take an A-rank level unofficial mission? Talk about irresponsible. Well said, Naruto. Why don't you tell us exactly what happened in the forest and beyond? Sarutobi interlaced his fingers as he said it, hiding the pleased smile. Naruto had willingly told his old student to pick another Konoha ninja that spoke of his character, as some would try to gain a second contract or just leave the matter to fester. Well, it all started when Angel and I were dragged out of bed and given 10 seconds to grab our gear, though Jiraiya only let me take my sword, some kunai, and a few explosive notes. Speaking of which, it was recovered and repaired. That last cut cracked the metal hard as it is to believe. Sarutobi interjected. Naruto beamed, then continued, the council becoming more impressed by the minute. So let me get this straight, the Tiger and Panther clan, which merged less than 25 years ago after centuries of bloody conflict that almost wiped them out, but now work side by side in flawless teamwork, saved you from certain death and decided you would be the first summoner since they became one clan. And this was after you beat a queen through luck and circumstance, and before that wiped out just about the entire hive of the northeast sector. Sarutobi stated dryly an hour later. Naruto hadn't dived into the intricate history or abilities of his summons, but that was allowed to protect the summons and summoner from enemies that might uncover the intel. Besides, he already planned to fill in Dragon for the ANBU-only archives. All of those files were harder to steal than the Hokage mountain, it seemed. Yes, Hokage-sama. My summons look forward to allying with Konoha while my familiars insist on joining in the next poker game. Some chuckles echoed at that, but many nodded the okay. And Kurama says I'm practically immune to the wasp spiders now, not that I want to test it. Some of the minor clans looked a bit scared at Naruto being on first-name basis with the beast, but Sarutobi didn't bat an eye. Of course. Take tomorrow off. In 2 days Tenzo will restart your mastering of your Jinchuriki powers. In the meantime, read the scroll before our next meeting, and a thick scroll appeared out of nowhere and bonked the blonde on the head. Not reacting as his commander was next to him and might take offense to him cursing their boss, he bowed before sunshining away. Sarutobi then dismissed everyone else but the elders, Dragon, and Jiraiya. Am I still his teacher? Jiraiya asked with some hope. Koharu slid her eyes over to him, and Danzo wished the man had let someone sign the Toad contract. He could kill him then. Yes, but... Sarutobi stopped the grin on Jiraiya's face. We'll discuss additional punishment, but for now you are to have your sessions with Naruto monitored by either Dragon, Tenzo, myself, or anyone I deem trustworthy. You have no say in what you teach him besides Fuinjutsu, though I trust he'll be at least a solid level 4 by the Chunin exams, even his mother's Fujutsu that you know. Jiraiya looked indignant. I was going to start him on the hair jutsu this week, he started. No, I won't allow that until this mess with Suna and Odo is taken care of. Until then, continue to work on his Rasengan. I know you can create it quicker so he can do the 5-element seal, and your transparent escape technique. The taijutsu training you put him through is useful, but focus on Fuinjutsu, chakra control, and ninjutsu for now. Sarutobi put his no-nonsense voice on that Jiraiya hated since his genin days, causing the S-rank Sannin to meekly agree like he was 6 again and just got schooled for his attitude. Yes, sensei. Hiruzen, is it really wise to show Naruto the 5-element seal? He is a Jinchuriki after all, and the seal is useful to subdue him. Koharu pointed out. Ah, but he won't be learning the unsealing method yet. Once he masters the entirety of the fox's chakra, I'll allow him to know the unseal jutsu. Mollified, the elders gave curt nods. Now Jiraiya, you have a year to pick out a new Toad summoner. Sarutobi warned. But sensei, Naruto is the child of prophecy, I can feel it. That doesn't mean he needs your summoning contract. I am well aware you view him as an apprentice. If only you'd make it official, Jiraiya griped. The Hokage refused to sign off on the paperwork for some reason. Sarutobi chuckled a bit. It's not me you have to convince, but his captain and commander. They have say over Naruto as he's an ANBU operative and having an apprenticeship could take away from his duties after the exams. You're the Hokage. You could sign but I won't. Jiraiya, I have let you, all of my students, become whiny brats that get slaps on the wrist for major infractions. If you were anyone else tonight you would be at the very least in Ibiki's company. Be grateful that isn't the case. Jiraiya-sama, you will never be Mouse's mentor if you insist on acting like you are with a genin. I spy on your sessions, and you waste precious time joking around and peeping. It's research and I am bonding with my godson. Jiraiya shot back to the man. Dragon looked at him, and even the mask seemed to send a cool expression. You're an instructor first, if you can't maximize your time with him, I will have you write the jutsu on scrolls and let him learn them himself. There are plenty of guard rotations he could fill up. My men are valuable, and wasting his time when the village needs every body is foolhardy. Sarutobi and the elders nodded, Danzo especially agreeing with the ANBU commander. While they still had a too soft handle on the Jinchuriki, the boy was at least progressing reasonably fast. Danzo found himself wondering what could have happened if the boy had always been properly trained, so much time wasted for childhood. At least he was a solider now. Fine. I will find another summoner the toads will accept. Even if he really just wanted to have his toad eat dragon. Next day, in Izuka Clinic. Gazing fondly at his partner Naruto bowed again to Hana. Thank you so much, Hana-san. I know cats are not your favorite. This was the third time he thanked her but still felt it wasn't enough. Angel had a punctured lung that could have killed her had Hana not been a competent vet. It's fine. I told you, it was my pleasure. It's the least I could do after how you helped me that night, though I didn't expect you of all people to be Mouse. Just remember, pup, that your feline can't train for a week and bed rest for 2 days. Be safe, Angel. Don't go fighting wasp spiders anytime soon. Angel didn't answer as the drugs to dull the pain were keeping her under. She wouldn't be answering for at least a day. Well, thanks anyway. And please don't spread it around? The council just found out themselves a while ago. I'd rather less figure it out. Of course. Your ANBU identity won't be compromised by me, though if Angel is going to go on missions you'll have to think of something. Naruto winked. Already on it once my Fuinjutsu skills are adequate. The masked boy cradled the cage with the snoozing Hellcat as he strolled back into the village. He'd take the rooftops or Shunshin, but the jostling could harm her. Putting on a henge while passing an alley, the now black-haired brown-eyed Naruto blended into the crowd. With the slightly dark thought about how a simple henge made him human to the civilians, he clenched his fists and made his way back home. After Angel was set up on the couch with a sunbeam, Naruto made 2 shadow clones and began to comb through the water jutsu scroll the Hokage hit him with. Moving whirlpools, eh? Creates 4 defensive whirlpools that can absorb attacks and acts as a barrier. Defensive, A rank, what? I can't even do C ranks without wasting too much chakra until that damn waterfall is controlled. It's an Uzumaki jutsu. Your mother used it. It's mainly for Fuinjutsu users to be given respite while crafting seals, but she managed to make it offensive. Naruto's furry friend yawned at its container. Wow, Kurama. Though you might want to hold off on that one. Instead, read the next one. Kurama offered lazily. Water wild wave. C rank, water comes out in a burst from the user's mouth? And it doesn't need a set amount of chakra, the user controls the size. That could work. I'm a wise fox, of course it will work. As the real one continued on reading all about his chosen next jutsu to learn, his other selves were busy. One clone sat with sealing supplies. Dragon had dropped off with a note of make as many of the expanded exploding tags as you can with these by tomorrow. So far, the number was in the 50s with no sign of running out. The other clone sat opposite counting the money they had saved up. Like most shinobi, Naruto didn't trust banks. He could easily rob one, so he had no reason to trust one with his money. Instead he kept them in storage scrolls, one in his locker at HQ for missions, one in his apartment locked under floorboards and traps, with the bulk of his money at his captain's place for safe keeping. His gamachan was just pocket change, hardly a dent in his savings from all the missions lately. After he checked on Tenzo and they went over how his battle with all the wasp spiders went, Naruto had requested it back for the afternoon. Now said clone was counting carefully, adding the double A rank pay for his extermination of the hive and payment for letting Anko harvest the poison herself, and whistled at the result. Boss, we have enough to last 6 months without missions and still go restock our stuff? The real Naruto breathed a sigh of relief at that. He had enough then to pay for more Fuinjutsu paper and ink, and still have leftovers for new clothes. An improved diet finally resulted in a growth spurt, even if it was a measly inch. His uniform still fit for the most part, and those were free issue though. Knock, knock went the door. Setting the book down, he leapt over the growing stack of tags and answered the door, surprised when Jiraiya and Dragon are there. Jiraiya-sama, Dragon-sama. He greeted with annoyance. Wasn't this supposed to be his day off? Mouse/Gaki, they answered simultaneously. Dragon seemed to send daggers at his fellow visitor before taking over. Jiraiya-sama is going to give you Fuinjutsu lesson as he has free time. I am here to supervise and collect the tags I ordered. Naruto looked from his commander to his tutor/bad role model/ sort of godfather, and realization dawned. You got caught peeping again, didn't you? He deadpanned. Jiraiya looked affronted. It's research. Spell it with me, research, research. Hokage-sama thought since he had so much free time he'd have no trouble continuing your lessons. That, and I threatened to send Guy on him otherwise. An involuntary shudder went up Naruto's spine. As Jiraiya pushed past and went into the apartment, Naruto's expression became curious. Guy is on a mission. I know, but it's too much fun to tell him that. Dragon signed back, and amusement was obvious. Suppressing a snort, Naruto turned towards his tutor. What are we learning today? His excitement for more Fuinjutsu surpassed his need to tease Jiraiya for his cowardice, no matter how well founded. Oh, just how to make those prisoner scrolls you keep hammering for. Stars formed in Naruto's eyes. Finally, Team Ro's hard-earned budget wouldn't suffer. Prisoner scrolls, the preferred way to transport enemies for incarceration and interrogation across large distances, was a combination of a stasis seal and advanced storage seal that would freeze the body's functions for up to a week by running on the user's chakra, though it used such a small amount that even enemies on their last legs could be sealed, and comrades could be put into it too, though the cost prevented that. For every scroll cost a small fortune and could only be used once or twice depending on the length of stay before it had to be tossed. Yada, he cheered. Jiraiya looked fondly, then puzzled. Wait, why are you so interested in this particular seal when it's cumbersome and time-consuming to make? Prisoner scrolls took over 10 minutes to write even for masters, and 30 for those of Naruto's skill level, technically a level 3, many just went over the theory of it and didn't bother to create them before level 5. Ever since Oto has bared its fangs, ANBU's already meager budget for individual teams has been reduced to fund the preparations for the exams. For the price of one prisoner scroll, which may I remind you the Black Ops uses a lot, I can make 10 out of Fuinjutsu supplies. Lives could be saved, as transporting both injured squad members and clients through enemy territory is dangerous, and sometimes the squad member has to use our suicide technique, as most squads carry one at any time. With me, I can have my clones make enough for each team to have at least 3 at any time. Jiraiya looked impressed and proud. You'll make a killing off of it, I'll bet. He joked though. Naruto shook his head though. No, Hokage-sama will designate enough for my cost of supplies, and I'll be given AC rank pay for every 30 I make. Won't be hard with clones. It'll give me experience and help out the Corps until the budget is back to some normalcy. Using this method could save several agents, as they wouldn't have to decide before missions whether more kunai, medical supplies, or expensive but life-saving seals should be bought. Contrary to civilian thought, each permanent squad, be it a genin team to the top ANBU team, was allotted certain funds from the village each month for supplies. This would theoretically cover the cost of mission-specific supplies and most of the basic gear in theory. However, since the QB attack, the Civilian Council has gotten more influence over taxes and pricing, making the allotted budget become less and less all-inclusive. More and more ninja were having to dip into their mission pay just to get the needed supplies to survive the various missions outside the village. Thus Dragon's plan to use Naruto's ungodly amount of clones to outfit the Corps in the needed seals, even if it was only until after all this mess with allies turning traitor with Orochimaru blew over. Not to mention all the one-on-one training you'll get from me as payment, Dragon pointed out, much to Naruto's horror. The commander chuckled at the ghost white of his subordinate/punching bag/student. Well, that's noble gaki. Now the first thing one must know about prisoner scrolls are the combination ratios of the ink, chakra, and space between each character. Jiraiya began. Naruto took notes studiously. As the pair drawled on, Dragon found himself relegated to the couch with Angel, though the feline was no help and snoozed. Man, if only Hikaru wasn't playing sensei with Kakashi's brats today, I could be catching up on the Ika or sparring with the Hokage. Sigh, the things I do for the village. Course, Dragon would stay until the Toad taught Naruto the scroll. He couldn't have him attempt to run off after giving a basic explanation after all. Though if Fuinjutsu wasn't so boring to normal people, Dragon might not find it tempting to pull his hair out while perusing through a budget report. Gaki. Not so much chakra. Do you want to blow up your table? With Team 7? Hikaru was ready to slit his team's throats. Or rather, just Sasuke's. I should be learning jutsu, not stamina exercises. The Uchiha fumed. Hikaru rolled his eyes, while Sakura practiced healing bruises on Sai from training. Both ignored their teammate, whose attitude had soured worse since Hikaru took over again. Kakashi was due back any day, however, and then the ANBU agent would be free for a while. If only the Cyclops would hurry. No. You are not ready loyalty and stability-wise for more jutsu and basic skill. Your rival Naruto uses primarily the Shunshin, weapons, and a couple of other jutsu to fight that and his Rasengan, but the brat doesn't need to know that. Continue the basics, apply teamwork, and you'll beat the strongest of opponents. Sasuke glowered at him but resumed the obstacle course they had set up. If he would just prove he wouldn't defect at the first signs of power, I and many others would love to teach him scores of jutsu. However, until that day he isn't even allowed to have access to genjutsu or ninjutsu over C rank. Not even his family library gives him them, as it's controlled by the Hokage. Let's take a break. Hikaru offered as Sasuke failed the fourth time to finish the course as his anger took over. Just 2 more days or so. Chapter 10. Jinchuriki Training Area, 2 days later. Naruto lay on the earth, woodbines covering him while he panted. Skin was slowly regrowing as even the 15 seconds in the 4 tails equated to his outer skin burning off. 4 tails is obviously too much for now. We'll go slow then and build up from the bottom until we figure out why 4 tails had that violent of a reaction, Tenzo said from his sitting position. Jiraiya was off to the side. Naruto nodded in agreement, but the sage frowned. He could control that much with practice, Jiraiya claimed. It was his idea to make Naruto ask Kurama for more chakra than the 1.5 tails he could use at any time without problems. The result? A mini-cubey Naruto letting off a primal roar and almost ripping Tenzo's throat out. Why can't I control 4 tails? He asked Kurama. The fox grunted. You haven't passed the next stage. Until then 3 tails will be your max. What's the next stage? I won't tell you at this point. Kurama growled. Naruto scowled. Why not? You're not ready and you're most definitely not worthy. What do I have to do then? I'm not sure. Now leave me alone, human. Naruto winced at that slightly. When Kurama went to human he was on his breaking point, only flesh bag or damn human were worse. Deciding to let the fox cool from whatever had him in a bad mood, Naruto turned towards his bickering teachers. And I say that if I loosen the seal he'd be able to use more tails without the backlash. No. To do so would be foolish. Naruto is my responsibility and the Hokage wouldn't approve of messing with the seal, Tenzo barked back. He should force the power and will it to him, not succumb to its rage. It's not the seal that's at fault but his resolve, I'd say. What would you know? Kushina-sama only accessed a tail's worth of chakra in the most dire of circumstances and Konoha has never trained another Jinchuriki. Our spies are digging on any information of how Kumo does it, but until then we proceed with caution. Listen, boy, I'm a seal master so it would be fine. And I'm his captain who says well, I'm his godfather. Hardly his family is his squad, not a man who abandoned him. Silence rang out from that last statement. Jiraiya looked as if he was struck while Tenzo fumed at the man's audacity to suggest tampering with the most complex seal in existence. Naruto takes the silence as his chance to speak. Kurama says I have to pass the next stage, whatever that means. And? What is this next stage? Tenzo prompted. He won't say I'm not worthy yet or something. Sigh, 3 tails in control is still impressive. You're almost as fast as guy with his weights on using 3 tails. For was blinding though I couldn't gauge it. Take the rest of the day to rest, tomorrow we'll start refining your control of the tails. Naruto nodded then turned to his sort of teacher in pity. The man was trying, he knew it, it's just he kept failing spectacularly. Hey, Jiraiya-sama, want to get something to eat? He asked. Jiraiya looked up hopefully then grinned. Of course, Gaki. Fish, my treat. He slings the blonde over his right shoulder. Naruto groaned as his torn muscles and patched skin howl. First though, let's pick up Angel from the apartment, Naruto said. Humph, okay, but I'm only paying for you too. In the end Naruto's familiars join in as well. Hisoka sat lazily, inhaling mass quantities of salmon while Akira chatted with a still bandaged Angel. I'm telling you, by the time we're through you'll be the strongest Hellcat alive, Akira assured the young feline. Angel looked down at her casted leg. I was so weak I couldn't do more than take out a few bugs while Naruto was left to take care of the queen by himself. Ever since she had woken up and discovered her partner had been left alone, the cat couldn't stand herself and her weakness. I agree you are weak. Angel sputtered at this, and everyone else but Hisoka had dropped jaws. But that's why I'm here. You're looking at the #1 assassin panther in my generation. With me by your side you'll be kicking ass and taking names. Trust me. Hisoka rolled his eyes at this but continued to eat. The kitten would learn, or die trying. Hey though, why are you with Naruto now? I mean, Hellcats don't normally venture into the human world until they're 5 or 6 years old or older. You're only 2. Naruto perked his ears at this. He'd tried fishing information from Angel about her past, but aside from an occasional comparison of customs he'd yet to uncover a smidgen about his partner. Angel shifted. It's in the past. Let's just say Konoha is my first home and leave it at that. Panther and Tiger share a look. Sure thing. Forget I asked. Now tell me, boxers or briefs? The 180 has Jiraiya letting out a boisterous laugh while Naruto gaped. Naruto? Oh, he wears Naruto covers Angel's mouth. Keep quiet and we eat sushi tomorrow, deal? Angel nods fast in glee. Akira, why do you want to know that anyway? Oh, the clan just wants a complete profile on our summoners for the history books, she says offhandedly. And my underwear is important enough for the historical records? Oh yes, the toads parade around everything about their summoners, so we want to do the same next clan's convention. Naruto's sweat dropped and Jiraiya interrupted. Clan's convention? Huh? You didn't know? Akira asks in disbelief. Even Naruto looked a bit surprised. He was told about the clan's convention before he returned. Well, it's basically where all the different clans that are allied together meet once a year to discuss treaties, world news, and generally brag about whose summoner is the best. So far the blasted toads win because of you, but no more. When we announce we have Naruto as our summoner, all will bow before our greatness. She cackled slightly. Naruto cleared his throat. Jiraiya-sama can kill me with a single finger, Akira. I think I can't make them bow before you yet. Jiraiya nodded along. No way his godson could one-up him yet. Details, details. Within a couple of years you'll be the next Sannin, and people will gossip not of toads, slugs, or snakes, but of tigers and panthers. Naruto shook his head and let it go as he popped another fish in his mouth. Kaka and I. Angel suddenly exclaimed. Kakashi popped in and batted the cat away, who was caught by a glaring Naruto. Senpai, she's injured. He admonished. Kakashi waved his hand. My hand must have slipped. I hear you defeated a queen wasp spider. Oh, did you adopt more cats? The masked Jonin asked tightly. Nope, Kakashi relaxed. They're my summons. Kakashi-senpai, meet Akira the panther and Hisoka the tiger. Kakashi dropped his book. But I wanted you to sign the dog contract, he whispered. Heh, well I was going to sign the toads actually, but Akira kind of threatened me to become the first summoner of the joint clan. Kakashi turned his lone eye and glared at the panther. You stole my chance at a mini-me. He pointed an accusatory finger at her. Akira smirked. And if I did? What ya gonna do, tough guy? She taunted. I'll show you tough. What kind of panther is a pipsqueak? Oh? I'll have you know my pipsqueak status is a family trait. My grandfather was famous for it and his techniques. You wanna fight? Name a time and place. Guys, can't we just get along? Naruto begged. When they ignored him he banged his masked face on the table. Jiraiya had taken this opportunity to slip out, leaving the bill next to Naruto. Both him and Angel eyed the bill with distaste. Bastard. Let's see how he likes his favorite peeping spot location told to Kurenai-san. Cat and boy smirked at that thought. Humph, training ground 7, felines versus canines. Akira announced. Come Naruto, let's go represent the clan. Be there in half an hour. Kakashi agreed. Naruto groaned and Akira grew a tick mark. Oi. You come willingly or I'll show you the true meaning of pain. Somewhere in rain, a certain Uzumaki Rinnegan user sneezed. No need. I'll just lose though, Kakashi-senpai outclasses me. He pointed out as they made their way towards the designated place for their little war. Angel relaxed in his arms and would be sitting out for the fight. On their way they run into Hikaru. Chibi Kohai. Kakashi-senpai is finally back. I'm free as a bird, Hikaru cried. Let's go celebrate with sake and women. 1. I'm too young for that stuff. You're legally an adult, who is technically on call and must stay sober, and I have a spar with Kakashi-senpai in a few minutes. It's cats versus dogs. And where is this spar? Training ground 7, why? He asked but his older teammate was off in a shunshin. Right. Nice talking to you too. Minutes later, training ground 7. Naruto was a bit shocked when he entered the training grounds to find not only Kakashi stretching but at least 50 Jonin and ANBU around with Hikaru taking bets. Even the Hokage was slipping some money while Jiraiya stood in the middle. Excellent, witnesses to document his defeat, Akira says from atop Hisoka. The tiger didn't show an ounce of enthusiasm for the fight, but then again Naruto suspected a lifetime supply of tuna wouldn't break the facade much. The clearing goes silent moments later. Dragon appears next to Naruto and takes Angel. Win or you're on Konohamaru duty for a month, Dragon threatened. Naruto gulped. Deciding then and there to get serious, he motioned for the referee. Jiraiya steps forth and avoids Naruto's gaze. If he'd look, he'd have seen the mischievous glint though, as the blonde was looking forward to his revenge. This will be an all-out spar, anything but killing and maiming and no Kyuubi chakra or Sharingan. The fight continues until one of the summoners are unable to fight or surrenders. Ready? Kakashi nods and pulls out a book in a bored fashion while Naruto stays still with multiple kunai in hand. Fight! The fighters shunshin further apart while Naruto throws the normal kunai near Kakashi using wind chakra to lengthen their range. They land around in what looks like a miss. Summoning jutsu were the twin phrases, Naruto pumping as much chakra as he could outside of calling the bosses, and Kakashi getting his usual pack out. When the smoke settles, Kakashi's dogs are growling and ready for battle, and Pakken showed none of his usual easiness. Naruto meanwhile was in the middle of about 10 panthers of various sizes and 5 tigers taller than his chin. The favorite to win is Kakashi-senpai, Dragon-sama. Hikaru comments from the sidelines. Dragon eyes his Hyuga subordinate. True, but Mouse will win, and thus make me a killing. Hikaru didn't bother to argue, just silently contemplated all the money he was going to make when his Kohai lost. Even Hikaru didn't stand a chance. Then again, as he saw Naruto among the massive felines, he couldn't shake the feeling his judgment could be wrong. Naruto, why have you summoned my entire joint assassination force before training with us like planned? Isn't my granddaughter enough? Hibiki questioned as he was in the middle of paperwork when he felt the pull. My apologies, Hibiki-sama, but Akira wants us to beat Kakashi-senpai and his dog summons. I don't stand a chance alone, Naruto explained. Hibiki turned his gaze to the Jonin and his dogs. Very well, listen up every cat. Let's show those Mutsu's boss. All the assembled felines crouch down and He whispers the plan to Naruto and the others before raising his voice. Now, attack. Immediately 3 of the smaller panthers get in a triangle formation at the center and cast a genjutsu, the others darting forward in an interlocking pattern, weaving through the dogs that sprung in a diamond formation. Naruto makes 30 clones who jump towards Kakashi. Naruto, I thought I taught you better than to jump in so quickly, he mocks while thumbing through his book. With a single hand he dispatches the clones with deadly ease, barely paying attention to the boy. One clone began throwing kunai, which Kakashi flung away while others landed near his feet. You'll have to try harder, I am a Jonin after all. Suddenly Kakashi wasn't so confident when 3 of the kunai strewn around randomly poofed to become 3 of the tigers. Shit. Why do they know the Kawarimi? He grumbled and whipped through hand signs. Fire style, fire dragon jutsu, and a dragon of flames rises up and roars, before it hits the tigers dead on. Naruto's going to kill me. I killed his summons. I thought they'd dodge. Kakashi freaked as he saw the 3 burn to a crisp. He felt reality warp though, and the tigers became nothing more than wisps of air, with Naruto clones where all the kunai were, though Kakashi realized they must have been henges. Even his dogs were tied up with wire from the tigers and several panthers. This wouldn't have been a problem except his panther familiar, Akira, clutched his precious pre-released Ika from a safe distance with explosive notes attached. The real Naruto stood next with a familiar hand sign poised. Give up, Kakashi-senpai, or your signed copy goes boom and you'll have wait a month for the actual book to come out. As Jiraiya-sama gave out the others, the blonde taunted. Kakashi instantly dropped. I concede. Give me back my precious, he demanded as the other ANBU and Jonin sweat dropped. Winner, Naruto and felines, Jiraiya announced. Now give back his literature. The clearing was silent that Naruto, a rookie, was able to beat the copy ninja no matter how underhanded. Sure thing. Check your pouch, Naruto suggested as the book disappeared in smoke. Kakashi gaped as he reached inside and did indeed feel his precious safely on his person. You tricked me. He pointed a shaking finger at Naruto, who just gave a victory sign. Why, of course. I am a ninja. You were so cocky that you didn't notice the 3 cats that hung back to hit you with a genjutsu that first made you not notice your dogs, and a second one that led you to believe my tigers were attacking. The kunai I threw were a mixture of real and henged shadow clones to throw you off and let down your guard. It worked, as I won. I couldn't knock you out but threatening you into submission? That, I can do. Kakashi hugged his book before leaving in an embarrassed manner, glad that guy wasn't there. Tell me we have that on tape? Hikaru announced after the copy ninja left. Anko held a video camera high into air. Every last second, sniggers were heard throughout the crowd. Now pay up, Hikaru. I bet on Kakashi losing, so where's my money? It was then most ninja realized they'd lost a fair amount of cash, all except Dragon, the Hokage, Anko, and Gunma. Tenzo, standing off to the side, shook his head as they reacted with various degrees of melancholy. Gunma snorts at his fellows. Didn't you guys learn? Never bet against Naruto, it won't end well. Yeah, but he was going against Sharingan freaking Kakashi. How were we supposed to know he'd try something like that? One random Jonin cried indignantly. Naruto, who had just finished bowing and thanking his summons, walked over. Oh, I don't know, maybe because I was a master at pranks and my traps are top-notch? Naruto asked. shaking his head at the stupidity of them betting on a spar. Even more so was Akira's insistence on winning. He takes Angel from Dragon, who was holding a sack of money. Excellent mouse, I won't have to give you Konohamaru duty for a month, he praised. Naruto relaxed. Unfortunately, I don't have a punching bag tonight for my workout and you just proved you can take on Kakashi. Let's go. What? No fair. It was luck I won and I just got through training with my captain. Naruto begged, only for Dragon to wag his finger. Oh? What's this? You volunteer to spar with me every night this week? How kind of you, mouse. Naruto got the message and shut up, the other ANBU in various degrees of vindictive pleasure after losing money. Then let's go, bruises won't form themselves. Meanwhile a certain Sannin was in the doghouse as he and Tenzo were giving reports to the Hokage in his office. Jiraiya, I know you're worried about this Akatsuki group but messing with the seal isn't the answer. Sarutobi chided, though he himself was tempted to allow it. Konoha had dark days ahead and a fully trained Jinchuriki would act as an effective war changer and deterrent, even if most his time would be spent with his ANBU squad. However, messing with a seal not even Jiraiya understood fully would be foolish. Best to wait and see what Naruto and Kurama would agree on while mastering his current output. Tenzo, you and Jiraiya will continue Naruto's Jinchuriki training like planned, while the Kumo spy attempts to find out from the Hachibi Jinchuriki about his training. So far he just let slip something about beating your darkness but nothing specific. With any luck I'll be able to nay. Yes, Sensei/Hokage-sama. The duo bowed together and left, leaving Sarutobi to his thoughts. He felt a familiar presence, and a man he both trusted and didn't trust hobbled through his door. Danzo, right on time, what's your update? The one-eyed mummy looked grave as he sat down. Orochimaru has agreed to give me the Hokage seat if I agree to pass on council and war intel while holding root back during the invasion. It is as we feared, Suna and Oto are now official allies and will be striking the third stage with their Jinchuriki. I suggest we assassinate the boy now and... No. If Konoha struck first beyond what we're doing and gets caught, we'll be unable to call on new allies. Kumo is meeting with me next week to discuss an alliance against the Suna-Oto plan, but I doubt they'd risk it if they caught a whiff of murdering a Jinchuriki before Suna betrays us officially. Sarutobi sighed at his old rival's disappointed look and decided to give him some good news. On the bright side, however, I am assigning ANBU to take out Suna's next shipment of weapons and bring them to us. They rely on the land of birds for their kunai and shuriken of all sizes. Sources claim next week they'll be sending the normal C rank to escort the caravan. If Konoha steals their supplies, it will hinder them for the exam. And give Konoha the needed boost, yes. No survivors will be left either. Since they're preparing for a war, their shipment is larger than normal, enough to outfit most our shinobi. And they say you're going soft, Hiruzen. Tell me, though, is it true IWA is sending 3 teams? Danzo asked. It would not end in their favor if Inoki was able to watch the finals. Yes, unfortunately. I abhor having to rely on your route that I ordered disbanded, but I must ask, do you have any route teams capable of preventing IWA from advancing past the second round? Danzo looked shocked at the blatant request but nodded. I'll have 6 teams ready. Will they also be able to take out the Kiri team that is coming? Yes. I want only Konoha, Oto, and Suna in the finals. Having the 2 enemy Kage where I can monitor them will give us a better chance. Very well then. Here is a mission for Kabuto that will allow him to overhear the Chunin patrol schedule for the exams. Not that we won't alter it, of course. Sigh, thank you, old friend. But even if we know everything about my old student schemes, these old bones might not be able to weather the storms ahead. Danzo said nothing and got up, leaving without a glance back. You're right, old monkey, we're both frail, but I won't let Konoha remain weak like it has. After you're gone, the great tree will rise from the ashes. Plans of his betrayal towards both his allies in mind, the war hawk made his way home. However, Sarutobi was not blind, and knew his rival all too well. Danzo, one way or another you will die after Orochimaru is taken care of. I only hope I can be the one to do it. It's the least I can do after my failures. The Hokage took another drag on his pipe and gazed at a certain seal carved on his desk, praying he'd be able to activate it before he died. With Kabuto Yakushi hadn't survived as a spy for so long without picking up the snippets of intelligence from conversations. That's why on this routine hospital supply run the trader was careful to channel chakra to his ears at all times as he passed groups of Chunin. Chunin, the village's gossip corps. They were known to spread every shred of intelligence amongst their ranks without thinking and were known to let the tongue slip while Kabuto was in hearing range. And to switch the guard rotations? Wasn't the zigzag pattern bad enough? I know, man. Now I have to memorize the figure 8 pattern. Damn Chunin exams, why do we have switch it up for the foreigners? Kabuto smirked and continued on his way. Stupid Chunin, now he knew what to ask Danzo, or better yet just break into the Chunin archives. No wonder his master wasn't afraid of Konoha finding out. The Chunin disappeared around the corner before puffing away, revealing 2 ANBU agents silently congratulating themselves on their way back to HQ. Next morning, Naruto's apartment. Naruto grumbled and winced at his stiff muscles while stumbling to his door that rung at 5 in the morning. If something's not on fire, my intruder is dead. Opening the door with a kunai in hand, ninja are paranoid after all. Naruto blinked at his visitor. Ferret-senpai, what a surprise, he said blandly. Ferret was a honey-colored male in his late 20s, known to be a stuck-up and rarely gave Naruto 2 glances. To see the masked man shifting uncomfortably in his doorway just didn't sit well with him. Okay, who died? Mouse, I have a favor to ask. Naruto eyed him and let the man in, activating his newly installed Privacy Seals 2.0, his last line of defense against Guy's late-night shower operas. The bushy-browed man had no sense of key or tone. At 5 in the morning? Yes. It's about my long-term mission with the Kurama girl. I was tasked with a mission that requires my use of speed and genjutsu. Dragon-sama told me you were village-bound for a few more weeks, so babysitting a brat shouldn't be a problem. I'll only be gone a week. Naruto mentally cursed his commander but on the outside just nodded. I take it I'm to spend the week at the location? Who else is on the detail? Ferret visibly relaxed at his willingness. 2 medic Nin. The girl stays in her room most of the days, and I usually am able to train during her daily medical checkups. Dragon-sama wanted you to have this scroll with the specifics? Naruto accepted the red mission scroll and waved his senpai away. In an annoying swirl of leaves, the older ANBU was gone. Damn, why doesn't more ninja learn to use Shunshin without tells? Reading the scroll had him snort. So the girl can't use chakra, they claim? And she's too sick to run off. Wow, what a boring job. At least Jiraiya-sama and Tenzo will be stopping by to help me channel Kurama's chakra to single parts of my body. Hey, Kurama. The girl we're guarding shares your name. Whatever, leave me be. Eh? What's got you grumpy? Humph. Why couldn't he be like father? He's like every other human, filled with darkness. He's unworthy of more power. Kurama closed the connection. He was wrong to get his hopes up, if Naruto's inability to conquer 4 tails was any indication. No human is without darkness, not since father. Sighing at his tentative friend's mood, Naruto gathered up his gear and overnight supplies. Angel was still sleeping when the blonde sealed up his few ninjutsu scrolls. He still had 50 prisoner scrolls to make. Hey, Angel. Time to get up, we have a mission. He prodded his partner who just rolled over. Go away, Naruto. Stupid mission, I can't walk far yet. It's for a week and we'll work on genjutsu. She still didn't move. If you don't come, I'll let Hikaru watch you again. That got the cat up and she was already clambering up his leg. With a laugh, Naruto picked up his partner, locking his apartment up tight for the week and leaving Hikaru a note to feed his plant and eat his food. If only he knew how to make a cold storage seal for food. Where are we going? The cat asked as Naruto combined Shunshin and bursts of speed to make their way towards the mountains. He smirked under his mask. Angel was so curious once she woke up. Just a private home of a member of the Kurama clan? Angel started drooling. As in the Genjutsu clan? Yes, but her powers are supposedly sealed, so don't bug her about it, okay? He hardened his voice a bit to get his point across. Angel puffed her cheeks and settled on his shoulders. Got it. Did you bring my tuna salad cans? All 50 of them, Naruto assured her. She preened. Good. At the Kurama place, an hour later. We weren't expecting you for at least another hour or 2. I'm Dante and this is Ryo. One of the medic Nin greeted from the house's front room. His fellow ninja Ryo bowed, looking exactly like his associate but with brown eyes while Dante had black eyes. Oh, sorry, but I'm just quick, I guess. I'm Mouse and this is Angel. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Dante eyed him. It's been a while since I was in the village. I didn't know there was an ANBU so short or young. I'm perfectly able to guard Yakumo Kurama, I assure you, Naruto spoke stiffly. Dante blushed in embarrassment. Excuse my rudeness, I'm sure you're more than strong enough. Anyway, let me introduce you to Yakumo, she's in her room. Upstairs. Dante knocked on a door with various seals that would let them know who entered and who left. Not hearing a reply, Dante looked apologetic before entering, Naruto close on his heels. Inside was a girl around Naruto's age painting a picture of Kurina Yuhi with light going through her chest. Slightly uneased, he pushed on as he heard his name. And Mouse with his ninja cat will be taking Ferret's place for the week. Yakumo-chan, look at people when they're talking to you, please. Yakumo scoffed but complied. She eyed Naruto, who was shorter than her. He doesn't look like much. Whatever, another warden in my prison. Yakumo-chan, I assure you he's not a warden. We're here for your own good. Now, why not come outside your room for breakfast? No thanks was her curt reply. I'll start making rounds, Naruto told Dante, whom he pitied. The medic looked embarrassed at the first meeting and nodded. Angel, stay with Yakumo-san and let me know if anything happens. Angel sneers but lets Naruto set her down on a pillow. If you'd like I could help heal her leg some more, Dante offered. Naruto grinned beneath his mask. That would be appreciated. Angel, behave. The Hellcat wrinkled her nose again. Fine, and Mouse. Walking outside to create a patrol route for him and his clones, Naruto hid his amusement when his chakra-laced ears heard Angel's failed attempts to start a conversation. Chapter 11. Yakumo's place, 5 days into Naruto's shift. Naruto and Angel padded along the forest floor surrounding the Kurama hideout, moon a ghostly orb above. Every trap was set and unactivated, and his clones reported no disturbances. So why was all his hair up straight? Angel was tense as well below him. Nicking his thumb with a kunai, he runs through some hand seals. Summoning jutsu, he whispers. Akira appears, serious when she takes in her summoner's posture. Do you sense that? Naruto signed. He'd taught Akira and Hisoka how to read his signs well, sort of. They were still learning but picked it up faster than him. Akira closed her eyes in concentration and nodded. Weird, I know. That aura. An ID. It's active under the full moon. Kurama muttered, his first contact in days. An ID? Naruto asked. Figure it out but hint, it's not a danger to you. Yet. Just go back to your pointless guarding. Naruto scowled but relaxed, even if Kurama was being an ass he wouldn't lead Naruto into trouble. Turning to an intense-looking Akira, the blonde shook his head. False alarm, sorry. You can go back, I'll summon you for sushi after my rotation in 2 days, he promised. Akira grinned as she shakily translated it and headed back home. He looks at Angel. We're done here, the shadow clones will wake us if needed. The tired duo heads inside to their temporary lodgings in the room above Yakumo's, a hatch poised to open for quick entrance through the floor. Naruto lay on his futon, still in complete uniform, pondering his charge. Yakumo Kurama, just turned 13-15 days ago, parents dead in a house fire and her genjutsu sealed away. Her eyes are so empty, why? It bugged him to see someone his age be so depressed and yet so angry with everything. Kukuku. Naruto bolts upright with a kunai in hand. A malevolent chakra pulses below him and in an instant he's in Yakumo's room with the medics. Please, stop. Mother, father. Don't hate me, she whimpers, though it becomes clear she's asleep. Dante administers another drug before turning to Naruto. Sorry, Mouse, sometimes Yakumo-chan's chakra seal activates, especially on a full moon. Nothing to worry about. Naruto tilts his head. Is it an ID, Dante? The medics stiffen and turn cold. It would be best if you drop it. There should be no more disturbances, go back to sleep. Naruto wants to argue but technically Dante was in charge so he shins back through the open hatch. Hey, what was that? It was scary, scarier than when you use Kurama's chakra, Angel whispered while ducked under a table. He'd ordered her to stay back before he'd left. Something dark, something no one wants to talk about, it seems. It's probably the reason Yakumo is up here. Anyways, let's get to sleep, tomorrow I have to compress the chakra in my fingers. For the last 5 days Naruto would leave clones along with his captain's henged wood clones before going into the woods nearby and setting up a chakra barrier for 3 hours, practicing narrowing down where Kurama's chakra filtered through. So far he was succeeding but the strain left burns if maintained longer than a few minutes. Naruto suspected Kurama wasn't as free with his chakra as before but didn't dare ask. Next day, Naruto watched as Yakumo sat on a swing outside in her bathrobe, apathic loathing set in stone on her pasty face. He technically was supposed to be an unseen shadow but Yakumo reminded him of himself when he was younger, she just didn't hide it like he did. Why are you so angry? He asked from a branch. The girl scowled up at him. Why not? I've been locked away and my parents died, what's there to be happy about? Well, you're alive, aren't you? He questioned with a shrug. Really, he didn't like those who refused to move on, at least she had parents at one point. And for how long? How long before I'm ordered to be put to sleep? To stop existing. No, there is nothing to be happy for. Just be invisible like the other ANBUs that come here, unseeing and uncaring? She turned her head. Naruto didn't know what to do, so he further broke protocol. His captain would have an aneurysm if he ever found out. Are you allowed visitors? Yes, but no one comes, they treat me like a plague. Then, I'll come visit, he said after a moment. Yakumo eyed the blonde in suspicion. Why would you do that? What could you get out of it? Naruto shrugged. I don't know, a friend perhaps? Or nothing at all. Either way, may I come visit you sometimes? He landed on his feet and lazily walked back next to his charge. As she stepped into her room the pale girl paused. You can come. But don't think it means we're friends. She huffed before slamming the door. Naruto stood frozen with a smile. Of course not. Why? Why what? You promised to see the girl. Why would you, a cold-blooded killer, do that? I am not cold-blooded, and it's because I can help keep her from being completely alone. Kurama roared. Why do you care, Naruto Uzumaki? Your heart has darkness, so what does another creature's feeling mean to you? Or do you deny your own black heart? Kurama wasn't expecting an answer. Stupid fox, of course my heart has darkness, everyone's does, especially those in the shinobi life. You admit it, therefore you're tainted, you cannot help the girl. That's where you're wrong. It's human fate to have darkness. Then stop pretending to be good. But, it's human nature to fight against the darkness and come out on top. That's what it means to be human, to still be decent despite your past and pains. Kurama was stunned at what he heard, but slammed against his cage. You don't understand, he was pure, why can't you be? Just, leave. And the fox cut off the connection, leaving Naruto to his thoughts as he went on patrol. Next day, Ferret arrives back. You promise? Yakumo stated and held out a pinky. Naruto nods and offers his up as they hook them in a promise. I promise it won't be for a while or that often with the Chunin exams coming up, but I'll make it out here occasionally. Like I care, she declares in a 180 and stalks inside. Ferret arrives as the door closes and turns towards his younger comrade with bandaged arms and neck. Thank you, Mouse, I'll take it from here. Dragon-sama wants you in his office tomorrow at 5 am? Great, no breaks for me. Naruto hung his head and set off through the trees to catch dinner and some relaxation. Meanwhile, Iwagakure. Deidara cackled as he flew away from his battle with Inoki, his new hands already an extension of himself. That will show him to deny me, stupid Inoki, trying to make me a future Kage and then saying I couldn't get that Kenjutsu until I took the hat on. Humph, to be a Kage is a desk job, not enough art. Though, where should I go next? Deidara voiced his thoughts aloud as his bird soared. I know. Fire Country could use some explosions to match its name, and the new missing ninja altered his course with a grin. Inoki looked on in annoyance as his ex-apprentice flew away with a Kenjutsu he was using as a bartering chip to retire. Around him buildings burned and so far 20 were injured from their battle, though none died. Still, Deidara defected, and with his rank and crime, he'd be branded an S-rank criminal. Deidara, you were always too crazy for your own good. I shiver at the thought of you joining our enemies. Dragon's office, next day, crack of dawn. You summoned me, Dragon-sama? Naruto stood at attention as his commander sat back with a random piece of paperwork. The man looked up after a moment and threw Naruto a scroll. Your squad members Wolf and Cat just returned from apprehending Suna's shipment of weapons and has increased our supply, blaming missing ninja. However, Konoha's armory plant is where? He looked up expectantly. Near the graveyard, sir, the most dead piece of land in our country besides the QB sealing site. It's southwest, towards Bird Country. It's a target of Suna, isn't it? Most likely, yes. Jiraiya taught you shock tags and other simple security seals this past week. You will be traveling to the plant today to set up various traps and seals to prevent any theft. Meanwhile, your captain is already there rerouting the paths leading towards the plant. You have 3 days there along with 2 days travel time. Jiraiya will arrive on the last day to check over your work, so don't mess up. The seals and instructions in that scroll will create a barrier seal that you can link to the head jonin there. Yes, Dragon-sama. Naruto turned to leave and pick up Angel from the locker room on his way out. Oh, and Mouse? One of those prisoner scrolls saved an ANBU on the Suna mission. Good work, Dragon said in a monotone, but Naruto could tell it held a smidgen of pride. No problem, anything for my comrades. Your Shunshin and water jutsu still suck though, he added on. I love you too, Commander. Naruto said dryly and left before Dragon could ruin the moment even more. The graveyard, 23 hours later. Combining endless Shunshin and chakra channeling, Naruto and Angel arrived at the plant by 4 am. Activating his ANBU tattoo and giving the hand signal, the blonde and Cat are led into the main building, smoke billowing out of the towers in the background. The graveyard, battleground of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki and Hiruzen Sarutobi in the Second War, was nothing but rock land for half a mile radius, and resembled earth rather than fire due to Sarutobi's infamous reshaping of his battlefields. The Jinchuriki had died in the battle and the resulting pulse of demonic chakra prevented any greenery from growing for years, and the plant's presence kept it that way in the present. Surrounding the area was a dense forest with a single well-kept path that enemy shinobi not used to Konoha terrain would use to judge the way to the armory. To counteract this, Tenzo was busy playing God with the earth and rerouting it to a fake planned really an ANBU outpost more than equipped to deal with Suna's sabotage efforts. Inside waited 3 other ANBU in standard black robes who Naruto hadn't met before and the head jonin, Takeru Noera, a man with bored brown eyes and an unassuming face. Even his hair was a muted brown that stuck flat. ANBU agent, codename Mouse, here to set up defensive measures. Naruto greeted neutrally and bows slightly. Takeru bows back and clears his throat. Mouse, yes, we weren't expecting you for another 3 hours at least. No matter, you have 4 hours of rest. After that you will be under Falcon here. And ANBU that vaguely looked like a bird inclined her head in hellos. ANBU weren't too enthusiastic in greetings. Well, unless you were Hikaru. Or Naruto on a sugar rush. That too. Where you'll be given access to the armory to strengthen our security. Naruto bowed even as Takeru turns abruptly and heads away. Naruto's fellow Black Ops members stand impassively, staring him down. Naruto stared back. These were some of the ANBU sent on long-term assignments, much like Ferret. Contrary to what most civilians and foreign ninja believed, Konoha's ANBU operated throughout all the continent undercover, maintaining order and running the spy network. It was common for ANBU to be given assignments like this one, low combat, high importance but quiet for 6 months or more to wind down after being in the force for longer than normal, a way to still be useful and stay sharp, but prevent breakdowns from pressure. Like Itachi Uchiha. Naruto shivered when he recalled the story Yugao had told him about the prodigy that tarnished Squad Row's name. Welcome, you know I am Falcon. These two are Walrus and Penguin. Sleeping quarters are down the hall. Falcon signed. Naruto inclined his head, curious as to why they didn't talk, as this was basically the equivalent of off-duty, but followed suit. I look forward to working with you. Naruto signed back and headed there. Angel, who kept quiet, glanced back at our new coworkers with puffed-out cheeks. I don't like them, Angel declared as they lay down on the stiff bunk. Naruto chuckled. And why not? They haven't done anything. Exactly. I like Ro better. Even Hikaru is preferable to these cardboard guys. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. Cardboard guys? Yet you know, because they have no personality. When will we be back with our own squad? I don't know, Angel. Soon though, I hope. He didn't say it, but he too missed being with his friends on missions. Just then his captain stumbled in and face planted on his respective bunk with a groan. Hey Captain. Naruto turned his face slightly. Tenzo just waved a limp hand. Would Captain? You're here. Angel soared over the distance and landed on the man's back, eliciting a hiss. Go away. Please. Angel just purred and stretched out for a nap. Next day. Why did you summon me here? Akira demanded from atop Hisoka when she found herself not called to a poker game, Naruto's apartment, or place of dining, but in a rock wasteland with a factory. There weren't any enemies around to beat up either. You wanted to be summoned. Well, I need you two's help. Take these seals to the top of the smoke towers and place them there. They apparently dissipate the smoke more to make it less visible. Akira scowled once she translated. It was bad enough her summoner insisted on signing as much as possible even when not needed, but to ask her to dirty herself for a chore. Hell no, get a shadow clone, or better yet you do it. Naruto winced, as he really didn't want to do it and his clones could fail by running out of chakra while climbing, and he really didn't want to explain to Jiraiya why his dissipation seals fluttered away on the wind. An idea struck after a few moments of panic. Then I guess Pakin was right, panthers really don't like high places. I understand, I'll make it. His hand is stopped by Akira tackling him down and grabbing the bag with the stack of tags in her jaws and slings it over her body. She hops back onto Hisoka and glares at Naruto. I'll show that mutt not to underestimate me. Let's go, Hisoka. They speed off while Naruto and Angel sniggers. That was priceless. The cat managed between laughs. Naruto agreed. Let's get to work. Falcon is waiting to walk us through the perimeter for trap setting. Does this mean we have to come back a lot to fix them? Angel grumbled in distaste. Naruto shook his head. No, they'll have these ANBU keep them in working order after I teach them how, and others will come to change them. Now be silent. I have a feeling talking is out with Falcon. Final day. Turns out Naruto was right. Falcon was the silent type. Not even Walrus and Penguin have heard Falcon's voice, and the three had been on this mission for 7 months. Even sign was out unless a pointed question was asked. As Naruto double-checked the barrier setup and other measures of defense before Jiraiya showed up, he rolled his eyes at the thought of how bland Falcon was. God help him if they were ever put into a squad together or ran another mission. Ah, Mouse, I would like to thank you. Takeru smiled at him. The man was bland but kind, and Naruto already liked him. He reminded him of Tenzo, who had headed out yesterday. Thank you, it was no trouble. I also made these up for you. Naruto passed off a scroll containing different seals for the plant. The blonde had made them up when he saw how sparse the place was in the tag department. Takeru curiously channeled chakra into the matrix, and over 100 seal tags ranging from larger explosives to privacy seals, and even a duo of prisoner scrolls for an injured comrade just in case popped out. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Most of those I had made already and I just added to it. This costs a small fortune. Nah, the supplies are a fraction of the cost and I get a 30% discount on everything related to the creation of Fuinjutsu anyways. Plus, my commander would want our armory to be well protected, and those might either save your lives or at least make them easier out here. He motioned towards the privacy seals, so I hope you enjoy them. Dragon-sama will reimburse me anyways. Takaru seals them back up and bows. Thank you anyway, Mouse. After a few moments Takaru heads back inside, leaving Naruto and Angel alone to their checks. Oh ho, good work Gaki, Jiraiya chirps from behind. It takes all of Naruto's self-control to not jump or scream but instead turn towards his tutor. Angel didn't have that self-control. Hiss. Don't do that, she orders an amused Jiraiya. The Sannin just chuckled. Is the kitty cat afraid? Jiraiya teased. Angel continued to glower while Naruto face-palmed. Jiraiya-sama, please tell me you've been verifying my work so we can go home? It was poker night tomorrow and he wanted to get back in time to take the metaphorical candy from the invited Chunins and arrogant clan heads scheduled to show up. Yeah, Gaki, I checked it all out and we're good to Art is an explosion. Chapter 12. At the Amory plant. Deidara was just going to keep flying over the building in the middle of nowhere as there wasn't many around to appreciate his art, and he really wasn't a mad bomber as most of IWA always claimed him to be, but then he spotted the infamous Jiraiya the Toad Sage. The thrill of such a fight had the ex-Explosion Corps captain drooling. Grinning at the fact that he could battle and then escape after he had his fun, Deidara shouted down at the man who would learn to appreciate his art, and the random ANBU joining him. Art is an explosion. Deidara gave a cheeky grin as Jiraiya spotted him. As an introduction he released some clay spiders. Landing on the ground nearby, he shouted Katsu, and small explosions littered the ground. He didn't aim for the building he recognized as the armory because while Deidara was cocky, he wasn't stupid. Konoha might appear weak and forgiving to the civilian side, but IWA knew. Konoha was a sleeping giant. If the plant got damaged in his fun, Deidara would find himself being chased relentlessly by the strongest of the five. So, he'd just lead them away and then make everything go kablooey. Turning his bird slightly he flew off, smirking when the pair followed him, dodging his creations along the way. With Naruto and Jiraiya? He's mocking us, Jiraiya growled in annoyance while batting away one spider before it set off. Naruto rolled his eyes behind his mask at the stupidity of Jiraiya's decision in the situation, following a potentially deadly enemy while letting the other ANBU stay behind as me and the Gaki can handle it. Ludicrous. Deidara, will show you chumps the true meaning of art, was the distant call once they were a distance away from the plant. Their formerly mystery assailant began lazily circling them moments later, and the bombs were starting to become more deadly. Covering Jiraiya's behind while the man failed at making his few long-range jutsu hit, a crazy idea hit. Jiraiya-sama, vault me up, Angel, let's try our wind combination too. Naruto spoke and motioned for Angel to hang on. Wait, what? Jiraiya sputtered as he himself was about to summon Gamabunta, but it was too late. Naruto channeled a burst of chakra to his legs, and ran up to the Sannin, planting his feet on the back, before leaping high in the air. Once the ANBU reached a respectable height he went through multiple seals. Wind style, great breakthrough, and a wild blast of wind was released towards the soaring clay bird. Angel, from atop Naruto's head, filled her lungs and blew. A steady but weak stream of fire barreled into the chakra-enhanced wind gust, the flame spreading and managing to hit the bird on the tip. As the bird faltered, Deidara toppled off and his creation turned towards the human cat pair. Normally, Hellcat fire techniques were ineffective until adulthood, and angels were worse than most. Fire took a chunk of chakra and cats never had as much as humans. However, when a Hellcat partners with a wind user, especially one who could create torrents of wind with a high D rank jutsu, that weakness is nullified. Huh. Take that, ponytailed man, Angel crooned as their opponent fell towards the earth. Problem was, so were they. Shit, Naruto cursed. The only option to remain unhurt would be focus a great breakthrough at the ground, then create shadow clones to catch their slightly slow descent. Of course, Deidara's bird had other plans than to allow that. It dive-bombed them and Naruto's eyes widened when it started glowing. Katsu! Deidara screamed and Naruto twisted his body while snatching Angel to his chest. He might die, but Angel could survive the blast. Summoning several shadow clones they piled on him to slightly cushion the attack. Waiting for the pain, that never came. What the? Naruto muttered as his body was yanked away by a slimy tongue. Can't have my apprentice die too early. Jiraiya the Valiant, will take it from here. This crazed small fry is of no importance. Jiraiya thumped his chest from atop an oversized purple toad. Both cat and boy sweat dropped, and Deidara followed soon, landing on a clay animal several feet away. Don't diss my art, the bomber said indigently. Try this, my C2 dragon. As Deidara lands on a pile of clay animals, he puts a wad of clay between both hands. Soon, a massive dragon forms and roars, Deidara hopping on and aiming its snout towards Jiraiya and Naruto. The dragon opens its mouth and smaller versions burst forth in pursuit of the two. Other, smaller dragons emerge from the tail. Gaki, you and Miss Kitty distract those creatures while I take out the user, Jiraiya ordered seriously for the first time since Deidara mocked them into following. Naruto nodded and made several clones that took off around the field. Oh, girly man, I find your art so childish, Naruto called and taunted cheekily. Deidara roared. You little brat, go, my children, turn the unbeliever into art, Angel, hold on, Naruto said as the dragons focused on them. Drawing his Chukoto, he cut several smaller bombs in half and rebounded off backwards in a single-handed handspring before they explode. Landing several meters, he continues dodging. Four medium-sized dragons congregate on the pair. At the same time, the ground erupts from a hidden explosive. Yes. Taste my beautiful art, because all art is an explosion. Katsu. The four go off as one, and only a Kawarimi with a shadow clone stops Naruto and Angel from becoming barbecue. Hey, you okay? Angel asked after her ears stopped ringing. Naruto grunted and held his side. I should be fine, it's just a few ribs, but I hope Jiraiya does whatever he has planned soon, he muttered. Jiraiya and his toad had disappeared sometime during Naruto's distraction. Creating several shadow clones, all of the Naruto run through the hand seal's wind style, great breakthrough, create a barrier from other clay bombs. Hundreds of booms surround the makeshift wind barrier. Angel covers her ears and Naruto shifts, ready for more. Deidara chuckles next to his now tiny leftover dragon. You survived, eh? Then it's time to the barrier rose up to stop the chakra flow and the crazy man collapsed in a heap, Jiraiya posing triumphantly from behind. Never fear, my young apprentice. The great Jiraiya the gallant just saved the day. No one can stand against this handsome devil. Naruto rolled his eyes from behind his mask and limped over. You could have ended that before it even started, Jiraiya-sama, the blonde groused. Now I have to replace my armor, and Angel's ears are damaged. Vet bills aren't cheap, you bastard. You're paying for it, he demanded and pointed an accusatory finger at Jiraiya, who was attaching several seals to Deidara's back. Shut it, Gaki. Sure, I could have knocked him out as soon as he landed, but making seals capable of shutting down the explosion release takes time. It's not my fault you can't dodge worth a damn, Jiraiya said flippantly. Naruto prepared a comeback when the other ANBU landed around them. We have secured the base, Falcon signed. Orders, Jiraiya-sama. Keep on alert. Me and the Gaki have this bigger Gaki under control. My spy network just got word of his defection, he'll be taken in for interrogation. Falcon nodded at Jiraiya's words. Safe journeys back, Falcon replied, and the three disappeared once again. Naruto sighed as their chakra signatures left. Couldn't even say bye to me? Jerks. Shut it, human. Your whining annoys me. Sorry, Kurama, hey. You're sounding better. Naruto thought happily. His sort of almost friend spoke to him without prompting in an almost civil tone. TSK. That fight was pathetic. Naruto's sweat dropped. Maybe we're not improving after all. Toss me a prisoner scroll, Jiraiya's voice interrupted his musings. In a fluid motion, Naruto threw the sage the roll and Deidara's body vanished inside. Surprised, Naruto caught it back. I'm sending you back before me in case this was a premeditated attack. I'll add a few more barrier seals and clean up the evidence before meeting you in Konoha. Are you okay to travel? Jiraiya looked mildly concerned at the side. Yes, I'll be fine, Naruto assured before holding out his hand. What? Pay up. If you were quicker then Angel wouldn't have been hurt. With a growl, Jiraiya tossed a purse of Rio. That should cover the cost. You know, you're too protective of that cat. How do you expect her to be a partner if she can't fight? I thought Hellcats were supposed to be masters in combat. Naruto bristled as he unsealed some bandages and wrapped Angel's ears. She isn't ready for this level of combat. One day she'll be stronger than any other of her kind. But until then I'll protect her. Now, good day and don't goof off on your way home, he spoke curtly before using several consecutive shunshins away. Konoha, later. Naruto landed in front of the gates the next evening, ribs still fusing together. Damn, why can't they heal faster? He mentally grumbled. Kotetsu noticed the ANBU entry but didn't try to make light conversation when he noticed Naruto carrying Angel. What happened? Kotetsu asked, spotting the blood stain seeping through the bandages and Naruto's slightly burnt and ripped armor. Explosion, its burst eardrum and a damaged one. She'll be fine after a visit to Hana. Naruto clipped while signing in. Honestly, he would have sedated his partner and put her into a scroll, but the cat glowered at him when he suggested it through sign. She was quite adamant to stay awake and alert, and Naruto didn't want to incite her ire later for such a minor injury. Oh, well, good. Say, will you be at the next poker game in a couple of days? Gate duty is dull enough, and watching you wipe the floor with newbies is always a joy. Maybe, Naruto said after a moment. Though Kotetsu and Izumo were eternal chunin, they were actually jonin level in strength. A village couldn't trust weaklings to guard the gates. However, putting on a militaristic view didn't attract tourists and warned potential enemies. So, having two laid-back, whining, but deceptively weak chunin at the desk protected the village and kept Konoha's image of peaceful intact. Most jonin recognized this and put up with the pair for the various bar nights, poker games, and occasional party. Izumo tried to add his 2 cents in, but Naruto had already took off towards T&I before the first word was spoken. 5 minutes and a surge of his chakra for identification later, Naruto was admitted to Konoha's interrogation and intelligence building. Figuring Ibiki would be the better choice to keep Deidara alive during interrogation, he knocked on the infamous man's door. "Come in," a gruff voice commanded. Peeping in, he saw that Dragon was there as well, and Naruto stepped in quietly and stood at attention. "Oh, Mouse. What are you doing here?" Ibiki questioned. Naruto took out the scroll. "Jiraiya-sama and I captured a recently missing ninja, Deidara of IWA, after he arrived at the armory plant. Deidara has the explosion release and kinjutsu that augments it. Jiraiya-sama sealed away both his chakra and the kinjutsu after a brief battle." Dragon hummed. "Tell me everything," Dragon ordered. "This can count as your oral report." 2 hours later. Hana had healed Angel's ears rather easily, though not before lecturing the pair on letting their guard down when in confrontations. Now the pair trudged up the stairs towards bed. Well, really, Naruto trudged. Angel just snoozed on his head when Kakashi opened his door. Naruto, back from your mission?" he asked with a nice smile. Naruto glowered. "No, I was just out for an evening stroll," he deadpanned while pointing to his uniform. "Oh? Then you won't mind training my genin tomorrow, right?" "Great, thanks. All the Jonin sensei are holding a joint training tournament tomorrow at noon in Training Ground 3, and you can run the traps course." "Hell no," Naruto said immediately. "I'm off duty tomorrow. Train your own brats, senpai." You are supposed to be helping to train them." "I'll be away tomorrow, so thanks for the favor, Ja-ni." And he puffed away, no doubt to re-enter his apartment from the window. "Sigh, why me? Will I ever get a day off?" Naruto pulled at his hair. Entering his apartment, he sets Angel down on the couch and plops down on the floor to undo his armor. A deep breathing from his room has a kunai already charged with chakra in his grasp. Creeping towards the door, Naruto slides it open, eyeing the darkened room for intruders. What he found, though. "Hikaru, get the hell out of my apartment."